Hey. Hello, guys. How's it going? Woohoo. I'm well, thanks for asking. God damn. It's a big day today, isn't it? There's supposed to be a Michigan primary. And it's hard to tell because I didn't even know this was a thing until recently, but I don't know how much it affects this race. But apparently it's like becoming increasingly common for campaigns to hire like partisan pollsters to make it look like they're doing better. It's so weird, but I don't know. But I think El Sayed's supposed to still be the favorite. I think so. I guess we'll get a bit of discourse out of that, won't we? God damn, we'll get discourse either way, I suppose. Hmm. He will lose the general. Well, didn't Michigan's a swing state, isn't it? Michigan went red in 2024, didn't it? Am I remembering this correctly? Yeah. Damn, man, this was so. I remember. It's all the flashbacks now. Vadim. Dude, what a scrape. Less than 100K, less than 100,000 votes. You are shitting me, man. It's a good test, though. It is a good test because it'll show whether or not the populist left are the ones who hold the keys, you know? Depending. If Trump's, well, that would really only show in the midterms, wouldn't it? Because Trump's, well, is he going to run? I don't know. I don't know if he's going to run again. Because Trump is quite fucked, isn't he, in terms of midterm polling? Not as fucked as he should be, but he is not doing his best right now. Which again is not. I feel like the more you learn about the fascist journey, it's not surprising, really. Like that Trump is the kind of person who will just like lose support and then fucking self-destruct on his way out. To be fair, El Sayed policy-wise is nowhere near as extreme or bad as the NY DSA reps. No, I don't think he is. I don't even know what. I don't know which policy of his I've seen that actually does really stand out as like a ooh, you know. But like, I think it's more the fact that because again, he's like he talks so much about fucking Palestine and all that shit. Even though again, how much say he's gonna have over that in his position is quite tenuous. But he that's why a lot of it is like it's a politics of aesthetics, right? Like if you have the like if you talk in the right way that attracts that certain group, like you don't even need to really deliver that much in terms of policy to make them happy. You just need to kind of say the things that they want to hear. He supported the uncommitted movement. Yeah, it's pretty cringe, pretty gaped. Especially given that all of these establishment do nothing Democrats are the ones who passed all the crazy amounts of legislation. Oh, fuck. Whatever. Hey, Diluted Mel, thanks for $5. Lorna, that Rob debate was so frustrating, especially when he goes off and just yaps with whataboutism. Yeah, but it's my fault for not doing something about it. I don't know. Even if, like, honestly, even if going back just meant like, as soon as he starts going off topic, I just kind of start beeping like an alarm bell, like, sorry, you know, I've got this trigger. Like, I don't know, but yeah, kind of. I mean, I know why. It's because he learned all about fascism from ChatGPT, so he couldn't talk about fascism for 2 hours. He could talk about the Democrats and the Mueller report and all that shit for 2 hours, though. It is what it is. I think the only kind of solace I can get out of that debate is maybe the fact that I squeezed out just a few interesting things about fascism that people didn't know. Just gave a small history lesson. Why not? Hmm. Anyway, Counterpoints is reviewing it, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Mr. Points. Lorna Box versus Rob Noor. Trump is a fascist. Oh, there's me. Man, this is not his best thumbnail. Why is he why is this his thumbnail? Surely, bro. Surely you got a better thumbnail. What the fuck? He looks miserable. Whatever. Haley Stevens should have known saying Israel comes to me in my dreams would not age well. Yeah, she did say that, didn't she? I want to get a bit of a synopsis. Let's just see what's going on. I know the rough idea, you know, establishment, brrr, the Israel election.
And Democratic voters in the great state of Michigan are set to cast their ballot.
The great state of Michigan. Aren't all the states great, which kind of makes them all sound normal, average?
It's tomorrow in that state's primary election for U.S. Senate. Congresswoman Haley Stevens and progressive candidate Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed are locked in a tight race that could help determine control of the Senate as well as the future of the Democratic Party. Lots of eyes on this one. Let's bring in MS Now senior Capitol Hill reporter and host of Way Too Early, Ali Vitale. Ali, please set the stage for us.
Yeah, you're right that there's a lot of eyes on this race because what we're talking about here is really what does it mean to be a Democrat from Michigan in 2026? The Mitten State is always a...
Wait, hang on. Yeah, when did she say it? She said it in December 2023. It's an odd thing to say. Not the best idea.
A battleground, but Tuesday
I don't think December 2023, I'm not sure she predicted what the climate would be around this issue, because in December 2023, it was still actually fairly acceptable to have a Israel sympathetic position because of just like the fact that everyone still roughly remembered all the footage that Hamas themselves published on October 7th. But yeah, as soon as people forgot that or they got overshadowed by all the destruction in Gaza, then it was game over.
Tonight, the battle is between two Democrats who each say they are best positioned to win this toss-up seat in November with two very distinct messages.
The mittens are off in the Michigan Democratic Senate primary.
I have no doubt that if you're a corporate PAC, Congresswoman Stevens is really good at getting stuff done for you.
It was offensive to hear my opponent say I can't string together two sentences. I certainly did that on the auto rescue.
This
you misspoke.
Brawl between Dr. Abdul Al.
Wait, did he call her? Did he call her a slur? Did he call her retarded? Oh no, we're gonna have to realign.
And Congresswoman Haley Stevens will say as much about this perennial battleground as it does the future of the Democratic Party.
Money out of!
Oh, he's jacked.
Al-Sayed is running as a political outsider, bucking the progressive label, but boosted by and sounding like many of them.
This is an election between Abdul and the billionaire class.
This is the money versus the many.
Yeah.
The money is central, especially with groups like the pro-Israel AIPAC spending millions to back Stevens.
This is a record spend. Now, the big difference is I'm fighting for Medicare for all. I'm willing to say we need to abolish ICE.
They also differ on continued U.S. aid to Israel.
To me, it is about why are we sending bombs and tanks for no reason to other countries? That doesn't make sense to me.
You've spoken specifically about Israel, but I wonder how that would manifest when it comes to aid of other kinds. So, for
they're selling them, but okay.
example, if you're in the Senate and a Ukraine aid package comes up, would you vote against that?
So what I'm against is unconditional foreign military aid. Ukraine aid is not unconditional. We're not just funding the military of Ukraine because we want to. We're funding the Ukrainian military because they're actively fighting a war against a guy who transgressed against their boundaries. That's conditions.
Is there anything that would make you reassess the U.S. aid posture towards Israel right now?
You know, look, I'm running for a 6-year term, and that is certainly a long runway for issues to continue to evolve. I want the U.S. and Israel to be working together to get aid into Gaza.
Stevens' closing pitch is all about receipts.
I'm a tough as nails Democrat. who wins
Dang.
races and who fights and
Pepper pot.
delivers
You
for
feel that Nicola Sturgeon energy.
people when it matters most.
Touting past work with President Obama and flipping her House seat while promising action on affordability.
We need a manufacturing champion in the halls of the United States Senate, meaning jobs, meaning lessening our dependence on China through our supply chain to lower those costs.
Fan of Haley Stevens.
She's backed by most of Michigan's top Democrats.
There are few leaders with more fight in them than Haley Stevens.
What should voters read?
It's just I've been looking at all these. Someone told me that like a lot of or is it most? Did someone say most of Al-Sayed's funding comes from out of the state? That would be quite interesting. But I actually know. I don't know. Wonder what McMorrow was doing today. Man, McMorrow was. She was really cool. I don't. Yeah, it's just. But obviously, there's no space for that kind of. Because she was like, I guess what you would call the in-betweener, right? Like in between Al-Sayed and Stevens. But yeah, well.
Read into not
do?
just the closing message, but the closing messengers in this race.
Michiganders understand that the Democratic Party has been a little.
Is it normal to get most of your funding from out of state? I'd imagine people like people who are appealing to like a broader ideological base, like socialists, would probably have that. But does everyone get that? I find it harder to see establishment types getting that. Grassroots out of state. Yeah, because it's mostly, I think he's mostly small donations, right? Like small donors. Huh. It's actually big. New Arab, the new Arab. How much money is being spent in the Michigan Senate race? Over $60 million in outside spending has been put into the Michigan Senate race, more than any other Democratic primary race in U.S. history. Whoa, the heart of the nation. Let's go.
In Michigan for a very long time. And that clique always likes to uplift its own.
Is Whitmer in the clique?
Look. Corporate Democrats have made their choice. And I think it's time for the folks in Michigan to make theirs.
These are folks who fight and win for Michigan. They win tough races. That's what's at stake right now.
This will be a tough race.
Great to be back in Michigan.
Republican Mike Rogers is back on the ballot after a narrow loss in 2024. So this primary is paramount.
Actually, I think I'm going to vote for Al-Sayed to keep what's-her-name out. So we're going to get Rogers in there.
Why are you voting? What's important to you?
Oh, wow. Getting money out of politics. And I think Abdul Said is just a candidate to do so,
Do you worry about what people say? Can he win? Can he beat the Republican?
I don't give a craps about that anymore. I'm tired of that negotiating politics.
That negotiated politics, I think, was a sign of the frustration and pushback on traditional ideas of who is electable. And that's a very real strain within the Democratic Party right now, as we all know. If that sentiment prevails, that's likely good for Al-Sayed. There are polls that show him with momentum, but Stevens as the candidate who beats Rogers in the general, ultimately we will see. But this seat is a must-win for Democrats if they have any hope of reclaiming control of the Senate. And on Tuesday night, voters are going to give us some real answers about what kind of candidate, progressive versus moderate, insider versus outsider, that they think can win in a battleground.
Jen, you know Michigan really well. What are your thoughts here?
Well, first of all, it's obviously a very important Senate race, but also the sort of opening bell of the 2028 race. Because if Al-Sayed wins and then goes on to win Michigan, that proves that, and he has said he's not DSA, he's not Democratic Socialist, but obviously very progressive, has made Gaza a big issue. That I think that gives that side a lot of momentum going into 2028. And if they, but if Haley Stevens holds on, goes on to win, that puts you in a different footing. But Ali, what does it feel like on the ground? What people are worried about? How I know Gaza was a huge issue in 2024, hurt Kamala Harris. Do you have a sense from voters where what is weighing most heavily on them and when they're making this choice on the Democratic side?
I'll give my sense as a reporter. The idea of Gaza certainly is one of the big litmus tests here. And I think for Democratic voters, that is something they are grappling with in Michigan. I also heard a lot, though, when I talked to voters, both Trump voters and Democratic voters, that cost of everything is weighing on them. I think the biggest difference was how much patience or leeway are they willing to give the president, for example, on something like gas prices that they are connecting to the war.
I'd worry more about winning against fascism versus them infighting until we have power. I think that's a kind of odd thing to say, given that this is a primary season. Isn't primaries kind of the best time for them infighting?
Iran. And I think the consistent thing I heard was whether or not they wanted to have patience or give him leeway on the issue was that they never felt like the war itself was explained to them. And so I think that's one of the key pieces of this. But for Democrats broadly grappling with this, the reason that I think it's such a test, and I love that you frame it through 2028, Jen, is because this is really one of the first battleground states where consistently we've seen Democrats put up quote unquote moderate candidates, people like Alyssa Slotkin, to win in purplish states. This would be the first real test. If
it's also interesting because I feel like the anti-Muslim shit from MAGA, especially from Trump, not so much MAGA itself, but from Trump, they do really seem to have. He seems to have toned it down a lot. Remember in 2016, he was all about fucking ISIS and Muslim bans and all that shit. I don't think he doesn't talk about it that much anymore because he moves on all the time, right? He moves on to Somalis or to Haitians or whatever else is interesting to him. But I do wonder what's going to happen if he brings it back for Michigan, like. Because if it's Al-Sayed and in the midterms, then yeah, that's probably going to have an impact on Trump's campaigning.
Al-Sayed wins, if he goes on to win in November, of seeing a more progressive candidate win statewide. And I think that might change some of the strategy around what electability looks like in 2028 when it comes to someone like an AOC or someone else in that progressive lane. We'll see.
MS Now senior Capitol Hill reporter and host of Way Too Early, Ali Vitale. Thank you so much. And Caddy K, I just looked. You don't have a Michigan tour date yet. There's still time. But whether the podcast, there it is again, makes its way to the Mitten State or not, give us your thoughts here about how this contest tomorrow does feel like it's even larger than just for a primary,
From Mamdani, it's anti-communism. I just don't think that's going to work, though, because no one knows what the fuck communism is. They didn't. And America did that. Like, that's their fault, right? McCarthy destroyed anti-communist discourse in America for 100 years, right? It's done. It's not coming back. And obviously Fox have not really helped. They call Obama a socialist, right? Joe the plumber spread the wealth. I think Americans are a lot more scared of Muslims than they are of communists at this point, like right-wing Americans.
For a Senate seat, because it seems to be a bit representative of the battle within the Democratic Party right now as to what direction it needs to be heading into ahead of 2028.
We definitely need to add Detroit to our tour, Jonathan, clearly. Look, I had a conversation with Debbie Dingell, the congresswoman from Michigan, last night, and one of the things that she was pointing out is that this has become kind of a election campaign, this Senate race, that got into a fight about Gaza and Israel. But actually, that is not the primary concern, as Ali was saying, of most Michigan.
I suppose when you mentioned that fucking Richard Nixon won a landslide of anti-communism, I suppose when that was able to happen back in the fucking Cold War, then yeah, I suppose the anti-communism is just as much an election winner now as it was under Richard Nixon. Yeah, it's true. Got me.
Voters, their primary concern is the concern of voters all around the country, and that's affordability. And I think that the real question for Abdul Al-Sayed is he being... If he wins on Tuesday, and the polls suggest he may well win on Tuesday, can he kind of prove those other general election polls wrong? Can he prove that a progressive can actually win statewide? And if he does, is that because he's a progressive, or is it because he's a particular political talent? I mean, you've got Ron Fournier comparing Al-Sayed to an early Bill Clinton. That's an extraordinary endorsement of his political talents. And is that really why he up against Haley Stevens, who most people in Michigan would accept is not a great candidate? Her team has not been particularly good. So what was the real race here about? Was it about progressivism? Was it about Gaza, Israel? Or was it just that he's been great on social media, he's a very good political athlete, and she isn't? And is that why he's ahead in the polls.
We will have complete coverage of that Michigan primary race next couple of days here on MS Now. And of course, Morning Joe.
Boom. Okay. We got the idea. Big money, APAC, Gaza. Let's go. Syed and Stevens and more DSA fighting. So Lib and Learn brought on a DSA guy. I've heard his name before, so I know he's like a... He comes in an hour later. I want to watch the whole thing. Fuck it. Let's go.
Troll, right? I think we should...
Stop! Just go to the start.
We're live, baby.
We're live. How you guys
We're
doing?
live, baby.
Good. I'm a little conflicted on this Michigan Senate race.
Conflicted.
I'm a little bit conflicted, yeah.
What are you conflicted about, Hutch? Tell us what's in your soul. Inside you, there are two wolves. Explain wolf number one and wolf
There's
number
a
two.
gay wolf and a gayer wolf.
Well, listen, I like El Sayed. I like his policies, but he endorsed Kamala Harris in 2024, and she literally did a genocide. And so I don't know if I'm supposed to... I don't know why you're laughing. It's not funny. It might be funny to you. It's not funny to me.
That's true. He did endorse Kamala, and that's a red line for a lot of people. He endorsed Holocaust Harris, but, you know, these no values, whatever.
Yeah, I take it seriously.
You're allowed to be opportunistic. You're allowed to be opportunistic like this if you're on their side. You know, they allow that.
So, I don't know.
You're allowed to split Poland with the Nazis for your survival.
That's
asking... I'm three steps ahead in this ironic conversation. Don't worry.
Well, what irony? I don't know what you're talking about. It's a tough call. Like, if he can't draw the line,
this is gonna be the whole episode.
Well, if he can't draw the line there, Pisco, how can I trust him in the Senate? It's like I feel like that's.
Well, boy, didn't you vote for Kamala Harris, Dutch?
Huh?
You voted for Kamala Harris, right?
I have no comment on that.
Well, I'll go even further than you, Hutch. I'm ready to tell people I will not be voting for El Sayed in November. I just won't do it.
Well, you know what? It's funny, IRI, because like the Democratic Party, they feel like they're entitled to your vote because like the Republican Party is bad.
I hope a lot of other people do because I want to see him win. So I hope a lot of other people vote for him and he wins. But I will not be voting for El Sayed.
This is what I'm hearing, Hutch. I'm hearing spite-driven positions against people who I also hate for not voting for Kamala in 2024. But why should we act like them?
It's not spite. He's creating leverage. That's the smart thing to do if you're a voter, right?
Well, I don't
disagree.
I don't live in Michigan, so I can't vote there. So not really any leverage there. But I'm just letting people know I can't. I will not vote for him, but I hope other people do.
That was nice.
Move Cloud, thanks for the 5 gifties. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, all right. I thought you were doing part of the meta performance. You were being sincere. You were being sincere in a way.
Oh, that's true.
Guys. Yeah.
True. I didn't even think about that. It's true.
Yeah.
I too. I will not be voting for El Sayed if he's in the general election. I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it.
Good. Yeah.
Are we trolling? This is a troll, right? I think we should do blue no matter who.
God, it's fucking tense in here, isn't it?
People who
it's so tense.
Supported genociders like Kamala Harris, like Genocide Joe.
No, I mean obviously it's a troll, but we should troll. We should troll.
These guys are tense.
I mean, I think it's morally correct to troll in this fight.
Why?
Well, I mean, very few often times in life do you get an opportunity to use someone's exact rhetoric and then have them be like furious with you. And there's no way I'm going to resist that. I mean, I'm just, yeah.
I mean, I'm all for like calling these guys hypocrites and telling them like, hey, you don't even believe in vote blue no matter who. So shut up. You don't get to hold that over our head.
But
we're better than them. And we get to actually say, yeah, it's good when we do it in both cases that we should vote blue for the person who's going to beat the MAGA person, right?
Well, but Hutch and I are saying it in jest, but there are people out there right now saying with their chest, if Stevens is the candidate, I will not be voting for her.
Yeah, those people, right? Like, yeah, these people are not serious.
Well, okay, but that saying those people isn't going to accomplish anything. But maybe showing them how infuriating it is to hear that when it's coming from the other side might actually make them go, you know what? I don't like this. Kind of like little kids where you could scold little kids, but if you show them.
Maybe Hutch would know this because he loves all the polls. Is it not still the case that a lot of people didn't vote for Harris because they thought she was too progressive? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
And have them experience that they don't like that, then they may be less inclined to do that.
Yeah, sure. Go do it. But the problem is, I think that a lot of people are sincere. And I say this like also pretty annoyed, also really having done this conversation now for, I don't know, 4 or 5 days and having some basis to say this. There are people who are saying that the lesser of two
Are Americans that right cucked? You know what? It's surprising to some people, but Trump won twice. Yes, Americans are right cucked. Yes, it is a retard factory. Never forget how much America is a retard factory, okay? You can watch all these liberal fucking creators and you can watch your Daily Show and your Coastal Elite, Jon Stewart fucking, but no, America is a retard factory. It's a right-wing shithole. Sorry.
In the Wisconsin governor's race is Tom Tiffany, the MAGA Republican. Tom Tiffany, who said he would overthrow the 2020 election. He would vote not to certify Joe Biden as a victor. Tom Tiffany, who is one of the most insane Trump sycophants. And that is not a joke. And so the irony, you know, I'm sure
Maroney,
it might.
You better help Lonnie the Box reach his goal, or else.
Thanks for the 10 euros. Who the fuck is Maroney? I don't know. Is that like is that an in-joke?
Have some effect on a lefty or something who's inclined to hear that, but I'm not so sure that everyone is being ironic.
Well, Pisco, I mean, those are just streamers, right? So how much
no.
could there? How much?
Every liberal/progressive has been brain broken from Trump winning the second term. It feels like we are looking for answers to questions we can't qualify.
Thanks to $10. Listen, I'm simplistic, okay? It's quite. Remember, incumbents lost basically everywhere in 2024, 23, 22 because of inflation. There's the inflation crisis. Incumbents got fucked everywhere. Even decades and decades long incumbents, like in Japan, they suffered for that. There were very few exceptions to this rule. Left or right incumbents. Populist incumbents got fucked. So, you know, straightforward, really. It's that and probably sexism. I don't know. Like, remember, a lot of Americans apparently don't even think women should have the vote. I learned that the hard way. When I say a lot, I just mean more than liberal democracy should have. More than is comfortable for a successful liberal democracy. Not to mention the amount of them who think fucking dinosaurs are fake, that the world is 6,000 years old, that don't know that the fucking sun is a star, that that don't believe in vaccines, that would rescue 100 fucking IVF tubes over one 2-year-old baby in a burning building. Yeah, Americans are fucking crazy, man. They're insane. They are an idiot nation. What can you do?
Could their opinion really change much? Like if they endorsed El Sayed.
Oh, I'm sure it won't matter. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm being ironic again because they said the same thing about him.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean,
I don't think it'll matter, but.
Who are you? So are you talking about Destiny and Moot and who else? Who else was saying
I'm talking
this?
about Mooten, Wick, and everybody in my replies and Josiah's replies.
Whoa.
But specifically, I asked of Mooten, I said, would you vote? I mean, I used the word, would you vote? And his answer was, yeah, in this context, yes. Wick, I don't think said vote, but he would say he wants Tom Tiffany to win in that context. And I just think that that's crazy. I mean, this is a traitor. This is a
Tiffany
piece of shit. Yeah. This is
Tiffany's the January 6th guy, right? He's the one who was one of the. There weren't that many Republicans who tried to do this, but there were a good few dozen, just still quite a lot, who tried to stop the certification of the vote. Like in the House, they tried to object.
I think that the Wisconsin governor's mansion is too important. Given what we've seen with Wisconsin gerrymanders, with attempts to try to fuck with the election results from Trump specifically. You want to say that we want to be competitive in like 10 more elections. We got to get to those elections first, folks.
Could you steel man the argument? I'm just curious.
Oh my, yeah. I mean, I know it. It's something like we need to. The DSA is going to hurt our party brand. It's going to make Democrats like unable to win in competitive places, and
That's a reasonable
that
ceiling.
therefore it makes sense if you think that like Republicans are a threat to kill it in its crib now. And so we should vote for the MAGA Republican in Wisconsin and lose this race for the promise of having more electoral advantage in the future.
Which, by the way,
all right.
is the Hassan argument against Kamala, which I think is fucking stupid. And if you're using that now and saying, well, look, if you get a moderate lib in, you'll disaffect voters. And that's what led to MAGA. It was Biden. It was Obama. And so we can't vote for her.
First, well, that's an incredibly nice bet, but is this like a parent's bet? This is like a parent's bet, right? No one under the age of 50 has this bed. Sorry, this is like, what the fuck was I saying? Surely it matters whether or not that's true. It is true that the DSA, the more prominent they are, would hurt the Democrat brand. It is not true that someone like Kamala Harris is going to hurt the brand by making the party look too right-wing, which was Hassan's argument. Like, one of these things is true and the other one's not.
Because that will just make MAGA worse. Right? Like, that's not how this works. We're talking about mitigating the worst parts of MAGA right fucking now. And the idea that this is like, oh, well, you know, maybe the DSA will hurt us. And then like 4 years, 5 years down the line, the Democratic Party brand won't be so good. Hey, they're fucking cutting healthcare today. They're gutting USAID today. They're being fascist today. They're cracking down on free speech today. Do we give a shit about that? Or are we like doing these weird hypotheticals about how this is going to affect us maybe 5 years from now? Like, this is pissing me off, honestly.
I know we said we weren't going to do don't know call outs, but I got one from Benjamin Gilbert of PV. He said PV is supporting libs in the general. We just announced our Senate plans, which includes Peltola in Alaska, Brown in Ohio, and likely Vindman in Florida if he beats Angie Nixon. Also lefties darlings like Abdul Troy and Tallarico. Now, I was familiar with the fact that PV has done like actual canvassing, advocacy, that kind of stuff for lib candidates. You know, whatever issues I've had with PV, that's not really been the issue.
Yeah, didn't they canvass for Ossoff and Warnock and all these other whatever you want to say? I just think that like people who and I'm seeing individuals saying like I'm not doing the Steelman correctly. Go look at my exchange with Wick. Wick says it's like a game of chess, don't you know? I'm sacrificing my bishop to like protect my to win the game. And so tell me why. I mean, there's kind of two strands of it, and it's unclear what someone is invoking at any given time. There's the strand of imminent illiberal takeover of the party and turn to Stalinism. There's that strand of it. And then there's a strand of they're going to make us so fucking unpopular we'll never win another election. And I just think that the both things are just not justifiable bases to vote for a traitorous MAGA Republican who tried to steal the 2020 election in one of the most pivotal swing states in anticipation of the 2028 presidential election, which is the election that most matters. It's what you have to be focused on.
Yeah, like I'm open. If people were saying like, oh man, like DAC is crazy, I would vote for John Kasich over. Okay, yeah, he's not a MAGA Republican. He's probably more moderate. He doesn't want to destroy liberal democracy with this org that's saying, you know, destroy the Western civilization. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about MAGA Republicans. That's like where vote blue no matter who came from. It wasn't vote for the Dem every single time. This is politics. If you don't like the DSA people, primary them.
Do you think the left will ever have that? You think the left will ever be like that? You think the left will ever give you that great? Like,
no, they won't. But who the fuck cares? Like they're deeply unserious and they don't have these principles. Yeah.
You think we call that shit out. It's fucking cucked. And I'll say it right now. It was cucked for Kyle Kalinske not to endorse in every single one of these elections between Trump from 2016 onward. It was cucked for Crystal Ball to not publicly do it. It was fucking cucked for Hassan not to be vocal about it, regardless of whether he actually did vote or not. It was cucked for all
we
of
have no idea, do we?
These people, including and especially left-wing commentators. And I'm going to be consistent. If you want to go back on vote blue no matter who, and again, that is just a proxy for have a really, really high bar. I wouldn't vote for Hitler if you were a Democratic nominee. Yes, you're right. There are some lines. This person Hong does not cross the Hitler line for me, okay? And compared to a fascist, it makes me think, honestly, that some of the Republicans were right in one sense, that many of you weren't serious when you were calling Trump a fascist threat. That's what it makes me think.
Do you think it's kind of like, so I go ahead, Guy. Sound like you were about to jump in there.
Oh, well, I just can say this is too serious of a position to give to a Republican Wisconsin governor. I mean, this is a swing state that plays a pivotal role in presidential elections. I think I'll take Hong any day over Tom Tiffany. I mean, that's a lot different than a congressional seat, one of 435 congressional seats. So I don't know why people are drawing the line there. Also, Hong has distanced herself from the national DSA platform, saying she doesn't support some of the crazier things.
I mean, listen, I wish she would just lie more. I don't know. Did you see her Fox News appearance?
Yes.
It was bad. It was really, really, really bad.
Very robotic.
Yeah, she's not a charismatic.
Hong is DSA, right? She's DSA, and she is. When's the next big debate, Mr. Lernerbox Live? I mean, Spider keeps on telling me that JStock wants to debate about. I think it's about Israel. So, I mean, if they've got nothing else to do, maybe.
Charismatic person, I agree.
Is it this one?
Well, Wisconsin, you know, I love that state. It's seen as one of the most competitive toss-up states this November. The primary is less than 2 weeks away. Polls show my next guest as the Democratic frontrunner for governor. She's a state assemblywoman and a Democratic socialist, and she is not shy from far-left proposals. Take a listen to this.
She's doing fucking amazing. Look at this.
Rapid fire. Do you support repealing Act 10?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Free school meals?
Yes.
Guaranteed pay leave?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
A 1-year data center moratorium?
Yes.
Breaking up big ag?
Yes.
Public grocery stores?
Yes.
Right to repair?
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis?
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United?
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
And Francesca Hong is a candidate for Wisconsin governor, and even yesterday it looks like you will be the nominee.
Free Palestine is a very broad sentence, but okay.
Another one of your closest competitors, who is even far behind you, has dropped out of the race. Is there anything in that list of what you told Hassan Piker that you disavow now?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anything in the DSA platform that you disagree with?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What would that be?
Abolishing the Senate. I believe it's nonsensical and non-practical at this time.
Okay. Would you abolish the Supreme Court?
No. I believe in checks and balances.
Okay. So, you consider?
She seems a bit. Not everyone is supposed to be like a fucking charisma engine. Okay, you can take that from me. This is. She doesn't really have quite the same charm as El Sayed or these other people. Okay.
Yourself a Democratic socialist, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you defund the Department of War?
Define it? Well,
defund,
I think it's
take away the money from the Defense Department?
No, I think it's troubling how many times they've failed an audit, and they're one of the highest funded agency. And I think that stewardship of taxpayer dollars is incredibly important, that where there may be fraud, waste, or abuse, that we make sure to vet the agency.
Okay. Would you advocate for public ownership of America's largest corporations, or those in Wisconsin?
I have to say, first of all, we are incredibly proud of our Green Bay Packers, a publicly owned NFL team. But I believe there are some manufacturing and corporation that is irresponsible to have full public control.
Did they train fucking AI to do the thing? Like, when politicians dodge questions, they don't really make it that obvious.
What?
What the fuck?
No, I think it depends really on the type of mega corporation. We know that here in Wisconsin, we'd like to bring more middle manufacturing, that when jobs were sent overseas, when there was more desire for profit over the people of Wisconsin, that we can be selective and put working class people first when it comes to jobs and mega corporations.
Do you think you would
Isn't the health department the most highly funded? I don't know if that's the most highly funded, but yeah, military is actually a fairly low percentage of the federal budget compared to entitlements, right? Compared to Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and all that shit. Yeah. So people who say that defense is like the most the biggest chunk of the federal budget. That's just not true.
Able to recruit corporations to come to Wisconsin to then be taken over by the state government?
No, I don't think that it would be responsible for the state to bring in a mega corporation that would potentially be run by the state. I think that we want to create good jobs with good benefits and ensure that people have the freedom to pursue the type of life they would like. And I think when I talk to voters all across the state, it is so much about being able to take care of themselves and their loved ones. There is deep concern about people who get to age with dignity in our state. I care a lot about our seniors and making sure that we're one of the states where there's a great opportunity for great public education.
Okay, so you say people want to take care of themselves, and I agree, but the socialist program is for the government to take care of people. And I know that you've bristled a little bit about anyone pointing out previous things that you have said, but I just want to show everybody on the board here. This is some of your far left posts. I would say they're pretty far left, right? It's, for example, you say abolish the Senate. You want ICE out of Wisconsin. I understand the abolishing ICE is something you probably still want, but you also said to defund the police 4 times.
As a first step towards abolishing.
As a first step towards abolishing the police. Now, President Trump won Wisconsin twice. It is the ultimate purple state. I set my novel there for a reason. It is the place where you have to have the most appeal to both sides or to independent voters. Why shouldn't people take you at your word when you say that you want to defund the police and go towards abolishing it?
Dana, first of all, I have to say thank you so much for featuring my home state in your novel. And I believe that as a democratic socialist, what that means is that I would like to put working class people first over mega corporations.
How does defunding the police put working class people first?
Yeah,
I think that you're going to enter. You're about to enter into a general election, likely with Tom Tiffany, the Republican. That's not going to be an easy race. It's going
She
to be.
did say abolish the Senate. Yeah. Like there are arguments for that, mostly in the sense that the Senate is just kind of like a way to give more of a voice to the smaller states, and the smaller states are generally like the red ones more so. So the argument there, I suppose, is that if you abolish the Senate, is that you're basically making up for the fact that right now Republicans already have favor in the Electoral College, and they also have favor in well, they have the Supreme Court right now, and don't they also have it in the states as well? Because of the states are supposed to be representative, but they're not actually, are they? They're not fully. They're not like 100% representative. They have like a cap. Yeah.
Very easy for people to put up on the board and say, you said abolish the Senate, defund the police, abolish the police. And why should they not believe that you would want to do that you would try to do that if you became governor?
I believe that people can evolve. We meet Trump voters from previous elections who now would like to vote for me, who have a sign in their yard.
So who needs to evolve, the voter
the
or
governor
you?
Cannot defund the police, and I won't defund the police.
So
but
you
I
have
will
evolved.
invest in the things we know prevent crime, like getting guns off of our street, making sure there is victims for justice, that there are places where our kids can go after school and thrive. We can't be tough on causes. We have to be tough on causes if we would like to be tough on crime. And as governor, I cannot defund the police. And I've reminded folks that I won't defund the police.
Okay. That will be certainly, it'll be something that.
Okay. Good memes.
It's not her.
That person is leading the Democratic primary race in Wisconsin for the governor's position. Shit.
Charisma, that's the problem. I can tolerate charisma, Rizless politicians. That's fine, but it was. I don't know. When I watched that, I legitimately asked myself, like, is this woman a plant? Like, is she actually here to fuck the Democratic Party? Because I don't know how else to explain some of her answers, given that she's running for governor in a state that was ground zero for the 2020 riots, which have been used as a cudgel against the Democratic Party. I mean, still to this day, 6 years later. And so that did not inspire confidence in the general. I mean, I agree, Pisco, with what you're saying. I think on both ends, I think the analysis is wrong. The idea that there's an actual threat of an actual socialist takeover in the Democratic Party, I find just really laughable. And then on the other side of things, I disagree with the idea that any damage that Hong does to the party brand would somehow be more than the damage that Tom Tiffany would do, or any Republican as governor in Wisconsin. But I am reminded of the whole Epstein
Boof Clouds, thanks for the donor. I really appreciate that. Abolish Toby. Wow.
fucking versus Hitler hypotheticals we did back in the day, segregationists. And the argument that I heard from a lot of people was like, well, if you elect a segregationist, it'll make the party look bad. So some people are capable of that kind of analysis.
I will grant that there are moments in which that might overtake the value of the given position. Maybe there is some line somewhere, and a segregationist would account, or a rapist would account, or a Epstein, a reformed, revived zombie Epstein would also account, or Hitler would account. Like, all of this is fair game, to put aside the policies or whatever, but it's just not before us. And if you think it is before us, then you're going to have to be like, well, there's this different line between the governor and the Senate. I would vote for Hong if she were a senator, but as IRI was suggesting, if the Senate is important enough for you to vote for Hong if she were the candidate for senator, then you should be just as assuaged, I think, by the governorship in Wisconsin. I would almost argue that it's a toss-up between which is more important. I don't know about you guys. I mean,
we have an update, by the way, guys. A huge milestone has been crossed. A massive milestone has been crossed in the Professor Dave. He has now deleted 6,000 comments and counting. 6,000 in 7 days. He was at 5,000 yesterday, I believe. The guy is still working on it. What do we have here? Oh, yeah. I work at a company Destiny sold his merch through and could see where the orders were going to and coming from. He was receiving thousands from a shell company with ties to the Israeli government. I have posted all the evidence on X, and his cult-like community always gets my account banned. I can provide all sorts of documents to back up what I discovered. The world needs to know why this monster is supporting a genocide. Is there any way I can contact you, Professor Dave? My job is nothing compared to the suffering of the Palestinians. Yeah, if this is at all true, definitely email me. Oh, fuck. This guy's unbelievable. He's still on it, man. He's relentless.
Key swing state, it could affect other races too, right? Because if you have unified control in Wisconsin, you could have another gerrymander. And we know what they've done with Wisconsin, both on the state gerrymander side and on the congressional gerrymander side. I mean, it has been one of the biggest disasters ever. That's why, by the way, Elon Musk was spending so much money and so much time in Wisconsin to win the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. It's just such an obvious trolley problem. And yeah, I don't really have the stomach for people who are, having this traitorous opinion that we should promote Tom Tiffany as a means to some, vague and unsubstantiated end.
Right, because to be clear, is literally going farther than the shitty dumbass Hassan opinion, which is like, oh, I don't know, I'm not telling you what to do. You're literally saying vote for Republicans, which is
Hassan never did that.
Even worse. Guy, who was the politician that AOC and all the others came out against? She was a Democrat, and she was so anti-Semitic that was where Democrats drew the line and said, we're no, absolutely vote against this person.
That was a race in Texas, Galinda or something.
Right. And it's like, there are limits to vote blue no matter who, obviously, right? If this person is coming out and is explicitly saying neo-Nazi rhetoric, as bad as MAGA is, right now, that's worse than MAGA. That is you are like the Nick Fuenteses. They're not there yet. They're getting there, but they're not there yet. So obviously it's still a trolley problem. It's not just if they have a D, but you have to be able to make that calculus in your brain. But sorry, go ahead, Guy.
Well, I would challenge people. What do you think is more harmful? Election denialism fueled by a Republican governor in Wisconsin in 2028, undermining the election results, sowing doubt, helping Trump sow doubt, or a DSA governor who gets nowhere near accomplishing the most extreme stuff they want to do because they don't have the backup to do it, nor do they have the resolve, and they're already backing off their more extreme positions. I would argue the threat to our democracy by undermining the election results in 2028 is a much bigger concern right now.
Now, hang on a minute. I just got to ask the question. Is it Hong's job to court the moderates here?
Yes.
Like,
yes,
is
it
her
is
job
Hong's
to
job.
Yeah, absolutely.
win those votes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
absolutely.
Okay. All right.
By the way,
Okay.
I want to wait. You guys, you got a call out in the chat. I want one. Slinks8 says, "Quote: Okay, but he literally said he would not promote. He said he would prefer." And Pisco tried to push him to say promote. Okay, you can say he didn't say endorse, but he said it would be his preference, and he said he would vote. I asked him specifically. I think it's at 38:20. Someone get the timestamp. I put it in one of the comments. He said he would vote. So don't talk to me about clickbait this, clickbait
Is this Wick
that.
or Moot?
This is Mootin. This is Mootin. Wick never said it. But at a certain point, like, this distinction is meaningless to me. Oh, I prefer, but I wouldn't vote. I prefer, but I wouldn't endorse. Just fuck out of here. This is not a close call.
Well, he's not voting for the Republican.
No, he said that.
said he
Hutch,
would.
when you hopped on the stream with them. I watched it like an hour ago. He
Oh,
said
did he
like
say that?
Who said they'd vote for the Republican? Wick.
I would say vote for the Republican or don't vote.
Did Moot say that? I don't even remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Mootin said he
And listen,
would
it was a good
vote.
conversation. Listen, I got less frustrated at that conversation. It is frustrating because there's a big delay with the internet. I don't know if it's good right now, but he was forthright, right? And he was like answering all the questions, and I thought that was like refreshing and very good and very cool. And I think it was a way better conversation than some of the other conversations I've had with people in like the Twitter Spaces where they're just like dodging, dipping, and diving. He just bit every bullet. I mean, he had the jaws of titanium steel, and like it was, but like that makes it a more pleasant conversation. I don't have to like be pushing that hard. And he was very forthright, and I do appreciate that for Mootin. It was a pleasant conversation, but don't bite those bullets. Those are crazy bullets.
Guys, real quick, should we let Wick on? He's got a little bit of time before
please
his show.
do.
Get him involved.
All right, okay, I sent him a link.
I just want to give I just want to give people a heads up in my chat. We decided not to read donations on the pod because it was too distracting. So
Yeah,
I
there's too
appreciate
many. You guys gave too much
Oh, I
money.
see.
You should not give us any money, in fact.
if you guys want to donate and do super chats in my chat, that's awesome. But we're not going to read it out, and I just want people to know that.
This is to answer the earlier question about federal spending. So there's like kind of three main categories of federal spending in the United States. There's interest, which is them paying off their debts. That's 8% in 2022. There's discretionary spending, which is spending that can be debated over and allocated depending on whatever Congress is passing or what particular senators or Congress people are arguing over or promoting. And then mandatory is spending that kind of just has to happen because it's been passed by Congress and it's like fixed. This would include things like Social Security payments and Medicare and Medicaid. The composition, discretionary spending apparently seems to have decreased and mandatory has gone up. That would make sense because more old people, people needing healthcare, all that shit. More legislation being passed that allocates federal money to people. But in terms of defense is fairly low, I think. So just for mandatory spending, they've got Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. And that's like the bigger portion. Discretionary is here, national defense. So national defense is like the bigger one, but only of discretionary spending. So it's the biggest one of this. It's like 13% or something. Not as big as Social Security and all the other shit. Make sense? Okay. No, not you.
Oh, is he not here yet?
He is not here yet. I gave him the link.
Oh,
Listen, I hear you, Pisco. I hear you. At the same time, I feel like it's cuckoldry, a form of cuckoldry, to like go after libs, defending people who never believed in blue, no matter who. Like I'm not going to do that. I just simply
defending them. What are you talking about?
I simply refuse.
What do you mean defending them? Like we're trying to defend the fucking results in given places. That's what we're doing. But you're like, oh, because it inures to the benefit of a left-wing person as opposed to a center-left person, then it's like you're sweeping. Was I sweeping for Kamala?
No, I didn't. I honestly didn't even see your post, so I don't know the extent of the commentary that you've given on this.
Oh.
But so I didn't have you in mind. I wasn't like throwing shade or anything like that.
Oh, there's the Whig class himself, the head honcho.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Josiah DM'd me or super chatted me and is like, hey, DM Soy Pill to get on Lib and Learn.
Get Josiah in here too, man. Josiah, I know you're watching. Get in here, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on
we
in.
had me and Josiah had a little back and forth this morning.
Pull up a chair. You know you want to. Get in here. You can't resist. Watch. He'll join. Mark my words.
Don't worry. As we talk, I'm sure he will want to have a few things to say.
Well, before we argue, Wick, do you want to promote your Liberal Action Network? What does that do? I don't know if I want to pay money to do Liberal Action. I just want to go places and canvas.
We're not asking for money.
Okay.
We're not asking for funds or anything like that. Right now, the Liberal Action Network, it's very new. It's something that has been cooking up for a while, but they just released it on my birthday, which was a few days ago.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you. And it basically is liberal streamer NATO, like we talked about. It is for real. It's for
an attack on one is an attack on all. Article 5.
It's a defensive alliance, right? Where people who have consistently been coming at our throats, right? We can communicate together, work together, because again, alone we get isolated, we get separated, we feel like it's hopeless, like there's no one around that shares our values. But it's a place and a system where we can just support each other and promote liberalism
and brigade lefties and snark on them. Yes. Listen, I'm all for it. Look, you guys go off on your Liberal Action Network, and I think that like that's all cool and base, and we should defend ourselves against bad faith attacks and shit from lefties and stuff like that. And if Josh Shapiro becomes the nominee and there's like this bullshit about the murder shit, I'm going to be adding the Vanguard at some point. I want to have a debate with them because I've been hearing them go a little crazy. That's all cool, whatever. What the fuck does it have to do with this conversation?
Oh, no.
People asked me, and I
oh, my bad.
Sorry, the Vanguard agreed to a debate with him. Imagine that. Imagine getting the Vanguard to agree to a debate with you. I could never. Dude, they're such fucking fannies, man.
Sorry, that's on me. That's on me. I haven't mentioned.
They said no to me, by the way. They couldn't even handle a 2v1. Fucking bitches.
I don't listen to political talks either, to be clear.
We're not talking about your fucking book right now.
All right, also, we have to push the Pac-Man conversation. Heads up.
Oh, yeah, we rescheduled. Pac-Man's a very busy man.
Oh, Pac-Man.
Wick, go ahead.
So is Wick, are you in the camp that would vote Republican? I'm not trying to put any evil on you. I honestly have no idea why you're up here. No offense. I'm happy to have you up here, but I don't know what position do you have that has brought you to this table?
So I think that if I were to be in Wisconsin and Hong were to win the nomination, I think that I would not vote. I would choose the couch.
So I think you would prefer the Republican, as you said in the tweet exchange.
Hold on. If I had my preference, we wouldn't have Hong as the nominee.
I know, but given the general, you did say now when IRI is asking you, right? You don't want to disappoint your like dad, and IRI has this like very fatherly presence about him. Really, he does. And I look up to him. I think everyone should look up to him. And you're hiding your power level. You said in our Twitter reply,
power level.
Your preference is that the MAGA Republican Tom Tiffany in a matchup with Francesca Hong.
I think it's better for the Democratic Party. Yes, I think it's.
So
better.
Why not say it with your chest? Why be like, my preference is this entire thing never happened in the first place?
Because when you say it's my preference, you act as it signals that it's my first choice. It's not. We are in a situation, however, where I don't get my first choice. I don't get my preference. And since we are in a situation where Hong has, I think that Hong threatens liberalism in many of the same ways that MAGA does. And I find it more insidious than MAGA because there are people who would never defend MAGA who will defend Hong. And that's why I think she's a greater threat. Now, look, I think that when it comes down to it, Hong's not going to win the general. I think that's what
just
the evidence
a dodge.
Suggests.
That's like just doing a prediction. We're not asking you for your Nate Silver take, bro. We're asking you for your outlook in terms of who you want to win, not what you expect.
I think
happen.
It's better for the Democratic Party if she loses. Yes.
You know, I don't think we need to speculate too much. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had a DSA governor, but we've had DSA mayors, I think, right? And we've had, people. They've had.
Speaking about hiding power level, if this Hong person goes in a swing state that Trump has won twice and wins, with a history of people and guarantee the campaign against her and a general would be people saying you want to abolish the police, you want to abolish ICE, or you want to fucking you'd sooner fund the Houthis than Israel. I don't know, like abolish the Senate. If everyone will know that about her, whether or not she holds every single one of those opinions right now or not, and if that would mean that more people would feel comfortable doing it in other parts of the party, they would feel more comfortable doing that, and then it would spread, wouldn't it? If you win a swing state with that attitude, then they will become the thing where people seem like they're right now. They'll become what people are currently calling, they'll never do that. That's just like a rhetoric thing, you know? That's just like a hyperbole, or that's just an aspirational thing that you'll never commit to. But you think these people who were saying abolish the police, like just not a few years ago, would just hide that even if they found out that they could win potentially nationwide? No, they'd start coming out with it, and then that would be the Democratic Party. They could be. And people find that very silly, but I'm sorry, Trump was silly. Trump was silly in 2012. Trump was silly in 2016 at the very 2015 at the very beginning. In the first debates, he was like, "Oh, you know, this guy's he's definitely speaking to something, but it's never going to last."
Some prominence in like local politics, they've done decently well at the state level in some cases, and you know, what was the worst that happened? They did some stupid policies that they ended up rolling back a couple years later. So when you say like Hong represents just as much of a threat to liberal democracy as MAGA, that seems kind of crazy to me, Wick, a little bit, because MAGA, you know, as a political movement, a majority of them think that, you know, 2020 was stolen, and they straight up literally tried to steal an election.
El Said's been playing with, and El Said isn't DSA, but and I will vote for El Said if he wins. I want to make that clear because the Senate's just more important. But I think that El Said's been playing with electoral election denialism too, saying that if he loses, it's because of AIPAC and
no, I agree. That stuff is cringe. But that's not even in the same universe as what Trump did in 2020.
My argument here is that if Hong were to win in the general, it would make it harder to defeat MAGA in the future. And let me lay this out for you. Like, we know that Hong is underperforming, and most of the DSA candidates are underperforming the environment right now, right? So we're in like a D+8, D+7 environment. They are either underwater and probably not going to win, or they have taken winnable races and made them either a toss-up or likely red, likely Republican. If she wins, what's going to happen in the primary is people are going to want to go towards, or be more likely to go towards her style of politics and campaign with the same people that she's been campaigning with, right? That I do feel are an existential threat to the
but I would grant you that, Wick, and I would still say that that's not that's a less bad outcome than having a Republican governor.
And how is that different from the Hassan camp saying the exact same thing about Kamala? Like, hey, yeah, obviously trolley problems, she's not as bad, but if you elect her, then we're going to get more liberalism, we're going to get more do-nothing Democrats.
Because they're not going to push the party line. And I don't like
one of the outcomes is preferable and the other one's not. Surely.
MAGA is going to take over because it's going to disaffect
assuming soy bills are liberal, you know,
voters, and people will say, well, they're not delivering. Like, this is the exact same argument that I said is total bullshit from him, and that's how, like, part of the reason we get millions of people dead from U.S. aid cuts. That's how we get all our institutions covered.
The difference is they're being shown a pizza and saying, oh, I can't eat pizza, it's poisonous, okay? And then I'm being shown a plate of cyanide and saying, I can't eat that.
You're doing
poisonous.
The Nina Turner thing.
We're making the same argument, but the facts of the matter are not the same.
You're doing
Obviously,
the Nina Turner shit
I'm correct
thing.
and they are incorrect. But
so that's the only argument is I'm right and they're wrong. Like, you don't have like polling to show this will happen down the line.
I just pointed to what's happening with El Said and Hong, right? Hong has taken a winnable race and made it so we are going to have much harder time winning that. Can we acknowledge that reality?
Well,
100%.
There's literally no chance of Hong winning against. Is there any chance of Hong winning against a Republican in Michigan for the governor? That's fucking mad, man. No one thinks that, do they?
Yes.
Yeah, the polls. Polls say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we don't want that,
is there a poll on? Is there a poll on how she would actually do against a Republican?
That to happen in the future. We don't want this constant taking winnable races if we just have generic Democrat or someone just fucking moderate, and then making them much harder to win.
This is an argument.
If I may finish.
Yeah, but isn't that like this is why we shouldn't elect her in the primary? Like I don't want to vote for her in the primary.
Yes, this is a primary argument, not a general argument.
No, it's a general argument too. If she wins the primary, it's much. If she wins the primary, and then so by some miracle she wins the general, what's going to happen is there's going to be more people. We knew we could get it.
I'm
not saying anything though. I'm not saying anything though. I'm just gonna sit here and show you that I'm conquering my fucking addiction, and I can be here and I can be in the midst of this, and I'm not gonna say a word. So
not to leak any private DMs, but Josiah, he called me a couple nights ago, just crying. He's like, Niels, I can't stop. I can't stop. It's hours and hours. I'm stuck in these calls. I can't stop super chatting. I can't stop entering these arguments, and I want to quit. My wife, she says, Josiah, please come to dinner. Please, please. And he won't come. He's locked himself in the garage. He won't stop joining. And this is our intervention, Josiah. This is all of us in a circle around you saying,
you actually baited me here to have me an intervention. Wick doesn't actually believe a goddamn thing he just said. It was all to provoke me to get here.
True. No, you know what? You got
get Moon in here. Get him
I
in
will
here.
say, look, I will say I missed dinner before.
Who the fuck is Mootin?
It's very unfair right now. You guys are going to need more guys, okay? It's very unfair for you.
We need four more.
You're going to need more guys.
Wick, I'm curious.
So they're
what
half
is
an
your
hour
reaction
before
to
the
argument I
DSA
made
guy
a
joins.
few minutes ago about the governor of Wisconsin will play a role in the certification of the 2020 election results and could undermine public trust in our democracy. Isn't that worse than any damage DSA could do to our party through Hong as governor?
Yeah, specifically a candidate that said, I want to subvert the election and certify Trump, knowing that he did not win, basically.
That obviously is a risk, and it's something worth keeping in mind when everyone has to make this choice for their own. I don't mean to...
Real Clear Polling. Is this a good website for this? For what Hong would look like against Tiffany? I see 2 polls here. I think this is the one you were talking about, right? Tiffany leading by 3 points. I will say, if you have a newcomer, and I think you can probably look in history for this as well. If you have a newcomer who does well in primary, who comes forward in a primary, or wins, like, say in a different country, they just win the leadership of a party, the way that they're going to perform is so different when they're in front of the opposition as opposed to in front of their own. Hong looks like this now when she's running in a primary. What do you think this is going to look like when there's actually a campaign, like a general campaign between Tiffany, who everyone knows? Everyone who's got this 43 here for Tiffany knows who he is and what he'll do and what he's done. They don't know that much about Hong. What do you think is going to happen here when people start to learn more about her? I mean, my guess is that she would get just destroyed. Like, I don't even know if people would vote for Tiffany over her. I think they would probably just abstain because there just wouldn't be any energy behind this.
Downplay that?
Well, you're saying it's not as important.
Yes, because I think the other threat is much more dire than that.
Stealing the election is worse than someone not even committing to doing the craziest thing on their platform.
I don't think it'll work.
We don't think prison abolition will work.
So you're the Ben Shapiro. The guardrails will hold, so we're good. We can just keep electing these people who are going to try to subvert the entire democratic process.
We don't. This problem...
Isn't that also the same about people who have crazy left-wing positions, though? Because it's like the same thing. I don't know. I just wonder if they would hold the same position if, let's say, that Hong, rather than being DSA, was a Dixiecrat. That's what I'd be curious to know. If Hong was a Dixiecrat with a history of, trying to bring back segregation, but she's not going to do it. She doesn't have the political capital to do it. The guardrails are way stronger for that than they are for whatever Tiffany might try to do with the election. Do you still vote for her?
MAGA is waning right now. Their influence is waning. They are being beaten on every front. In polls, in special elections, we see us flipping seats from red to blue consistently.
So stop keeping the pressure up on him and vote for them even? Is that what the argument is?
I can't finish the argument, right?
You're triggering me. This is ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the MAGA was a fucking existential fascist threat, and they're like, they're on their way out. The guy's talking about running for a third fucking term.
Hold on. What is Trump's approval rating right now?
It's really bad. He just crossed like 30.
I think it's probably the 5th lowest ever, right?
Yeah, but Wick, who cares? Ever. Who cares if he doesn't fucking win the election if he tries to fucking steal it?
That is a problem and a threat. But
that's a risk I'm gonna take.
A little one that I'm willing to take to just make sure Hong doesn't win.
Hong, look, if
Trump is probably going to die as well, right? Because he's a big fat man and he eats too much. He eats too much McDonald's.
So say they try, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but say they try another false slate of electors scheme, right? Where they have and they get the swing states that go blue, inshallah, in 2028, right? They put out a false slate of electors, say it was stolen, and they send it to the Congress. And J.D. Vance is a spineless cuck and will just do whatever Trump says.
You don't have to say, because they've all said they would do this, by the way. J.D. Vance said, I would have certified for Trump. So, okay.
Yes. And then when he does say, okay, we're going to accept these false slate of electors, what happens? It goes to the House, doesn't it? Is that what happens?
Anybody knows. You're asking the procedural?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. It will go to, because I watched Dev's video on this.
There are many different stages to it. So if you're trying to interfere through Congress, then yes, the House can vote as House delegation, as a state delegation.
Yeah, so
and then it's
it
out of 50. But it's not just that. Hang on. So there's layers to this. The first was just to have Mike Pence declare Trump the victor. The second was to have the state actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So to obviate the need for congressional support and just have the governor send over slates of electors. And that's why he went after those state electors first. You remember that? That's why he had these people on the phone. Raffensperger, he brought in the Michigan guys. Like, this is why the state actors matter.
Wait,
because there's multiple levels.
Wick was about to say something here, and he's about to walk into a trap, but go ahead, Wick.
Or walk into a trap.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's going to go to the House, correct? After he's like, well,
that's one avenue.
We can't know which slate of electors is true. We're going to have to go to the House and vote on it, right? That's as I understand.
That's one.
No, wait. No,
don't
let him finish. Let him finish.
Is that correct? Am I correct in this?
You're kind
of.
It's
a really funny argument that you could make, like a really good, sort of like semi-troll argument. But I get there are reasons that there are a lot of reasons to not do this, but you could. People always do this thing where it's like, oh yeah, if you're going to choose between a fascist and communist, you should always choose the communist, right? Because like as bad as communism can be, especially with Stalin, Mao, and all this shit, people will usually argue that despite all the deaths of the Great Leap Forward and the Holodomor and the purges and everything else, the Holocaust was still more exceptional in the sense that it was an intentional targeting of a entire ethnic group of people, and not to mention all the hunger plans and the stuff against like the Slavs and everything else, and the disabled people and the gypsies and the gays. Like, there wasn't really any, like, the intent matters there. The fact that it was about ethnically purifying an entire nation, and it was an intended extermination for its own ideological goals. Whereas with the Soviets, the famines were more to do with mismanagement and a sort of an atmosphere of people being chilled or people feeling like they had to deliver flattering information to the Central Committee so that they wouldn't get killed. And that basically meant that even when China was starving, that grain was still getting appropriated by the government in higher numbers and getting exported as people were starving. So it's like, these are different things. Like and a communist is just less likely to do these things long term than like a fascist like Hitler is. But the counter to that, if you're being really maximal utilitarian, is when people will say the fascists, unlike communists, never really grab full control of the state. The Nazis didn't do this either, really, until like 1943. Fascists, Mussolini and Nazis, shared power with conservatives who brought them into their positions. They constantly were at odds with various institutions, whether it was the Catholic Church or the civil service or with conservative judges, like traditional conservative judges who were not quite fascist, but they were tolerant, or even the military. And it wasn't. And if you want to understand how this works, look at the way Germany was governed versus how the occupied territories were governed. And that's because the occupied territories like Poland and the rest of Eastern Europe, like the general government, these were governed by just Nazis, right? Like they didn't really bring all that much from the traditional conservative establishment over there. And that's why the Holocaust took place in Poland, not in Germany, right? Like that's why the death camps were in Poland, because when the Nazis were doing their crimes within Germany against people who they were governing, they were limited. Action T4, the sterilization program that happened in 1939, was halted by pressure from local conservative groups, including mainly the Catholic Church. So on the one hand, you've got fascists who are much more intentional and much more essentialist with their murderous ambitions. But on the other hand, you've got the fact that fascists also have this Achilles heel in the sense that it's much harder for them to fully consolidate power. And it's also much harder for them to last because fascists need to be constantly energizing and mobilizing that popular base, even if it is with policies that are so self-destructive, right? Like with Mussolini trying to invade fucking North Africa, or with Hitler at the end of the war. Like they will just destroy themselves. And also with the fact that fascists, because they invest so much in the cult of the leader, they never really last beyond their leader. There's never been a fascist movement that survived after their leader has died. Whereas communists are very, very good at keeping power and staying in there for decades and decades and decades and decades. And they're very good at, and they are actually revolutionaries through and through. They will take over and revolutionize every single institution, and they'll purge every vestige of the old order. Whereas fascists don't really do that. They didn't do that in Germany or in Italy. So yeah, it's just people want to make the argument of whether or not you're choosing one over the other. But could you clarify if you could choose between the commie loon and the fascist loon? I mean, I'm always going for the commie loon because I just don't. I see communism like I don't really see that stretching across an entire country in the way that fascism can. That's my reason for it mainly. I'm just a bit less scared of them.
Correct.
Kind of
Correct. How am I wrong? Well, wait.
So
finish your thought. Wait. Finish your thought. Don't let's let him do the punchline.
Oh, I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we are going to want in 2028 to maximize our chance of stopping that, the thing we need to do is ensure we win the House. Would that be logical? Correct?
Yes, but here's the problem. Winning the House is not enough. Do you know why?
Be right back. Okay, fire in. Ugh.
Well,
who was
I
Speaker of
agree
the
winning
House on
is not
January
enough
6th?
in general.
No,
but
no, no.
why
Who was
do you
Speaker
say?
of the House on January 6th, 2021?
The Speaker of the House in 2021? I don't remember.
Was Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Fair enough.
Simply having a majority in the House doesn't protect you because it's about the state delegations. And guess which party has more state delegations than the other party? The Republicans.
State delegations, that would be Republicans, correct?
Correct. So if it were to go to the House and the House were the ultimate arbiter of who would win the election, it would be Republicans, even with a Democratic majority.
Hold on. How would that work, though?
It's 50. So it's 50 states, and every member votes within their delegation, and the majority is the vote for the state. That's the fucked up system we have.
So
I mean, even if it wasn't, by the way, like, this is where I thought you were going, Josiah. Like, the governor is going to affect any kind of gerrymander that's going to occur. The governor could literally have an effect on the House of Representatives just based on, like, the thing about it. With
Hold
Newsom.
on. No, not for 2028, sir. Because
Says who?
Time. Again, who's currently governor in Wisconsin?
Right now, it's Evers.
Evers, right? Evers, as I understand it, is an election denier, is he?
No, but if Tiffany wins, Tiffany would be seated for the remainder of between January 2027
28
and
is what matters.
Yeah, until January 3rd, 2028. And remember, the new House is seated before the election is certified on January 6th. So in
I don't believe that's true, actually.
Wait, can I jump in? Because I feel like we're getting a little lost in the weeds here. What is happening is we have two options in primaries. We have DSA people and we have the not DSA people. And in the places where DSA people are winning, we're now saying the only way to cut the cancer out, to make sure they don't win, is to vote for MAGA Republicans or not vote.
No,
and
not vote.
Hey, what happened in this primary that made us get rat fucked so hard we didn't win and beat these people that apparently have this so unelectable platform that they shouldn't be winning, but they still are? The voters are picking these people. So liberals, if we want these people out who have crazier ideas, we need better fucking candidates. And the idea that the solution to cutting DSA out of the tent is let's elect MAGA is fucking insane to me, regardless of whether or not you think the guardrails are going to...
I would have thought that too, that they need better candidates until that Hong person. I just watched that interview. Dude, unless the other candidates are really, really bad, like what the fuck? But this is the problem. Like the traditional politician, regardless of how much legislation they pass or how much goodwill they're able to build up amongst like the different areas of the society that they're governing, doesn't really seem to matter. Doesn't really matter. Like, how much had McMorrow achieved when she just got kind of thrown out like so quickly from that race? Wild.
Hold, like this whole conversation is like we're so past the hey, why don't we run better politicians? Why don't we actually make sure that we can address voters the way that they
should
feel being heard? Well, we're
why
not.
Are you getting? But why are you getting mad at Wick right now and not?
Because he's saying basically the only way to do this is
and not mad at Hong for courting his vote.
He's also.
I'm not mad at Hong. I want Hong to get as many voters as she can.
Well,
I'm mad at Wick for saying
it's her job to earn the votes.
If Wicks, no, it's fine. He could do it. I mean, look, I get it because these are dumb arguments from the left, and if you repeat them, it's like, yeah, I understand these dumb arguments. But the point is, if Hong is unable to court Wick because Wick's position is, Hong, you're so bad, I want a MAGA instead of you, and I think MAGA is better down the line. What the fuck is she going to say to him?
I just want to say for the record, I was correct. They are seated on January 3rd, 3 days before January 6th. I was right. I'm always right. Don't question me on Senate procedure shit.
But again, the gerrymander won't come into effect. There's just not enough time to gerrymander in.
It's 2 years. Wick, what are you talking about?
Okay, when's the next House election? 2028?
2028,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so you have the 2026 midterms here in November, and then the next House races are during the president.
Do we know how many people Mao killed directly through purges and executions? When we say directly, your number is probably not going to be that high because Mao's thing wasn't to order the execution of people. I mean, he did do that, but just not very often. His much more preferred method was to kind of like give a very sort of like broad theoretical direction, usually through like slogans or to just kind of foster an environment through his rhetoric and through his speeches and like party directions. And then people would use whichever direction he was going in, and then local communities with like party cadres would kind of make the decisions on the ground. If they decided that like a landlord or a capitalist roader or a far leftist, actually an ultra leftist, that was one of his targets as well at one point. And then usually the Maoist way was to get them to confess and to send them to forced labor or to purge them. It wasn't usually to kill them. That wasn't like the preferred method. The preferred method was excising or getting them to turn around through struggle sessions and public humiliation with the dunce caps and all that shit, right? However, obviously, a lot of people did just choose to execute whoever had confessed to whatever crime or whatnot. I think in his first 3 years, I think it was like 3 million people were killed, usually in the countryside. In the Great Leap, in the Cultural Revolution, I think it was about 400,000. Today I learned dunce caps were a real thing. They were, yeah. They were dunce caps, yeah.
Presidential election in 2028.
In 2028, yes.
They definitely could gerrymander in those 2 years for sure.
Let me try.
I'm not sure how much of an impact the gerrymandering would have.
I don't see that as going to be that's not going to be salient. It's not going to be able to be outcome determinative on this.
Let me
what will be outcome determinative, and what we know will happen is that if Hong wins the general election, right, and we have to fight for all these primaries where we take winnable seats and we make them much harder to win, we're going to have to need more resources. We're going to have to need more time, effort.
Well, but here's the thing. Wait. I would grant you all of that. I agree.
Yes.
I think if she, is the general candidate, and if she wins, it's going to make Democrats' jobs harder. It's impossible to quantify. Is that really going to be specific to that region of the country? Is it even going to affect a race like Alaska? I don't know. But, the angle that I want to hit you with now is like, why wouldn't we just anticipate that the same thing that happened during Trump 1.0 is going to happen this time? Which is to say, like, the DSA is going to have they're going to have good nights, which relative to them is like, 4 people in the Congress or whatever. And they'll probably have another good night in 2028. But when we look at the trends right now with Trump's approval rating, and it is abysmal, and no one has ever, as far as I understand, nobody comes back from that kind of polling. They just continue to go down. And so what I think is the most likely outcome.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, so here's an example. Here's an example of how like the Maoist thing happened in the first years. So like 1950s. So in 1951, Mao puts forward a decree called Regulations Regarding the Punishment of Counter-Revolutionaries, and this gives the police a lot more power to repress the population. It includes widespread public denouncements and some death sentences of prominent counter-revolutionaries. But in these trials, the government official numbers is something like 800,000 of these trials took place and only like 100,000 executions. But most of these executions took place outside of any formal procedure. It was done very like ad hoc because this was like a new country emerging from a war and then a civil war, right? So the academic consensus seems to be that about 2 million people in those first 3 years of the People's Republic were executed in these trials. Mostly sort of like informal, semi-spontaneous ones, though. And it mostly happened, I think, on the backdrop of land reform, of like, so a lot of those people who died were landlords, but it was also people who were denounced as counter-revolutionaries, or people who were like capitalist roaders was another term they used. Yeah. Not good, bro. Not good.
Outcome here.
When you say directly, I mean, it depends on what you mean by directly.
is the same thing that happened last time, which is the next time we have a Dem trifecta, the DSA is going to burn out, and they're going to plateau, and then they're going to decline because they have no pitch when a Democrat's in office. Then then their shit is like unpopular. Hence, Bowman and Cory Bush losing their primaries.
You would grant me that the DSA is currently on this cycle expanding its seats. It's expanding its reach. It's not a lot.
Yeah, this is like saying they doubled from 2% to 4%.
But it is getting worse, right?
I just listen. Do you see them? Do you see them realistically?
Is that not true? What I just said?
Again, but it's like saying it's going from 1% to 2%, right?
Yeah, but that's why it's easy to nip in the bud now. I don't want it to get to 20% or 25%.
No,
listen to me.
It's not easy to nip in the bud. You're saying the solution is elect MAGA. That's not an easy solution.
Shut the fuck up and let me talk real quick. It actually doesn't, we're not nipping anything in the bud. You understand that when Republicans are in office, the DSA does better, right?
Well, that's why they try to get Republicans elected. Yeah.
Demonstrably the case. They elect more DSA people. They're more successful when Republicans are in office at the state level and the federal level. So, if you acknowledge that, I don't understand how you could abide a Republican governor.
One seat, one governorship. Again, we know in 2026 that we are going to, in at least every metric I see, we're taking the House. We're getting 230.
I guess the ideal scenario is that in the midterms and the next presidential election, Democrats win everything. The House, the Senate, they win it all, but the DSA candidates still lose. They win it all despite the DSA candidates losing. So like Michigan goes red, but everything else, where there's a normal Democrat running, it goes blue. That's probably the ideal scenario, but that's obviously... When you take that on a state-by-state basis, you're kind of gambling a lot. Not very wise.
30 seats. We might even take the Senate. That's up in the air, and it's going to be harder. But those things are destined to happen, right? What's going to happen if Hong wins? Huh?
I mean, destined to happen. The betting markets right now have a 15% chance of Dems losing the House. Now, you can say it's likely, and we would agree. It's likely.
Sure.
But
most likely.
Don't count your
very
chickens
likely.
Before they hatch. And this
well, they win the Supreme Court as well. Not really sure if that question makes any sense. You don't really win the Supreme Court unless Democrats get elected in the next presidential and then a bunch of people die spontaneously. Then you win the courts.
Beast is not done yet, and we don't want to hand them a crucial swing state governorship.
What we don't want to do is hand DSA this kind of victory that they can use to galvanize and get worse. And so it's not just during the Republican years where they get stronger, but it becomes something that happens in other years as well.
They will
Again,
burn
this is
out.
I think you guys are.
Out.
I think you guys are
out.
really underselling the threat here of these people, right? They are illiberal. They are going to make it harder to beat MAGA. They're going to make it harder to elect liberal Democrats. This is something that they say they will do, right? You got Mike from PA, you got Kyle Kulinski, you got Emmett Vigeland, all saying that they are enemies to the Democratic Party, right? That they are, I believe Mike PA said he was going to depress Democratic turnout until we bent the knee to the left or whatever.
But that's what you're saying now. We hate those people for saying that, and you're saying, yeah, and maybe we should vote for MAGA.
No,
the best way to beat MAGA is to elect MAGA, you fool.
I have advocated to sit out and not support.
So you disagree with Mooten when Mooten says vote?
Did Mooten say to vote for the
Yes, he sure did.
Republicans?
Yes, he sure
I
did.
think he's wrong for that.
This is I fucking call Hassan out for this shit. I fucking hate that a guy with 2 to 3 million fucking followers and all this money, like, look at what he's doing now for these candidates that finally align with him. It's like, hey, why the fuck didn't you do that when it mattered to beat Trump? And you're essentially saying the same thing as he is and saying, well, down the line, my calculus is that 3 years later, this will make it easier to win. And I don't see that right now. I see, hey, this is a governor who...
That's very KPD reasoning there, isn't it?
Might not certify the election, right?
My enemy is not just MAGA. One of the things that is frustrating me is you use MAGA as this blank check to cede every single vote to the left that we can. And it's a problem, right? It cannot be that because MAGA is running, then we have no lines on our side, that we never draw something in the sand and say, this is
we said that earlier before you were here. There was the candidate in Texas
has
that was
passed this line for me, right? It's not just MAGA that is my enemy. It's authoritarianism. It's
why is Hong
illiberalism.
so bad to you?
Hmm?
Why is Hong so bad in particular?
Well,
did you see who she was campaigning? Well, first of all, did you see who was campaigning with? Like I think yesterday, maybe
Sure.
today. This person praises Mao Zedong, who killed 40 million people. This person is playing with great
40 million. He's using the conservative estimate. Nice one. No shit.
Great replacement theory, right? Lying about what the New York Times says, claiming that Israel is sending invading Muslims to Spain. It's crazy shit, right?
She's campaigning with Hassan. That's what you're saying.
America to be destroyed as it is. He wants to abolish private property. He wants to what's the other he's a terrorist supporter who
You don't even need to do guilt by association with her, though. Like, you can just listen to her stated positions.
Yeah, well, she has it's all of the above.
She holds positions that are broadly toxic to the entire party. And Wick is right that if she wins the general and is the governor of that state, the Fox News and the right-wing media machine are going to have a fucking field day with her, and it is going to drag down the party. It's 100% guaranteed. There's just the positions that she was pushing on Fox News are so unbelievably toxic to the Democratic Party. We know this to be true.
Yeah, and so, even the things that she's disavowed. You remember? Do you guys remember Project 2025? Right when they?
Oh no, I forgot about that.
And then Trump was like, "Oh, I don't even know what this is." Right? I disavow it. Project 2025. I've never heard of it. And then when they got elected, they just started implementing 2025. I think about that a lot when it comes to the DSA and DSA candidates going on and saying, I've never heard about that. I disavow that shit.
And that's why it's Lord of the Flies in Mamdanieville, right? I mean, that's why we have no private property in Mamdanieville.
Mamdani is a mayor. His power is limited, and he's letting in people like
governor,
the DAC
and the governor
who
can't
are going
abolish
to do
the
shit
police
like that
or
once they get
prisons,
enough power. I don't know.
I
Like,
wish you would.
Like, why would I ever vote someone who's like, hey, Wick, I'm going to, like, my stated policy position is we want to kill you. We're going to murder you. But don't worry, don't worry.
You
don't
hate
worry.
it.
We can't do it now. It's kind of silly to even be mad at me with it now. We don't have enough power to murder you. We don't have the strength or anything like that. So don't worry about it. That's our stated policy position, to murder you.
Is that her stated policy position? She wants to
murder you.
I'm illustrating a point. I don't think they're actually trying to murder me, right? But I'm saying if someone is saying that we want to abolish the Senate, we want to.
And if someone is saying that they want to steal the 2020 election.
Yes, that's bad. That's why I'm not voting for them either.
Yeah, but which one's worse?
Yeah, but sitting out an election, you risk the worst one, Tiffany, winning.
I don't know if that's
give your
worse.
tacit approval.
Well, wait, okay, no, take a stance right now. You don't know which is worse. One's worse. They're not equally bad. Do you think MAGA is worse?
No, they are
or do you think
worse
Hong
in
is
different
worse?
ways, and it depends.
No,
do you feel
one is worse? One's going to be
worse.
worse. You have to decide for yourself right now. Is MAGA
which
worse?
is getting worse?
Or the DSA
Burned to
candidate?
death or shot? Depends where you get shot.
Yeah, if you make a metaphor that's completely disanalogous, you can just completely deflect from the question.
Oh.
I'm upset with you right now. You can't just sit out like a little bitch.
Anti-analogy.
I've had this
Let's
fucking energy
go.
for the left for 2024, and now you're like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Fucking pick.
I disagree.
One is going to be
with
worse.
your
Do you think
premise.
Hong is worse? Do you think MAGA's worse?
I disagree with your premise. I think that they are.
They're equally bad. They're just both equally as bad as it could possibly be.
I think that they are worse in different ways. One is worse when it comes to Democratic electability and long-term survival of the party and long-term ability to beat back the Republicans. One is worse short-term, right?
Wick,
so it depends. Is short-term worse or is long-term worse?
But Wick,
and I don't know the answer to that, so it's hard to rank.
But Wick, we don't know what's going to happen in the long term. A lot of things can change between now and that end result that you're talking about, right? Like a lot of twists and turns. But we do know that 2 years from now, Tiffany is going to be like, this election was rigged. My swing state ain't certifying this shit. And here's a whole bucket of problems.
I think that is just as predictable as us having a big...
This is probably a better argument because there is an argument you can make, and I wonder if Mutin or Wick are making it, but there's an argument you can make in why you might want a Republican to replace Hong, and it would go something like, if you empower the DSA now and show them that they can win in a swing state, then obviously more of them are going to appear in different races. They're going to start winning maybe in other states. Like they're going to, it will be mostly blue states where they take over, right? Because they'll mostly go in states that are already majority blue, and that they'll switch them to just pull them further left. And then the risk is that Democrats can go into a presidential election having to answer for potentially dozens of candidates or congresspeople or wherever else, or governors who believe in abolishing the police and everything else. And then they just get absolutely fucking raped in an election against a Republican, even a moderate Republican, let alone a MAGA one, or even a more fascist one than Trump, potentially, right? Because again, like, nothing energizes right-wingers more than the fear of communism. Like, they are so... That's the best way to get them to vote, is if they're scared of communism, and if they're legitimately scared of it. Like, actually, they're saying defund the police or force privatize industries and everything else. Or... Like, yeah, that is actually just one potential outcome. But the problem with that one is that there are so many things that have to happen between now and then for that to be like the way things play out. And trying to maybe see too far in the future is probably suffering from that idea of, like, if you know history, then you might start to treat things that have happened as inevitable to happen again, even though there were so many, even though in every historical catastrophe or situation that we know about, whether it's like the rise of the Nazis or the Bolshevik Revolution or anything else, everyone would tell you that at any point when these things happened, all the way up until the very last day, or like all the way up until the Enabling Act, or all the way up until the October Revolution, there were other courses that could have been taken had other people made different decisions. That's true. And that's why you kind of have to think about what you know to be sure now. So we don't know what Hong would do with a primary victory in Wisconsin, but we do know that this Tiffany guy will say that the election is fake if MAGA loses. We know he'll do that. So I can see the argument for wanting DSA to kind of get nipped in the bud now. Another risk as well is a very stated one by the DSA, where they literally have it as a, however much they can have an official position, they do kind of have one on the dirty break, on using the Democratic Party to build themselves up. And once they are big enough that they can function as an independent party, they'll just leave. And then the Democratic Party is just hemorrhaged however much support that they've built with the DSA, and they've basically just built up this fucking Frankenstein that's going to come back and crush them. So that's a big problem as well. But these kind of future hypothetical outcomes they're just a little bit too... It's legitimate fear, but I don't know if it's one that you would vote a Republican over. That's the bit that I get stuck on. I don't know why you would vote like a election-denying Republican over that potential fear, given that there are so many stages between now and then.
Problem winning 2028, 2030, 2032. I think that these are equally big problems.
Okay, well, Wick, then just say this. Say MAGA's worse, but I think that electing Hong might make it easier for MAGA to win in 2028. Like, at least then you can say, okay, maybe Hong wouldn't be as bad as MAGA, right?
Again, that's not the only reason she's bad. That is the reason I'm pitching to you.
But you would have to, if you were a Wisconsin voter, like, and you have influence.
Third parties are unviable. The dirty break is a stupid grift position to try and preempt anti-electoral shit. I'm sorry, you can say that, but then you're just dismissing what the DSA platform is, more or less. Like, again, however much they can have a platform, it seems to be that the DSA has held this position on the dirty break since 2019. So, bro. But it's like if we switch out all the DSA people for Dixiecrats. But yeah, well, their segregation position's a meme position, but like, would you really hold that same standard?
Tell your people that live in Wisconsin are going to vote.
Sit home.
What are you going to tell them? Just don't vote?
Yes, I will tell them, hey, look, vote your conscience, but for me, I'm sitting out.
No, that's what fucking Hassan did in 2024, and I will never stop giving him shit for that.
He's doing that with Kamala, who was a strong
No,
liberal
but
candidate
genocide.
who
I
wasn't a
can't
threat
tell
to
people in good
anything,
faith to do it. It was a genocide. I can't tell you.
He
Vote
was
your
wrong,
conscience. I won't
and
tell you
I
what
am
to do.
correct. That's the difference here. There's different facts.
Oh, okay. I'm just right and he's wrong. No, you're
Nah,
both
Yes,
fucking retarded.
yes,
Rick. I'm
yes,
sorry. This is so
yes.
stupid.
Kamala is just better than Hong in the DSA in every.
No,
single
but
way
I think it might
Well,
make
the difference is that not voting for Harris over the war in Gaza got you a president who was objectively worse on Gaza. Whereas if your goal is to fuck the DSA and have the Democratic Party more long-term electable, then letting a Republican win against her would kind of achieve that. It's a huge risk, but there is some A to B there, not like the Hassan Kamala thing. But yeah, these are not really the same position.
It make the Democrats harder to win in 2028 because Kamala will be feckless, and then MAGA will win even harder in 2028. So look, it's just a calculus. I just have to vote for MAGA or sit out. I can't tell you to do that. Sorry.
Okay, you're just wrong here, though.
I'm fucking not actually holding this
You
position.
are
I think
wrong.
It's retarded.
You are trying to compare them saying the sky is red and me saying no, it's actually blue, and you're like, well, I don't know. Both sides have a point here. No, you look out the fucking window and you see if the sky is red or sky is blue.
Wait, can I ask, who do you hope wins? Even though you can't win, let's say you sit it out. Who would you hope wins?
Man, I hope. I think I think it'd be better if Hong lost. I think it would be better if Hong lost.
Yes. So you would prefer MAGA win?
I don't know why you're being cagey about it. Say it with your fucking chest, Wick.
Yeah.
I keep saying it.
At least be like
look. I'm not going to parrot your lines. I'm going to say it how I want.
Yeah, because you're scared.
If it's better than wait, Wick.
Peer pressure
if it's better that Hong loses,
Hong
loses, Wick, why don't you just endorse MAGA right now and say, well, I want Hong to lose, and the best way for that to happen is to win.
I'm saying don't.
Why not? You want Hong to lose, right? That's the better option.
I think it would be better for Hong to lose.
Okay, well, there's one way for that to happen, and that's for MAGA to win, right?
Sit out. Don't.
No.
And let MAGA
Hong
win.
will lose if MAGA wins. This is a one or the other.
Ask, clarifying though, Wick, are you hoping that taking this position now, 90 days before the November election, would get Hong to move and change her position, or is there nothing there?
Yeah, look,
there's no
hey,
redemption
if
for
if Hong repents and Hong says, you know what, I disavow the DSA, Hassan Piker, you're a fucking psycho.
That's leverage. We call that
boom,
leverage.
I switch my position immediately. Boom. We
call
are
that
back on the Hong train, baby.
Uncommitted Wick.
You're going to hold out and hold the voting booth, right? And if she doesn't do it, you won't endorse.
Gettable voter.
I don't think she's going to do that.
Okay, that's not your goal then in doing this. You're convinced she will not change, and you're not trying to pressure her to change in any way.
My goal here, my advocacy is for people to have some lines and some standards. Because MAGA isn't and I really want to stress this. MAGA isn't the only threat to our liberal democracy. The DSA and the left is also a threat. The far left I'm talking about. I'm not talking Soy Bill or Pisco or any of the people here. I'm talking the far left.
Which is worse right now, Wick?
They are a fundamental threat.
Wick,
and I think
which
you
is
guys
worse
are
right
just
now?
downplaying this all the time.
Wick,
and
which
I
is
don't
worse
know
right
how
now?
to get it through your head.
Which is worse right now, Wick? Is it the group of people that control all three branches of government, or the people, as Hutch has pointed out, who have won
who
4
control
seats?
all three branches of government are more dangerous.
Mhm.
But if the DSA controlled all three branches of government, they would be just as dangerous.
Yeah, and
I wonder if these guys need to take a lesson from the fucking British politics, because the British politics position was quite simple. It's that if you make Corbyn the leader, he'll never get elected. Like, why would you fuck the party with an unelectable candidate? That was what they used to say about Corbyn. And they were very almost proven wrong in 2017, and then they got vindicated again in 2019 against Boris. Why don't they just say that? Why don't they just do that line? Seems pretty easy. Unelectable. God, it's still ringing in my head after 7 fucking years.
Grandma had wheels, she'd be a fucking bike, but they don't.
Do you not
Why don't you say,
understand?
hey, let's fight
Easier
these
to
people
ride her.
in the fucking primary. Let's get these people out because I don't like their policies. They're a danger to the Democrats. They're a danger to Western civilization. But once they win,
Because we've
let's
seen this-
fucking
we've
stop
seen this
MAGA.
play
Let's
out
not
before,
let MAGA
man.
win and say, I really hope MAGA wins because that
saw-
means Hong loses.
we saw this
Wick,
is the
Wick,
exact
you are
same
legitimizing
argument
those
that
The
four
real
guys-
scary thing about this as well, though, is that Hong is running in this primary, but it seems like the debate is about whether it's already jumped to the general, because liberals just don't have any enthusiasm for their own candidates. It's really fucking bad. Oh, what do we do about that? Where is that? No wonder everyone wants to go and hang out with fucking Al Sayed and Mamdani. You know, these guys are cool and exciting, and they They speak some language of the modern media. Like, where's the energy for all these Democrats who are opposing them? That's the problem, the shitty liberal candidates. But again, how bad was McMorrow? I thought McMorrow was like fairly accomplished as a candidate. Or, I mean, Spanberger won pretty well, but... No, I don't know if that's the problem. I think in the media space, it's like that as well. This as well. There is a problem where you see look at all of this rift that there is, and these guys are all liberals, right? These guys are not socialists or communists. Wick has been grilled by his own side in this 52 minutes, less than 52 minutes, more than Hassan ever was by his own side for the Kamala position ever. Like, why? And somehow it always just seems to be the same way. Like everyone just seems to be like fucking out lefting each other or out progressiving each other.
Fuck ass lefties who come into my chat and say, scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. These people would vote for a Republican. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You guys are fucking crazy. You're not on my side. And then you come out and say, I don't know. I kind of want MAGA to win this election. And I'm like, wow, you just proved all those retards right. That's how mad I am at you. You're making lefties think they're right.
You can be mad, but I'm just correct here. Because again, the argument you're making is that we have to accept literally almost anything in order to beat MAGA.
Yeah, it's a lesser of two evils.
That's going to allow us.
It's going to lead to the death of the Democratic
Party.
Wait, is Keith asking to join Live and Learn?
Hey,
Keith Edwards is in my chat.
Keith Edwards.
Awesome.
Wait,
let me ask.
He's
wait,
massive.
just quickly.
If he wants on, you guys should bring him on.
Yeah,
my opinion.
he's cool, dude.
Is he asking? Is that what chat said or no? He might be trolling me here.
Keith,
come on.
Let Soy Pill or Hutch know if you want on.
I did watch a bit of this last night. This guy seems like very... I won't say anything.
And
I will fight all of you. Okay.
No, we gotta be. There's a dog pile going on here. I feel like reflexively, I want to take the opposite position.
But Wick, so just
go ahead.
Straight up, who's worse right now, DSA or MAGA?
I think MAGA is worse because they control the government, but the DSA is worse because they're so insidious, and there's a difference.
So the immediate threat then is MAGA.
But it can, again, yes. But if we want to, because it's not just the immediate threat. Like MAGA is not going to go away, right?
But here's the thing:
we all understand that, correct?
We won't have those fights in the future if we don't get through 2028. You know what I'm saying? Like there is nothing to worry about in the future about DSA
when we
taking
talk
over.
about 2028, defeating DSA now will make it easier to defeat MAGA in 2028.
Okay, but what can be done? Hong is headed towards victory.
Again,
we could say let's sit out and hope she loses to MAGA. I guess that's the solution.
So what if she wins? What's the strategy then?
If she wins, then we have a much harder time.
Do we need a really moderate candidate for Republican so that the moderate Republican can beat her in 2030, whatever? Like, this is so crazy. Wait, why don't you stop being a pussy and just say you want MAGA to win instead of like, I'll sit it out. You're doing the same exact shit.
It's not being a pussy, I'm being honest.
All right.
I'm being straightforward.
You prefer she loses, which means MAGA wins. So you prefer MAGA wins. Just
hold on.
You won't say it because
I want to interrogate. I want to interrogate the claim that you said that we're understating the threat of DSA. I'm just curious.
Yes.
Do you think that, for example, do you think that the threat of DSA is literally that in 10 years' time, 40% of the country are going to think that we shouldn't have any immigration enforcement? Are you afraid of their specific ideology and policy platform actually being broadly popular with the electorate?
Well, no, but they don't need to be popular with the electorate because they're not popular with the electorate now. To get into positions of influence and power within the party, to make the party have bad positions that cause us to never win an election again.
Did that happen? Did that happen with Biden, for example? I mean, he didn't adopt any of the crazy positions. He made concessions to the left, but he didn't make concessions to DSA. He wasn't super extreme, right?
Sure, and Biden was a great president, and he made some concessions to the progressives.
I mean, I agree with you that the threat of DSA is that they can rat fuck the party and help Republicans win future elections. But I just when I look at their past performances and just the trend lines that have occurred throughout this entire era of Trump, It's just so obvious that they will never be broadly popular enough to. So like their illiberalism to me is like, I think it's bad.
Arguments about MAGA.
No,
when in 2012, 2011, 2013, when the Tea Party was starting getting ready and MAGA was just kind of like a baby in the crib, I heard those same arguments from many of my Republican friends.
But DSA's policy platform is considerably less popular than MAGA's, like by orders of magnitude, right?
For now, yes.
Well, that's why I asked.
Libs are sad that people want something different and are vocalizing it. Honestly, from where I'm standing, it looks like Libs are seeing that people want something different, but no one seems to articulate exactly what that different is, because the legislation seems to be incredibly wishy-washy. Like the policy ideas seem to be all over the shop. And it seems that people are just falling increasingly for people who are just kind of offering a brand, like a vague image with nothing really underlying it. That must be quite hard.
Do you think it's plausible that like in 10 years, 40% of the country are going to say like we shouldn't have borders or immigration enforcement?
I think it's possible. Is it likely? I don't know how likely. I can't.
I don't think that's going to happen.
So wait. I'm triggered by chat. Everyone's saying I don't have this fucking energy for lefties. Doesn't know who the fuck I am and how I've been yelling at them for the past 2 years about how they threw away their fucking power and votes. Shut the fuck up. You
to be
stupid
clear,
fucking
hey, I just want to make it clear too. Soy Pill's my buddy. Everyone
wait, Wicky's
my
my
buddy.
boy.
We like.
Yeah, I do like Wick
each
a
other.
lot.
We're
I know you can
friends.
take it.
We're fighting.
I wouldn't be yelling at Wick this
okay.
hard if I didn't love him. Okay.
Exactly. Look, I don't call people. If I didn't respect you, I wouldn't be fighting you. I'd be like, okay, whatever, and just go.
Wait, Josiah had a question. I want to hear it.
Yeah. So Wick, I'll take what Hutch said there at face value. I don't know what the relative polling popularity is between DSA's positions versus MAGA's or the Tea Parties, but Hutch, knows what he's talking about. So let's just take that at face value. So there's so many differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, DSA and MAGA and the Tea Party. One thing that frustrates me when I see this in my mentions, all of my fucking mentions about, well, look what happened to Republicans, look what happened to Republicans. And when we go through all the many reasons that the differences, the major differences between the two parties, it seems like it just goes right over people. It just washes off. The fact that something happened to the Republican Party does not mean that it will happen to the Democratic Party.
Not
because
necessarily.
They're correct. So do
you think we're like immune to it?
I think that it is much less likely. I'm not going to sit here and say that in no timeline in the multiverse could some sort of MAGA style takeover of the Democratic Party occur, but you, in my opinion, should be justifying your fear, because the other thing is this. You have the fact that the Republican Party is much more demographically and ideologically homogenous compared to the Democratic Party. You have what Hutch said about the relative popularity of the positions that the fringe elements took before they eventually conquered the Republican Party. And you have the fact that constitutionally speaking, the Democratic Party is infinitely more likely to fight amongst themselves and to eject not only members, but leaders. We effectively kicked out the sitting president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, because we thought he was an electoral liability. Yep. The Republican Party is just not capable of that. And then the other thing is this. Okay. We just don't see a history of it in the Democratic Party. And despite all of these differences, nobody has yet to account for that. Nobody who takes your position, not Destiny, not Mooten, not you, nobody has said, okay, here's why I still fear that this thing could occur within the Democratic Party. Go ahead.
Lay it out. So this idea that we don't have a history of this is just not true. If you look at the party from 2012 and its evolution to today, we have much more left-leaning people of influence and power. Like, for example, last cycle, it would have been unheard of for anyone to be campaigning with Hassan Piker. That just would not have happened.
Oh my God. I mean, he wasn't involved in that kind of shit. He himself didn't involve himself in that. That's the metric?
No, that's one of the metrics. Are you saying I'm wrong? That if Hassan Piker
Pisco, I mean, the Overton window has shifted substantially in the last 10 years.
No, that's not what he just said. No, I agree.
It's just that thing where it sounds so tired because, Hassan bad or whatever. Dude, Hassan supports terrorists. He celebrates them. He celebrates, not only does he celebrate terrorists, he celebrates terrorists who literally want to who fucking have a slogan about cursing the Jews. That's just fucking weird. That's so strange. dude.
Party has become more left wing. Part of the reason you know that is because Joe Biden was the most progressive.
The Dems used to be the slave owners.
President of our lifetime, and Joe Biden was influenced heavily by people like Bernie Sanders and other very left wing members of the Democratic Party. I'm not denying that, but the question is, like, if the metric is Hassan Piker wouldn't have done that back in the day, or Hassan Piker didn't do that with them. Okay, but isn't it the whole complaint that he didn't used to do this kind of like intervention for Democrats?
My whole complaint with Hassan is he's a
hang
terrorist
on.
reporting anti-Semite.
Whether
he campaigns with this or not.
Keith said he joined, by the way. I just texted him. Keith said he'll join.
That feels a bit disingenuous, Pisco. Because like,
wait, what's disingenuous?
Because you're saying like, well, wasn't the complaint that he wasn't out there like supporting Democrats? It's like, well, that's not really.
But now he's supporting Democrats who are obviously closer to the what he like, who are trying to make the party in his image.
We're talking about right.
No.
He's only out there right now supporting.
I'm saying something different.
Still doing the Hassan's anti-Semitic slander. There's a ton to criticize him about. The nonsense he spewed just wasn't one of them. I'm sorry. Yeah, listen, Sinor, you live in a world where you can celebrate and fucking throat the cocks of people who talk about cursing the Jews and who literally had to fucking purge 200 Jews out of Sana because that was too many of them. 200 living in our town is too many, so we need to fucking chase them all out. And who still to this day publish and repeat religious justifications for their hatred of the Jews. I'm sorry. Nah, you're a fucking idiot. You would never give that charity to anyone else. Anti-Semitism to you is just not a big problem. Doesn't really fucking matter.
Saying is, if he was not like even involving himself in that time period, then there's nothing to compare X versus Y, right? I agree that like it's not the whole like him not being involved in favor of Kamala or Biden, that kind of stuff. I'm just saying.
I understand.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Did you send him the link, Josiah?
I'm sending it right now via Twitter DM.
Okay, great. And he can get in.
What side is Keith
I can fight
on
1,
here?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. But here's the thing. In this Pisco, this is a problem I have with you. Like, I'm trying to paint a picture of a wall, and every time I paint a brick, you're like, we gotta stop at the brick and we gotta litigate this brick right now. Let me get through it, and then you can take me brick by brick.
Is the point overall that the party has shifted to the left? If it's that, I'll grant it. Yes, it's true.
Okay, well, that just shifting to the left isn't sufficient for this, right? And I think we both agree on that. It wouldn't be sufficient to make my case.
Agreed.
It does kind of show that the party can change over time, right? Like, Josiah, you're pointing to a snapshot of right now. You don't think, and to be clear, I agree with you. Like, this instant, tomorrow we're not going to have DSA.
Let's just keep doing the historical analogies. Come on. DSA winning more and more seats, or even like a governor primary or anything else, dude, that's just MAGA's Reichstag fire. You know, the DSA are going to come out in fucking sways, and that's just going to terrify the shit out of the right-leaning independents who are sketchy about MAGA, because they're going to be like, oh no, this fear of communism has got me so bad that I'm going to actually just need to make my peace with fascism for now, so I can. That's just people always say this thing about like, oh, you know, it's always the. It's the absence of a left-wing alternative that breeds fascism. That's not necessarily true, though. Right? It's fascism. Also, it's like the more they can sell a fear of communism, the better they do. It's a big part of their strategy.
They just take over in a night of the broken glass, like light of the long knives. That's not going to happen. But my fear is
those are two very different events. But okay,
this is going to start a ball rolling. That's going to be harder and harder and harder to stop as it gets bigger and bigger.
Right, but what's the way to stop that, Wick? Better policies, better politicians, winning primaries, not electing MAGA so that they don't have the position for a few years. Like, you need to be able to like nip this in the bud. If we talked about how Republicans should have stopped MAGA,
how was Biden's policy?
We should have elect more Democrats. Like, that's not what they'd be saying. They say we need to run better MAGA or anti-MAGA politicians.
Good overall,
what? Yeah,
Biden's policies.
Of course.
Was that sufficient to win?
No, you need better rhetoric.
So saying we can just win by better policies is kind of silly.
Okay,
right?
How are you stopping the DSA wave other than maybe hoping MAGA wins? What's your other prescription?
The other prescription, better messaging is number one.
Okay.
Acknowledging the threat that DSA, like one of the reasons DSA gets away with what it gets away with is because people are like, well, they're just like us. They're just, they're democratic socialists in the way that maybe Pisco is, or the way that maybe
I'm not a
is.
Democratic
Really like
socialist.
I'm a
you know what I
social
mean,
Democrat,
though?
Wick.
They're like
Don't get
they're
it mixed
left
up.
leaning, they're progressive. They call themselves progressives, and they change what they call themselves in different venues, by the way, right? But they get away by masking on and people just kind of letting them in, right? So by identifying the threat, by kind of unmasking them, by kind of forcing people to really reckon with what they actually stand for and what they're actually trying to do, I think a lot of people were like, whoa, they really want to abolish prisons? That's fucking crazy. And I think that goes a long way. But I think that one of the reasons they get away with it is, like I said, no one takes them serious. And it's insidious. And that's why it's very, very dangerous.
Right. But
we all recognize the threat of MAGA. All of us.
As political commentators, we can all look at these shitty positions and say these are shitty positions, right? I don't think anyone here is disagreeing with this. Abolish prisons is fucking ridiculous, right? But if you're asking what does the Democratic Party do when you say we need to cut them out of the tent, we need to get rid of this cancer, we need to stop the stone from rolling down the hill.
Ooh.
Okay.
Stop
so we message better, right?
He means
I
like
agree with that.
publicly. He means like publicly disavowing them, distancing yourself from their policies. Like Biden did that. To be honest with you,
Right.
When Biden said, "I am the party," when people were trying to tie him to like Bernie's policies, and so like I guess Wick, I'm just saying like I think the better outcome would be Hong wins, and then we have like sensible Democrats that are in positions of leadership that have platforms and influence to do exactly that, to just say like, listen,
look, I hope
the voters made their decision in Wisconsin, but obviously the Democratic Party is never going to support, getting rid of borders.
Yeah.
I just am I throwing in Keith, guys? He's here.
Yeah, these guys. It's weird. Like, I just don't know why the unelectable thing hasn't come up. Like, yeah, that's probably the best argument, isn't it? The idea that they risk making the Democratic Party unelectable against MAGA. That if you go too far left, you basically just give right wingers, especially fascist right wingers, like their ultimate fucking treat, which is to actually be facing against communists or to convince their voters that they're voting against communists.
Bring them
on. All right. Seven people. This is the most libs learning we've ever had.
Yo, what up, Keith?
Hi. How are you?
Good, buddy. You doing well, man?
Who the fuck is this guy? I feel like I've seen his name. Like a million times.
Double check you're using the right mic. Go to
DSA,
settings at the bottom and then make sure it's the right mic there.
Certified little Brady bunch here.
Oh.
Is that? I'm gonna put Wick in the center though. There we go.
Hold on,
Okay, I imagine this DSA guy will be a segment, so I'm gonna need another coffee. I'm fucking sleepy. I'll get another coffee and then I will probably get a segment out of this guy, this Keith Edwards, because he's no, I won't poison the well, okay? Because I've seen a bit of him already. 1 minute. Okay, go.
Another mic check. Keith,
Test.
do another
Hello?
mic check for us.
Hi.
Yeah,
There
that's
you
better.
go.
There you go.
better.
There
Yep.
All right, there we go. Hi.
How's it going?
Welcome
What's your
to
take
Live
on
and
all
Learn.
this?
Nice to meet you.
This is a lot of men. This is a lot of men.
It's the manliest podcast there is.
Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
So Keith, what you said you could only be here for 20 minutes. So weigh in on this. We're curious.
What is the topic at hand? I was gonna yell that in your chat, Hutch.
So Keith is the DSA guy. He's actually a DSA member. So we have ostensibly 6 libs and 1 DSA guy. Let's see how it goes.
So, I'm grateful to
DSA,
be.
a bigger threat than MAGA right now. That's
Is
the topic.
DSA a bigger threat than MAGA?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's broader discourse about the concept of blue no matter who, and Wick is taking the position.
Where should
that-
our lines be?
Yeah,
Where should our lines be? Is it blue no matter
here's
who?
the thing. Here's what I don't like is I think like there's a lot of personalities on Twitter who are doing this, and I really try not to do it. I think attacking the factions within the left does not help anyone. And I think like one of the things that MAGA has done for better or for worse is they're kind of, I mean, we're seeing it splinter now, but they're pretty cohesive. And I think like when it comes to most things, I think everyone on this live stream probably agrees on most of the big things, right? And so it's like that small 5%, it just doesn't feel like we're all on the same team. Maybe that sounds like really like naive or something, but I think like we're all trying to like work towards in the same direction.
Well,
And we
let me push back. I don't think the DSA has the same end goals as liberals and progressives. They want to go far further than that. They want to end capitalism.
I think they
right?
have an extreme endpoint, but I do think the DSA does want to get to the same. We are all going in the same direction. I think they have a more extreme end than say like liberalism, but I don't think they
What does it
are
mean by all going in
totally
the same
different.
direction?
I don't think they're like.
I mean, they literally say
hugely
we're not
different.
Democrats. We're using the Democrats, and like, don't get me wrong. Just to
he
push
knows.
back on this, Keith. I am totally for criticizing these people. The people that say you can't punch left, I think, are very, very stupid. They just don't want the heat. I think Wick is totally fine to call these people out. My issue with Wick is that he says, "Well, to beat them, we need to let MAGA win."
Vote for
I'm fine
Tom
with
Tiffany in
criticizing these people,
Tom
primarying these
Tiffany.
people. Look at what happened with Cory Bush, with Jamal Bowman. If you don't like these people, once they get the power, this is the time where we say, "Well, no, this is bad. You're passing bad policy. Let's get
But
rid
I
of these
just think
people."
there's like not this like inherent evil with some people on the left just because they see things a little differently than you do.
Well,
That's
no,
all.
that's not why. It's not because they see things differently, right?
What a
It's
what a meaningless statement.
because they want to do things that I think that would fundamentally destroy our party and destroy America, and they hang out and are boosted by people.
How many
that I do
DSA
find-
members are there? Aren't there like only like 100,000
120.
or something?
Yeah.
So
Doesn't
like,
take much.
I mean, but come on,
Like,
you're
here's
really
the thing,
worried about
Keith.
100,000 people are going to destroy
But
the
there's-
country?
This guy is really not helping, is he? So far, well, we're small and we just see things a bit differently.
There are polls
Like,
showing
it just
that
feels
like
like
a third.
again, it just feels like misplaced.
I think it's more about their oversized impact on the discourse. So it's true that very few people in this country identify as like an authoritarian leftist or like an actual Marxist, or could even like define what those words mean.
But DSA is not made up with people who think they're Marxists or.
Oh no! Wait, hang on.
Are you sure, bro?
No, I'm saying there
We
are
gotta bring
people
out the
in
flow chart.
DSA.
Like
there are
16
people in
different
DSA who think they are Marxists. Yes, who believe.
No,
it.
that's the whole. But no, that's the whole org. That's the entire organization.
Like, do you believe in everything in the Democratic Party?
No, I don't. But I'm saying like the
Okay, well, then
organization
there's a lot of people in the
are,
DSA who also
No.
do not agree with like that. Like what do they put like those things that they believe in? I don't know what the
Have you
abolish
read their-
prisons
wait,
and everything.
Yeah,
Hold
yeah,
on.
yeah. That
Have
shit's
you read
nuts.
their-
I was at a
have you read their
DSA meeting
platform?
3 weeks ago, and they were like, a majority of the people who were there were like, "Yeah, that shit's insane." The thing is like, there's a discrepancy. There's like there's internal debates too, of like where the DSA wants to head, and there's a huge difference between the national DSA versus local chapters.
Well,
and I think that's something that's
listen, I take your point. You can have chapters that are maybe more moderate than others, but if I go to the DSA platform, the very first thing at the very top here asks, imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. That's the very first thing that they mentioned on their on their website.
A democratic socialist is an anti-capitalist as well. If they weren't, they would call themselves social democrats. They're very clear that they want to go much further than social democrats, and they also ultimately want to use those policies to push the country in a way that basically like gets rid of private property. So I don't really know why. Well, not everyone in there believes that. Okay, well, sorry. Yeah, some people maybe they found the wrong room in the fucking meeting. Maybe some people are in the wrong building, but I'm sorry. What's the sign on the building matters.
Oh, you can say that you went to a meeting and there were people that were more chill, but the organization is like very definitionally.
I understand. And I think
anti-capitalist, anti-liberal.
Yes, I think the people at the top of the DSA, but I think there's also like this fight within the DSA to decide in what direction.
No one hates DSA more than the internal members. All they do is fight. But first of all, guys, if anyone called me a sweeper before, I think you can say I'm strictly to the right
Here's a comment
of Keith.
Dave can't delete. Thanks for fighting the good fight, you mad Scotsman.
Thanks for $10. McNulty Sober Companion. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Yes, Professor Dave will never defeat that comment. That comment's up forever. Well done.
On the defense here, this is very clearly like, all right, like they want very different things than the current Democratic Party. They want to use the Democratic Party to achieve those things. I think you're downplaying the severity of how bad it could get. I'm just saying MAGA's worse right now.
Well, wait a minute. So this is something new because I didn't realize this. Of course, it's because I don't obsess over it. But the DSA platform was not voted on by its 100,000 members. Is that correct? It was approved.
No, they have they have a convention and they have
there's a convention
and they vote on the platform. So it's democratized within the institute.
No, there's a vote. I don't know how the whole process works, but it's not like every member is voting on the platform.
Yeah, but
and also is any party like that?
Like you're a Democratic Party member. Did you vote on the Democratic Party platform?
No, but if it was so disanalogous to what you believed, would you call yourself a Democrat, or would you say, hey, I'm an independent and I don't really agree with most of this, but I'm going to vote as a Democrat, right? Like you wouldn't be a paying member of an organization that was that antithetical to what you truly believed, right?
I also think
you would. I think you would.
It's a bit of a cop-out to say, sorry, Keith, I'll just be real quick. It's a bit of a cop-out to say, I'm not attacking you on this, Keith, but some of these DSA people they're like, I'm not associated with the national, I'm with the local. Well, Hong did that from Wisconsin. I looked up her Madison branch, and sure enough, there's a working group to abolish prisons in there when she said she doesn't support that. So I feel like the local groups are pretty much in line with the national too.
That's just hasn't been my experience, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could.
This is her here, Madison area DSA. This is Hong's endorsement. She's endorsed by them. This is to do with candidate policy. Let's see, where did he see that? About Us, political platform. Under construction. Nice. Where did he get this about prisons? Is it from here? This is about their composition and their makeup. Okay. Resources. Chapter statements. Oh yeah, this is just their position on different issues. Only socialism defeats barbarism. Okay. Pretty sure. Never mind. I was going to make a joke about how it was liberals that nuked the barbarism, but it's okay. Molotov-Ribbentrop memes. No appetite for apartheid. Shop ethically. Okay. It's a pretty shit website, but let's see. Wonder where IRI got that from, if it's not on this page. Whoa. Oh, they have a statement here. This is about ICE, though. They say prisons as well? This is about abolishing ICE. He said there was a working group. Oh, this. We believe that abolition is a key tenet of socialism, as prisons and policing are some of the most direct and personal means of state-driven oppression in our current society. Okay. And this is the Hong campaign. Okay, okay. Fucked up, man. What can you do?
You could paint with a broad brush and.
Well, I think,
but...
I think there would be like unfairly mischaracterizing a group, and then there's taking their national platform. I think like the Democratic Party national platform similarly defines the party when those things are relevant every 4 years. And I just don't understand this idea that we
give
wouldn't
this grace to MAGA. Like if someone was like, well, I don't vote with Trump on everything, and there's some things I disagree with MAGA brand, but 80% of the time, 75% of the time, they identify as MAGA, we wouldn't grant them this grace. Why are we doing it for these guys?
Is it MAGA or MAGA?
I don't fucking know.
I would like to know.
Good question.
I think it's MAGA. Don't give them the soft A. They don't deserve it.
The hard A.
Good one.
I think with peace and love in my heart, I feel like, Keith, you're sane washing a little bit. There's this concept in those circles of entryism where these groups will deliberately infiltrate, parties like the Democratic Party. And then they run on populist, broadly like popular economic policies like, rent control or, lower taxes for middle income and low income people and subsidized healthcare. But the whole point is to sort of like hollow out the institution and rebuild it in their image, or do what they call like a dirty break where they get enough support.
Are you a DSA member?
That's politics. That's just politics, bro.
Member, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Oh. So Keith, do you support those things we've talked about, like abolishing prison?
No, I don't.
So why did you join DSA then?
Because
what made you join?
It's not. Well, first off, have you? I think if you've ever been a part of a political group, they're more aligned with what I believe and the actions that they take than like the local Democratic club that I used to be a member of.
Yeah,
so
what do they stand for that you think makes you want to align with them more than a Democrat?
Well, I like that they're actually action oriented and they're trying to do things locally within like New York or Florida. And they actually seem to be doing things that are changing politics for the better, in my opinion. We have Zoran Mamdani, who, if not for the DSA, AOC, if not for the DSA, wouldn't be political figures. And it just was really funny to me that the establishment is so upset about the DSA when they're actually just helping create better politicians that actually are helping the Democratic brand.
Well, how do you square that? How do you square that with like JB Pritzker, for example, who's been really aggressive on super progressive policy? Or how do you square that with Abigail Spanberger, who signed nearly 1,000 bills into law in her first 90 days?
1,000
I mean,
bills.
you say like DSA are the ones that are action oriented, but I just never hear a peep about politicians like
Spending
Shapiro,
my
who had
unemployment money on boxes of fun until the end of capitalism.
Hey, that's the 10 euros. Really appreciate that, Knorrs. Thank you so much. 6 out of 10 on the goal, guys. Well done. Also, Boof Clouds, thanks for the goal, for the dono. It would be epic if we completed the goal before he's back, chat. Like, really super epic. 5 supers in a... Nah, that's not happening. Sorry.
As like God tier net approval.
No. I'm saying I'm saying like Amazon is fighting a bill that's going through the city council in New York that would make it so that delivery drivers who do the last mile here in New York City have to actually be Amazon employees. Right now, they're contractors. And so they've been taking a lot of actions around that to help push that through the process of the city council. That's what I mean.
Sure, but that's not exclusive
I don't
to
feel
DSA.
Yeah, I don't
What's
feel
that?
like that's a DSA.
That's not a
thing.
DSA
That's-
That
exclusive.
is the DSA.
Like,
No, the
Democrats fight
DSA
for
is
stuff
like
that.
they find specifics, things like that help workers.
DSA statement on the presidential race November 2024. Workers deserve more than Trump versus Harris. Every 4 years, working people are faced with the same, quote, choices for president, a conservative Democrat, a deranged Republican, and a gallery of self-promotional minor party candidates. For many people, voting doesn't seem worth the effort. If re-elected, Trump would be a terror on the working class. As described in Project 2025, the extreme right wants to consolidate power under a Trump presidency throughout the expansion of authoritarian executive action. He would aim to repress fundamental democratic rights, stoke violence and discrimination against immigrants and trans people, and throw into chaos essential federal regulations on labor, corporate profit, and the environment. His administration would also want to target organizations like DSA for repression. Harris is not the alternative we deserve. She's embraced Trump's border wall and Biden's support for genocide in Palestine and would repeat destructive policies carried out under previous administrations like mass deportations and global imperialist warfare. She's highlighted the most depraved Republicans as her core supporters, like Dick Cheney and Alberto Gonzalez, who carried out and defended the torture and abuse of thousands of Iraqis. Her allegiance to the capitalist class has already tempered any supposed interest in progressive reforms and sows the seeds for future right-wing demagogues. The risk of a Trump presidency has grown because of her deliberate strategic choices. If Trump wins, the blame will lie squarely with Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party establishment. Both candidates oppose an arms embargo on Israel, the only policy that can bring an end to the ongoing genocide of Palestinians and prevent yet another horrific war in the Middle East. That is completely fucking delusional, but okay. This is why so many people are rejecting the two major parties and are hungry for a political alternative. So, many of our members are committed to defeating Trump and will vote tactically to that end. Others are committed to rejecting the human horrors and hollow principles Harris represents, so they will vote for a third-party candidate or leave their ballot blank. What's most important is the organizing we do after Election Day and our ability to fight the capitalist class by strengthening our unions, mobilizing millions of people to fight injustice, and electing socialists to all levels of government. Now, who strengthened unions more than any other president in the last 3 or 4 decades? Oh, it was Biden. That's crazy. RIP. That's why we are running Democratic Socialist candidates for office across the country, like LIB. Okay, gotcha. As Democratic Socialists, we refuse to be limited by the Democrat and Republican factions of the ruling class. They would like working people to stay alienated from each other and competing amongst ourselves for scraps. But we refuse that too. We choose solidarity. We understand that only a mass movement of the working class can fundamentally change our lives for the better. We must organize mass strikes, issue campaigns, boycotts, protests, sit-ins, and marches, all of which will require powerful labor unions, tenant unions, student groups, parent groups, and community coalitions. It will also require running more candidates for office that want to build a new working class political party. Okay. That's not really an endorsement or really much of anything, is it? Goofy. What's important is what we do after Trump wins. Okay, sure. Aiming to build a party that fights for democracy, dignified jobs and wages, Medicare for all, education for all, housing for all. Well, that's a lot of things to pay for, okay? End to the US war machine, a free Palestine, and the eventual transformation of our economy from capitalist exploitation to collective liberation. Okay. Okay, cool. I mean, we knew that anyway, didn't we?
Like bills like that, and they try to make sure that they are putting pressure on the politicians to get it passed, and also making people aware that Amazon and other companies are trying to fight it.
Do this?
Well, Keith, to bridge the gap here, I think.
I don't think. But that's the thing. It's like it's an act.
You don't think Democrats have stood up for the working class again and again and again with bill after bill after bill?
No, I'm saying that Democrats aren't organized like that on the local level. That's what I mean.
What does that mean?
So you're saying the local Democratic chapters don't have that
energy?
No,
I've been in local Democratic chapters. They literally exist to help the members of Congress and the local elected stay in power. That's the whole point. And trust me, there's no activism at the Democratic clubs, at least the ones in New York City.
Doesn't that seem a little bit? Doesn't that seem a little bit broad? I mean, like, doesn't
just to clarify here, so what you're saying is, so if I understand you correctly, because they're hitting you with like statewide and national figures, and to be clear, Keith, and I'm sure you would agree, there is an overstatement on the part of the left that Democrats never get anything done. You know that's bullshit. Like, again, Spanberger's a good example. Joe Biden got a lot done. Like, there is a lot of movement.
No, they don't care. That's why they're literally talking about strengthening unions, but they can't see a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, even though the Democrats, this was after they had strengthened unions more than any other president of the last, in our lifetime, in my lifetime. Fuck. But yeah, they don't give a shit. And not only that, the unions themselves even said this, didn't they? Am I crazy? Did unions not say this? That it got harder to union bust because of the getting rid of the Trump prosecutor from the National Labor Relations Board, or what was the bill that he passed that did this? U.S. politics. UAW endorsed Kamala. Yeah, the auto workers union. Yeah. It was protecting the Right to Organize Act, was it? Basically made union busting harder and it easier to form a union, gave unions more rights. Like, that's the gist of it. He was called the most pro-union president in like a generation. I don't understand. Crazy.
And at the national and state level from quote unquote establishment Democratic figures. But you're saying at the local level, in your experience, the DSA there was more game in town for the local chapter of the DSA, and that's why, because you're in New York, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So you signed up with the New York DSA because for local issues you preferred them as opposed to the Democratic Party.
Yes. And as I'm saying, I mean, I know you all want to be like DSA is a little. I'm not a Marxist. I consider myself to be like a social democrat. And so and there's a lot of people like me, but I say the main.
You're just in a Marxist party, though. Yeah.
The main people who go to these meetings are just more progressive Democrats, and so it's I don't know, but I understand the party platform and that lady that went on Fox News. Insane, but also why can't I be a member of something and try?
This is why it's just so fucking weird for Democrats who are actually out there legislating and fighting for things. Because you look at your opposition, and these guys, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. This guy, people are calling this guy a leftist Nick Shirley. Yeah. Fucking the brocialist energy on this guy is insane.
To do what I can to put my beliefs onto the party, onto the group too. So it's like, I think like this idea
the
of
argument is that the majority of DSA is Marxist-Leninist, and their end goals are not the same as yours if you truly aren't a Marxist-Leninist.
No, they're not.
Wait, is the argument that the Democratic Socialists are Marxist-Leninists?
Well, I don't know about ML specifically, but definitely
Marxists.
Marxists, yeah.
The DSA are Marxist explicitly.
Guys, should we get a woman's voice in here?
Marxist-Leninist.
Leftist
Keith already said about how all the testosterone on here.
Do it.
All right, let's do another panel. We could get nine. We could fit 9
doesn't have too
people in
much
here.
time anyway.
I do have to. I do have something. I do have to get to, but.
Hi, Anne.
I do want to.
Are you a card-carrying DSA member? What do you have to say about this?
Right in real time.
No, can you guys hear me? Well, I've never done it this way before. Okay, that's good. Wick, I thought you missed me. What happened? All of a sudden you have to go now.
Well, because I had the Liberal Action Network thing I have to do, and I.
Okay.
I told them I'd push it back a little bit because I wanted to fight the good fight here, but
this is more important.
No, I'll give you 10 minutes and then I have to go.
There's good liberal work to be done, Wick. Come on.
Yes, that's why I'm here. I'll give you 10 minutes and then I do have to fulfill my responsibilities. So
True.
All right, say
I
your
don't want
piece.
to interrupt. I know you guys were just in the middle of something.
You've already interrupted. Now you have to. Keep going.
For what it's worth, I just want to say, Keith, just to put a button on it, like, I am not going to deny your experience with DSA, and I don't share, Wick's contempt for DSA or even Hutch's to the extent that they do. Now, I do think that there is an illiberal strain within the upper echelons of DSA.
I don't know. Hang on. I don't know why people are saying it is like this. It's not an illiberal strain. That is from the top down.
Is AOC a liberal? Is AOC a liberal?
Dale Hero, thanks for the $5. I love how the DSA foreign policies never included for Ukraine, Taiwan, or Hong Kong. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. Like it's just this single issue bullshit.
In your estimation,
she's not the top down. She's a DSA endorsed candidate.
Didn't they disavow her?
So wait.
AOC had a lot of rift with the DSA.
So wait a minute.
Why are you fighting me on this? Why are you fighting me on this? Just
because you want to paint the entire DSA as illiberal, and I reject that category. I just categorically reject that.
Yeah,
listen. I don't know. Have you read their platform?
I've read their platform, but this is where I think Keith has a fair point, which is this idea that literally
I don't really get this argument. Just because not all of their members are illiberal, their platform matters. Their platform is illiberal. Their platform is abolish. Is like a the first line is like a world without capitalism. Capitalism is part of liberalism. You can say it's like you can be one of those socialists who's like, oh yeah, but it's actually there's more liberty in post-capitalism. Like, okay, if you believe that, that's good for you. But what you're advocating for is something different than liberalism.
Every single candidate or every single member of the DSA must co-sign the illiberal extreme of the national platform.
No. But the national platform,
reject it.
That is the party identity, though. But I feel
so wait a minute. So to be clear, you agree then that AOC and Zoran Mamdani are illiberal. You cannot be a liberal member of the DSA.
No,
right?
That's not.
It's not the same thing as the MAGA thing. Like, not all MAGA people are fascists, but they have to be at least okay with fascism to. Like people like Bill Barr and shit like that. Like Bill Barr might not be an election denier, but he's okay enough with election deniers that he would vote for one again.
Majority of them are going to probably follow the national platform.
You're trying to find a contradiction. You're not.
No, I mean, I found it. I found it. You're fucked.
No, but she governs like a pragmatic, progressive liberal, and she's DSA aligned. She's still,
take AOC out. What about Mamdani? Mamdani has not been disavowed by AOC or by the DSA. Is Zoran Mamdani illiberal?
I would say so. Yes,
she's a communist, right?
So. Okay. I'll be right back. 1 second. I don't mean to bail. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah, Josiah here. I'll argue for Edge because I agree with him here. Like the idea that this isn't a majority of this like coalition.
I did not say even majority. I said the idea that literally every single member.
No one's saying there aren't exceptions. They're saying this is the DSA, this is the org, this is their national platform, and this is what they're pushing. Like, why would you be a part of an org if you're that opposed to communism in the long run, if you're that opposed to seizing private property, if you're that opposed to this national platform?
Can you be a liberal who is not opposed to communism?
I don't know if you can have liberal communism. No.
Okay, so then by definition, there can be no liberal member of the DSA, right? You're boxed in, Soy.
No,
wait a minute.
This is a very strange line of argument from Josiah. Don't really understand it. I think the argument is like you either are the thing or you're okay with the thing.
People in the DSA who do not support communism.
No, literally, it sounds like Keith is one of these people who is just like, no, even though a majority of the people kind of want this illiberal communist
how can
seizing
Keith
of private
possibly
property
be liberal? How can Keith
because in the short term, this is not big enough for him to like. It's like, look, they're pushing more progressive, they're fighting harder, they're organizing, and maybe that's their end goal, but it's so far in the future that it doesn't matter to me, right?
So then you can be a liberal member of the DSA.
I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying that clearly the majority. No, I'm saying you probably can't be a liberal communist.
What is this argument, man? What the fuck?
You said that DSA.
No, Josiah, can you be a liberal
DSA supports communism, right? The national platform.
Yeah.
Right, Soy Pill?
Yeah.
How can you be part of an organization that has such an illiberal?
Yeah. What's the point?
So you're asking what the efficacy is, not that
obviously
it's not possible.
people are part of it that are, I don't think
okay.
the
Well, then
AOC
we're
is.
good. We're good. Then
Okay, yeah,
100%.
we didn't disagree.
Okay.
I'm just,
Right,
but the
perfect.
fear was not, can you be an exception in this? The fear is, hey, these people do not have the same goals, the same end goals as you. Some people in it do. Some
We are
people
not the
don't.
same.
Most probably don't if they are Marxist-Leninists
shit.
or Marxists.
I'm assuming.
Keith, then we agree that Keith is a liberal member of DSA, and it's
I don't know,
possible to be liberal members of the DSA.
I don't know
if he's telling the truth. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I just don't know why you're fighting so much on this one particular thing, Josiah. Like, instead of just acknowledging that this is an organization
why is that, Josiah?
It is fundamentally Marxist. It is
So Hutch, I'm going to ask you. Hutch, I'm going to ask you.
Don't get so defensive. Wait, hang on. Just listen to me.
Can you be a liberal member
What do you
of
think
DSA?
DSA's goals are? What do you think DSA's goals are?
I think that their goals are to abolish prisons, as they say.
No.
Totally...
I'm not. Listen, I'm not talking about specific policies per se, but I'm saying like the broad vision. What do you think they're trying to accomplish? Politically,
to locally or nationally?
I mean, both.
I think their goal is to fundamentally alter, like the end state is to fundamentally alter the current state of America and make it a more socialist enterprise.
Okay, then why
I just love this shit. Like, can you imagine if like I went on the Vanguard, or if I went onto fucking I don't even know, like fucking Kunzler and that Overzealous guy's podcast, and just sat back and they're both fighting with each other over some random shit? God, it would never happen. It would never happen. What is this? We are a wreck. We are such a pathetic fucking bunch of people.
Fighting us on this, man.
What are you fighting us on?
Why are you fighting me when I say it is possible to
No
be
one's
a
saying we
liberal
didn't fight
member
you
of
on
the
that.
DSA? Well, wait a minute. Because
possible, just like it's possible to be someone who is liberal and supports MAGA. It's
Yeah, Wick
possible.
is
just not
liberal and
likely.
supports MAGA. Come on.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I have to think about that. I don't know if it's possible to be a liberal
It's
MAGA
possible in the
supporter.
same way it's possible to be liberal and support the DSA.
I want to ask Keith.
I do have to go soon. Just FYI.
Keith, I assume you're a liberal. I'm not trying to. And is that correct? Do you identify as a liberal? Are you a socialist? Like, how do you?
Yeah, liberal. Yeah,
liberal. So,
yeah.
Are you afraid that as a liberal joining DSA that you could open the door for some of the more extremist stuff by legitimizing them?
No, I mean, I don't. What do you mean?
So you've heard some of their national
legitimized.
No. But I think the concern is that we're kind of sane washing some of the more extreme
I
stuff.
suppose maybe you just sit there and just be like, "What, dude? What, dude? Yeah." If your answer to every question is that,
While you're not hearing
maybe
that
they do have to fight with each other
from the people on the ground at the meetings you're going to, but people are concerned that it's a Trojan horse to bring in this group and this ideology that undermines capitalism and liberalism. Does that concern you at all, joining a local chapter?
No, I mean, I think I personally think capitalism. I think capitalism deserves to be undermined. I don't think it is serving us as best it could right now. We used to regulate shit. We used to regulate things. I'd like to get into regulation again. So yes, I think that what is Wick guy is very dramatic.
Keith, are you basking on right now? Like, can you just tell us what your real
I'll just ask you. I got
Keith, all of it right now.
Did Hassan Piker shock his dog?
What?
Did Hassan Piker shock his dog?
What? He knows. He's got an opinion.
He says he didn't. No.
He said
that's not what he fucking bro. This guy's a character. That's a fine question to bring up, because you don't even need to be political to know that story.
What are we doing here?
Anyway,
Let's
that's all I needed.
I don't know
guys,
if
I gotta
Keith
go.
traffic
I
in
love
that.
you all.
Keith, I don't. Do you like follow like Hassan?
Well, he says
I have
doesn't.
no idea
Drama?
what that.
Okay,
I don't know.
Wick, ask him a different question, because
Sure.
that's
Do you
a
think,
bit more
do you think
niche.
Hassan
failed. He failed.
Piker
The answer
is
is yes.
Do you think Hassan Piker is a threat to the Democratic Party?
No.
Okay. Yep. That's all I needed. Okay. I'll see you guys later. I love you.
Bye, Wick.
gotta go.
So Keith, now I would disagree on that. I mean, I think that his
that it is the Trump supporter answer. Yeah. Did Biden win the election? Well, he became president, didn't he?
I think that Hassan's, from my experience, and I don't obsess about him quite like some of the others on this panel, but some of the shit that he has said is not just illiberal in terms of policy, but like the apologia for Chairman Mao and shit like this, and you know, other things. Like he's pretty fucking radical, I think it's fair to say. And also like his answer over the Gavin Newsom, JD Vance shit. I mean, I question to what extent he takes MAGA seriously. I mean, Adam Mockler confronted him on this, our mutual buddy Adam, and Adam dog walked him for the first half of that conversation by forcing him to confront the fact that Democrats just really are the superior party. So I would peer-to-peer, friend-to-friend, encourage you to revisit Hassan. But
I think I don't think Hassan Piker is hurting the Democratic Party. And I believe in a majority. I just want I want a coalition that can win majorities. And I think it involves having everyone from someone like Hassan Piker to someone like Richie Torres. So
but
I
Keith,
think
you came in here saying like, "Oh, I'm a liberal and I don't agree with all that stuff." But now you're saying you want to undermine capitalism. I mean, like, if you agree with the DSA national platform, just say
I think
so.
Capitalism
Don't be lying to us
best.
about this.
I think capitalism is best when it's a little bit undermined. Like you kind of need a little bit undermining in order to make sure that people aren't being taken advantage of. And I don't think we're doing enough of that right now. I think we are.
Do you just mean regulation?
Yes, regulation, but that is literally yes,
Yeah.
but that's yes, but we don't even do that anymore. But I do think when it comes to like certain companies, I don't think those companies should exist as free market. So, like I don't think there's
that's
free
more of
market
the strain.
solution.
Because when you say we need to undermine capitalism, what people will hear, at least on this panel, is like undermine the ownership structure and the power structure.
Well, I
related to
think for some things we should I don't understand why there's oil companies. Why?
Why are there oil companies?
No, I just don't. I don't like. I think for some goods, for some like products, and maybe I'm like a little juvenile, but I just don't understand like oil. Kind of, I feel like it's the Earth's. It belongs to everyone, you know. And so I don't understand why there's
things
certain
that belong to
companies.
Earth should not be companies. Like,
I think there's some.
Yeah, I've got as much right to drill as any other person with a big fucking machine. Yes, this guy. I do call-ins. I want to see what this guy's got to say. Hello, Pada.
Hello.
This better be good. What's your story?
Well, I was wondering if you could talk about Iran stuff, or is that not happening?
Well, that's for later. Yeah, we'll do it around later. Don't worry.
Okay. What time do you feel like it can?
Give it like 2 hours, maybe a bit less.
And then I can join waiting room.
Yeah. Okay. After this debate, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I think there's some.
And shit.
Yeah, I think some products, it doesn't make sense to me that they are for profit when everyone
Because of some like economic theory, or because of like their relationship to the ground and to like Mother Nature.
Come on, because of.
I'm just asking.
No, because they're like because. Yeah,
even like Norway has oil companies. I don't know what he's.
But like I do feel like if they could, we would somehow be charged for air. Like that's how
he's saying
that's what.
He's saying it's a public good. Like it's all of ours.
Good.
But Keith, I would argue it takes money and time to get to.
Yeah, that's why governments should. But again, that's where I probably am a little bit more on the left than some of you. So
wait, I'm curious though. It seems like Keith is doing the thing that like we're trying to disprove exists. He's being the like reasonable DSA member right now. So I've been probably much
by saying why's oil got companies? Like what the fuck? That's not a reasonable position. What? Why? Why do we even have oil business? Oil comes from the ground. Okay. Why do we have people selling food? Why do we have food businesses? Where does food come from? Aren't animals from the earth? Like, what the fuck is this fucking argument, man? The reasonable DSA guy.
More sick of this than you have been, Keith, of like seeing for the last 5 or 6 weeks, just every single lib panel ever is all about the DSA, all about the scary like commies and techies taking over. Like it's I'm so sorry. We're just reliving McCarthyism, and it's so annoying, just frankly. I think.
Yeah, I can't believe that McCarthy. McCarthy is when you talk about people. That's McCarthy. Matt, this person. Fuck me. I'm okay. Just when I thought the Nick Shirley guy comes in, We have even worse. A white woman. Oh no. No, wow, fuck. Not a white woman. Oh no. Oh no. Order box, stay strong.
One of the problems is like people on the left, the politicians will moderate when they get elected. You saw this with AOC. You see this with people like Bernie, Mamdani. Yeah, exactly. Look, I think you can list off all of these names of people. They espoused these sorts of crazy things. Like Mamdani, just saw him talking about how, well, we really can't arrest, Benjamin Netanyahu when he comes to New York, regardless of what I think.
That means he scammed you and it worked. Yeah, that means he fucking fooled you because he obviously knew and everyone else knew. But then he comes in and says, well, we looked into it. Turns out I can't actually do that. Trump can. Hey, Trump. You and me, we're old buddy, old pal. Fancy doing me a solid here, me old mate.
That he should have done in that case, or what Keith thinks that he should have done. I think generally speaking, those people tend to moderate regardless of whether or not their base wants them to be more extreme. And then I think what's indicative of like the DSA being less radical than kind of I'm hearing right now is people like Keith. And people like myself, who's not in the DSA because I have like strong ideological differences with them, which I do have a lot of strong ideological differences, but it's more of like practical, like personal reasons that I'm not in the DSA. So I think this is like proving the point.
Are you a member of DSA or not? I didn't.
No, I just said I wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I don't know. Is my mic okay? I just want to make sure that's.
No, you sound very good. You're good.
Okay, cool.
And I would co-sign this too. Unfortunately, I'm an addict, but yes, it drives me up the fucking wall that this is as much of the discourse, because one thing, I mean, we may disagree on certain particulars, but one thing that I know Keith and I are aligned on, I'm not familiar with you, Anne, but it sounds like you're the same way, which is that you got to keep the focus on Trump and MAGA and fascism. And so to that end, anti-fascism, I think, makes strange bedfellows. So, I'm not crazy about Hassan Piker, but again, I don't make most or hardly any of my advocacy against attacking Hassan Piker, because right now he's mobilizing his audience and his resources to defeat MAGA by, supporting people in Democratic primaries, and some of them go on to win their primaries, and then they'll be up against, Republicans. Now, other people have different priorities, and they think that Hassan's candidates are so illiberal or so radical or such a drag on the party that they want to hash that out in the primary. That's just not my calculus. And so I also, in my evaluation of DSA, I know Hutch wants me to put more stock in the national platform. Fair enough. But my mind instantly goes to Zoran Mamdani and AOC, who are more important than any random bureaucrat in the DSA, and I think are going to play a much more pivotal role in shaping the DSA. I think that's fair to say, than the random person on Fox News. I mean, I shouldn't say random. She is the chair, but I mean, like, she's name, she's no name. And
she's not a household name. Like, people don't recognize, no one knows who she is.
Right. And let me put it like this. I would expect that if DSA were to hold elections, like if this person, if Zoran said, you know what, I want to be mayor and chairman of the DSA, that lady would be gone in 5 fucking minutes. That's my expectation. Right. So I totally agree with you. Unfortunately, this is the latest spat in this corner of the internet.
I don't understand, because I feel like, for the most part, when I see the more public, visible DSA people that are out there doing advocacy, they present themselves with hostile framing. Their whole pitch is, we want to completely destroy the Democratic Party and replace it. And they take an inherently adversarial position. And so
but Hutch, I don't understand. The Democratic Party isn't worth saving.
I'm almost finished.
The Democratic Party isn't worth saving. Interesting.
And so when you say, I don't understand why people are, throwing such a fit about the DSA when they're over here just trying to give people health care. But that's not how they're presenting themselves. They're
okay, I didn't say that.
Well, I'm taking liberties a little bit, but that's kind of the framing that you get. It's like, well, you disagree with giving people health care, but that's not the issue that I have with DSA. The issue that I have with DSA is that they're foundationally an authoritarian, leftist group. And I'm a liberal who likes liberal things. And so, I also have concerns about do you have any concerns about El Sayed and Hong relatively underperforming to the current climate right now? I mean, does it concern you at all?
No, because the people really just want to hear what the Americans actually want socialism more than they think, especially right-wing Americans. They just need to hear it, because the 1960s and the industrial class and the workers with the unions and the steel makers and the cars.
There's the thing I like to think about with that is Alyssa Slotkin won by, what was it, 0.1%? Was it 10,000 votes? How many votes was
she
it?
she overperformed Kamala in a year where
She
there was massive-
she underperformed Kamala in raw votes. It's just that
what?
most people that voted for Trump didn't vote for Mike Rogers, or not.
Alyssa Slotkin is undefeated in competitive races. Like, you understand, she has insane value
but,
for the Democratic Party, right?
Can we not aspire for more than 0.1%? That's what I mean. And
yeah, so Hong's gonna win by fucking 10% in a swing state.
So
sure.
If that's the goal, yeah, okay.
But DSA are not running
different. We can.
But
just
DSA
try
are not
something different.
Okay, but DSA are not running in competitive races though.
They're
only
Al-Saeed's
targeting
not
deep
DSA,
blue state.
but he believes he's definitely more progressive.
And he's
than Alyssa
underperforming.
Slotkin.
I've never seen a single poll that wasn't internal from him that had him beating Rogers.
So Keith,
well, that's because Hutch. But when you're in a competitive primary, it tends to sink both candidates, and so he hasn't had positive ads out there yet, and there hasn't been
Couldn't you say that about any moderate Democrat who also ran in competitive primaries though?
No. But I'm saying it's not fair to compare his polling right now versus when he becomes a nominee.
I'm not
because
sure.
when he becomes a nominee, it becomes. No, I'm just saying that. I understand, but that's there's going to be tens of hundreds of millions of dollars of positive and negative spent on Abdul and against Mike Rogers, and so until that it's just not. That's what I mean. And Mike Rogers has been raised to be running unopposed, so he's probably at a ceiling, Mike Rogers, whereas Abdul probably has actually more room to grow because he hasn't had any positive advertising.
Keith, your expectation, just so I understand it correctly, your expectation is after the primary is concluded, assuming that, as the polls indicate, that Saeed wins tomorrow, you would expect between tomorrow and by the time of the election, Abdul will increase his margin vis-a-vis Rogers in the general election.
It's funny they talk about Slotkin as well, but they don't talk about Spanberger and Sherrill, because obviously their margins were quite a bit larger. Especially given that this was a red governor in 2021, Virginia. Look at this win. It's like 15 points. I'm just saying.
That would be I think it's listen, Michigan's a swing state. I'm from Michigan.
Right.
That's where I grew up. But I do think that to compare
Sherrill, New Jersey. Remember, what was it? Tom was calling these people the CIA Democrats. Actually, I think that was maybe my phrase. Then he just adopted it. The CIA Democrats. Hell yeah.
Pair polling right now when you have a competitive primary.
But if you just take the Syed race out entirely and just disregard it, we just empirically know that more progressive candidates, more left-wing candidates, do worse in competitive races than more moderate candidates. That's not up for debate.
Maybe that's true. For sure. I actually don't know. When has the progressive won and done a statewide race? Has that happened?
No. I can link you to
a swing state.
Wait, hold on. I can link you to an article from our boy
Laksha Jain. He's gonna he'll reference Laksha Jain.
There was a
split ticket.
Yeah, there was a split ticket analysis. They did a meta study over the last 4 cycles, and blue dog Democrats performed the best. Moderate Democrats were in the middle of the pack, and progressives did worse in competitive races.
Run in swing states statewide, do they?
But they don't. They generally and especially DSA, they don't even target competitive races. They only target deep blue seats.
That's what I mean. Is there's actually not a lot of data to point from because it doesn't really happen.
Well, why do you think they don't do that? Hang on, real quick though. Why do you think they don't run in competitive races? Why do you think Hong is distancing herself from DSA? Why do you think El Sayed is not, declaring himself to be a member of DSA?
Progressives quite often run. They don't have. They quite often haven't been able to win the primary. It's new. It's a new thing where progressives have a completely different media ecosystem where they can get their messaging out and they can galvanize voters. And so that's why they're becoming more competitive, because they actually don't have to rely on mainstream media to get their voters aware of their existence. So I think there actually haven't been a lot of progressives.
To follow up on Hutch's question. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, go ahead.
You said something interesting. If I heard you correctly, you said the Democratic Party's not worth saving. Did you say
I heard
that?
that
You did
too,
say
yeah.
that, yeah.
I did. Yeah. I think we need to fundamentally remake the Democratic Party's leaders. And
Why?
we need to
Why do you? But see, I think this drags down the Democratic Party because we have people from the right hitting us, calling us communists and godless heathens, and then we have people on the left attacking us as well and going after Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. This is the party that brought the enhanced ACA subsidies to give people affordable health insurance for 12
It is not a
million
person.
people.
And I think right now the idea of the Democratic Party fundamentally needs to change.
Keith, did
and
you
I don't
vote for
think that's
Kamala
a
in
new idea.
2024?
It polls worse than
Keith.
Donald Trump.
Did you vote for Kamala in 2024?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think.
I was about
what's
to
your
use
name?
this fucking trigger.
What's your name? Soy.
The soy pill. Hey.
Okay, soy pill. You don't know me, but like I've been a Democrat my whole life.
He was
I've
at the
worked on
DNC.
Democratic campaigns. I was on the Lincoln Project because they wouldn't hire anyone else but Democrats. I was a communications
This guy actually also did some digital fucking work for Ossoff for a while, like a year or something.
director. I worked for John Ossoff as a senior digital
Hey, there you go.
advisor. Okay. The thing is that I have seen I've seen what the party can do, but I've also seen that the party quite often would prefer to have Donald Trump as
I think that's
president.
absurd, Keith. I think that's absurd.
Wait,
No, it's not absurd.
wait, Hutch, we just watched
No,
Wick
Soy
just say that.
I called him out for it too, by the way. But yeah,
Wick is not. Wait,
hang
Soy
on.
Bill. Wick is not
Guys,
representative of
Can I
the
make my
overall
point? Can I
Democratic
make my
electorate.
point? Can I make my point? That's absurd because you were just using flowery language when it came to Hassan Piker. Just like 10 minutes ago. And he straight up like did not endorse Kamala Harris, like worked the entire cycle to undermine her, to try to tie her to, like accusing her of like literally wanting a genocide. And then you accuse moderate Democrats
Right,
or
but,
the
like,
moderate wing of the
yes,
party
but-
of preferring to lose to Donald Trump. Like that's ridiculous. That's absurd, man.
That's
why-
why
that's
I
why
think
that-
the Democratic Party
we threw out
is very
Biden.
comfortable having Donald Trump as a foil.
That's bullshit. We threw out our candidate. That's Joe Biden and that's the powers that be. That's Nancy Pelosi. That's the Obamas pushing him out. That's all the insiders as well as the base voters. We pushed them out specifically because of electability concerns. And so to act like when it was all hands on deck, I mean that's not true that we wanted.
So you
Trump
were
to win or
supportive
okay
when
with
there
it.
was a primary happening before June, when Marianne Williamson was running, and you were supportive of those candidates.
So I did not support Marianne Williamson. I did not support Cenk Uygur.
Okay.
I didn't support those candidates.
And why didn't any major Democrat run against Joe Biden?
Yeah, because Joe Biden made the selfish choice to run again.
No, but if the party is so healthy,
who made that
if
choice?
the party is so healthy, why didn't anyone run against Joe Biden?
No,
They
hang on,
did.
That's different.
They did.
Wait a minute,
They
that's
lost
because they weren't even
respectfully.
close to having support.
Oh, you mean
Respectfully,
I can't
that's
even remember the
different.
guy's name. A
Respectfully-
congressman from New Hampshire. What was his name?
Dean Phillips, Marianne Williamson.
Dean Phillips. Oh yeah,
RFK,
no rock stars
RFK.
running against Joe Biden.
So respectfully, that's a different thing. So saying that Joe Biden made the
No,
wrong
it's not.
choice.
It's not a different thing. It's a sign. It's a symptom of the illness of the Democratic Party that someone like Joe Biden could run
incumbent runs for
unopposed by people that knew that it was not allowed.
That's how
That
every
shouldn't have
single
happened.
fucking incumbent goes. No one is like primarying incumbent presidents who have like the party coalesce behind them. This is not how it works. This is completely unheard of.
That's the thing is, I think a healthy party wouldn't be saying that.
But we had primaries, and all four of those
Keith,
people
you
lost
may-
because
No,
anyone who
primary-
might
there were
have
debates.
opposed them
Were there primary
didn't want
debates?
to.
Were there primary debates?
No, there were not.
There was this was not a competitive primary, and that was a problem. And you're right about that. But what you said was different. What you said is
But
the
I think-
Democrats
but I guess
wanted
that's
Trump
my
to
point.
win. That's a different thing.
It's a symptom. It's a symptom of the rot of the Democratic Party.
The incumbent advantage, just like the general incumbent advantage, is a symptom of the rot of the Democratic Party.
No, the fact
AOC also didn't run. I mean, she couldn't have run, but like the progressive lane also wasn't occupied by some like serious, progressive candidate in
There was
Congress.
no fucking time as well, and you can blame Biden for not pulling out earlier, or maybe just like It did look like they were in a pretty unique situation where you've got incumbent advantage, but you've also got like it's quite clear that Biden's just not really going to manage another 4 years. Like, I don't know.
Chris?
Well,
well,
actually, we know
failure
that
of moderates. It's a failure of progressives too.
Yeah, I was going to
it's a
say
failure of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean the progressive caucus, they were actually President Biden's longest lasting holdouts.
AOC Bernie said
AOC
stay in.
AOC and Bernie. I mean,
wait, can we pause there, Keith? Keith, you're not going to call them that Sanders and AOC wanted Trump to win, correct?
Sanders and AOC wanted Trump to win.
Yeah, because
he doesn't really know what the context of that question, even though they've just been talking about how AOC was also saying to Biden to stay in. Like the progressives in the Democratic Party were also trying to keep Biden in because they knew that switching candidates at that point, especially if you had a primary, would have just made things so much more rocky. It was like a massive risk. It was a huge risk. They knew it was.
Because they called for Joe Biden not to step down.
Stay in the race.
Right,
after the bad debate.
Well, no,
after
I
the bad
believe
debate, they were the first ones
I
out.
believe. I mean, I don't know why they did that. I assume because they thought that they could, if he were to stay in and win, they could get a lot out of him politically. So
Yes, but no, because they had some notion about what was in the best interest of the country. Just like I assume the people who wanted to, replace Joe Biden later on. But you're assuming that they want Trump in office, and I think that's like, what's the evidence for that proposition? They might be willing to take actions that are, inure to the benefit of MAGA Republicans, and I'm the first to call them out on that. But I think it's a little bit much.
Jay Blaze, thanks to the $4.99. I just don't want the commies in my party, man. Is that too big an ask? At this rate, yes.
To say that like Joe Biden.
Bullery, thanks for the $1.99. Nick Shirley walked so these people could run.
Wanted to
Well, both
lose,
of them.
or Kamala Harris wanted to lose, or they were okay with losing.
I think it's being a little unfair maybe to Keith. Let me try to defend. I think Keith is saying Democrats enjoy having MAGA and Trump as a foil, and maybe they're too reliant on it. Is that what you're trying to say, Keith?
Yes.
No, but you said
what's
sure,
the
but
evidence of that?
That's fair because we do like pointing at MAGA and saying we need to stop this. This rallies people. I know all of our channels do better when MAGA's in power. I know not a single person here would deny that, but that's not good. That doesn't mean I want MAGA to win, for USA to get dismantled, for our rights to be fucking shot, right? Like this is ridiculous that we like, oh yeah, like, well, I really want to make money on my YouTube channel.
No,
the Democrats really want to like garner support.
I don't think you want MAGA to win, but I'm just saying I don't think that it's keeping a lot of established Democrats or like high-paid consultants up at night that they get to run against Trump for a third time. That's all I'm saying.
What would be the end goal of that? I'm sorry, I just don't quite understand this argument about what's going on here. Like what's the end goal? Like
to make money as
because we're not
consultants or
talking
something.
about streamers, right? We're talking about politicians, we're talking about consultants, we're talking about the party. Why does the party want Donald Trump to win?
See, even she doesn't know. She's confused by this line.
I think saying want Donald Trump to win is just like me being
you're repeating rhetoric that is very, very common in those spaces online. They say this constantly.
But they're throwing the election to Trump by not agreeing with my incredibly niche position on this incredibly niche issue. Yeah.
But it is like that is a pretty outrageous thing to say.
I think the truth behind that is that because I don't think it bothers them, I guess, is that he has won, because it allows them to run against him, fundraise against him.
Sure.
They don't have to actually get, I mean, like the claim is that all these politicians just do not care about the worst effects of Trump's rhetoric and policy, and they're just like, yep, it's good for me. Like they're all just self-serving, narcissistic. Like there are politicians that exist like this, but the idea that the entirety or even the majority of the Democratic Party can look at all the damage being caused and just say, oh, well, it's good for us. Like that's ridiculous.
So Keith, I would try a different approach. This would be my pushback or my I guess question to you is like, Hutch would tell you, and I think he'd have a fair point here, which is it seems that the elements of the anti-electoral left, and again, not to pick on Hassan, but since, his name was invoked, Hassan would be an example of this, where actually the thing you ascribe to the establishment Democratic Party, perhaps it exists in some form from feckless moderates, but it also exists on the leftist fringe. People who, for example, like if you didn't endorse Kamala Harris to win in 2024, I would say by definition you preferred Trump to win and you were comfortable with Trump winning, right?
Or Josiah, take the mic from PA, who literally outright just says, I am happy Kamala Harris lost. It's not even like mask on. He's just like, yep, it's better for me that Trump won. That's like the kind of people we're dealing with.
Yeah, I believed it was all hands on deck for Kamala Harris. And I actually would have preferred that we had a primary, like I think they were trying to do like some sort of like mini primary. I would have liked that. I thought it was an awful look that the pro-democracy party didn't even have a primary.
They did have a primary.
It's like these fucking MAGA points now. The pro-democracy party doesn't have a primary. You want to talk about January 6th? What about the lack of a Democratic primary? Fuck me, man.
A competitive primary.
No,
but the reason was
no, it wasn't really a primary. Come on. Like,
but that's normal.
But I think really saying that is actually just being so disingenuous. It's just being disingenuous. Like, sure, there was a primary, but there really was not a primary. And there were a lot of reasons why. But I think for Joe Biden to drop out in June, and then for Kamala Harris to be basically anointed,
should we have ignored
the fucking MAGA talking points? It's so stupid. Oh God.
It wasn't Joe Biden. I was happy, like we were at least gonna have someone that wasn't just like a walking corpse on stage. But I think that we would have all benefited from someone. I think the reason why we lost is because we didn't have someone that could speak to more of the issues of the party than just someone who just had so many problems.
I'll agree with you that I wish there was a more competitive process, but unfortunately at the moment, just like with Troy Jackson up in Maine, the primary, whether you like it or not, did occur. And so when I hear this, I'm like, what did you want to happen? Did you want them to throw out the primary that actually did occur, and illegally, by the way, in violation of the rules? To me, I would have preferred that every single one of the members or the delegates actually would have participated in a more competitive process, but it didn't work out that way, and that's to the shame of Joe Biden. But again, it doesn't mean that there's this nefarious intention to just like keep Trump around to like make money for consultants. I think that's a step too far.
No, I'm not alleging that.
Did the National DSA endorse anyone? Did the National DSA endorse anyone for president in 2024?
I have no idea. Do you know? Are you asking?
I don't think they did. I don't think they made any endorsement.
Yeah, well, again, Keith said that it was an all hands on deck thing, and I'm sure he would agree.
Not DSA. They were not hands on deck on that fight.
Listen, Keith, I'm sure Keith would agree that DSA
to get that lady elected. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm grateful, but I wish more people, especially groups like DSA, did more to help the second Trump term. That's been an absolute catastrophe. But
so, Keith, I'm curious what your position is on that, because that's been a source, I think, of tension in these like ongoing, online feuds or whatever. Again, the idea that the idea of vote blue no matter who, right? There's this tension now among leftists who are pleased with the results of primary elections, be it Abdul or Chevalier or Mamdani or whoever it is, like when he was running for New York City mayor, and the expectation was, okay, moderates, now you need to get behind the candidate, which I think is perfectly reasonable, because I am one of those morally superior vote blue no matter who kind of guys, because I'm consistent. I don't care if it's a fucking moderate candidate or a progressive candidate. I think that it is an all hands on deck situation when the alternative is a Republican. Yeah. But to the frustration of a lot of people, that has not been the calculus of the quote-unquote DSA left or Hassan Piker or many of the actual candidates themselves who did not endorse Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. As far as, somebody who advocated for Kamala Harris as you did.
It's crazy how the DSA, if the DSA guy never showed up, the DSA would have done better in this debate. Well, that's the thing, is like, if you want to really turn people like Pisco or Soipil or Josiah like over to the Hodge position or whatever, like, you just get them to meet more DSA people. Just get them a bit more exposure.
There's also a member of the DSA. How do you square that circle? Because there's a lot of bad blood in the coalition. A lot of people are now going to say, okay, well, now that your DSA candidate is the candidate, maybe we withhold our vote because you did it to Kamala, you did it to this person, you did it to that person. We're not going to have two different sets of rules.
Well, I would say this. I would say like two rights don't make a wrong. I would also say, or two wrongs don't make a right. And I would also say Hassan Piker, I from what I understand, because I did a video on this.
He's going to say benevolent, isn't he? Benevolent.
Because I mean, it wasn't even the full idea of the video, but like it was like an aside where I was like, I really wish that he would have just supported her in the general. And then I think he watched on a stream, and I think he said that he did support her. So I don't know what the truth is.
Don't pull that bullshit, dude. Look at what he's doing right now with all his money and time, and tell me he didn't fucking completely drop the ball in 2024.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's his responsibility
I don't know about all that.
or anyone's responsibility to be
100% his fucking responsibility.
You have that? He did this thing. No, he didn't. Well, he doesn't have to, does he?
100% a base of millions of people.
Why did you guys talk about Mehdi Hassan
from the right?
Mehdi
and you think it's not his
Hassan.
responsibility?
We give Mehdi Hassan more flowers. We give Mehdi Hassan more
I know,
credit.
but I'm just saying there were, I think most progressives and leftists understood that it was like all hands on deck. And I think it's just like not helpful.
Most, but not all. I agree with Widow. I just want to say
most, but not all. All right.
Let me give you what I believe. I believe that lefties did not cost Kamala the election. I don't think there's empirical data for that. But those who did sit out, those who did equivocate, those who did, I don't really know. That's bullshit. Look around us. We see the
why,
corruption.
if you know how much that sucks, why would you want to do that again?
I'm not.
I'm
not.
not.
That's why we're grilling. That's why we're grilling Wick for considering voting for a MAGA Republican. But what we have a problem
also,
with
just I was pointing out, why the fuck should the people, like, I get the spite-driven people. I think they're wrong, and I think you should still vote blue no matter who. But if you're going to have these people who did not hold these principles, who have already signaled that they won't do it in 2028, say, oh, you have to rally for our candidate. Why the fuck should they listen to you? I mean, I'm going to say they should because I don't want MAGA to win, but I can understand a lot of people being spite-driven. It's like, why the fuck should I listen to you? You didn't listen to me.
I mean,
right?
well, and to be clear, they're not talking about you, Wick, or Keith. They're not talking about you specifically. They're basically
because you were all hands on deck 2024.
Yeah, the point of the question was basically like, as somebody who used to work on campaigns and is now a political commentator and is also a member of the DSA, are you concerned about that tension, this feud between the two factions of the Lib left coalition of the Democratic Party?
I'm just glad that it's happening now. I think it's good. I think this stuff is healthy. I don't think it's good. I don't think like Hutch, you've been a little snarky with me on Twitter, and I think like that's fine. And so is Destiny. Destiny is like calling me a white guy, like a rich white guy who's trying to be oppressed. Not true. But like, I don't think
I've been pretty tame with you. I've been pretty tame with you.
I know. But I don't think that
white
stuff
guy who's
is
trying to be oppressed
particularly helpful. But I do think it's good that that these dynamics are unfolding in campaigns and online, and that like we are able to have these internal battles to see like the future of the party. I don't think it hurts. Like, I think it's good. It's a net good that Haley Stevens is 100% behind Israel. She has $60 million of outside money helping her out, and you have someone like Abdul who is showing a different version of what the Democratic Party can be, and the Democrats in Michigan are going to decide who their candidate is. I don't think that's like a bad outcome, but I just think that like there are going to be hurt feelings and people are going to wish that their candidate won, but it's then the job of the campaign of Abdul to do what he can to try to win over those voters and make sure that they feel like they have a part in his tent and in the campaign. All right. So primaries are not bad. Like, I think we've actually suffered because we haven't had enough of them.
I don't know.
But he's already poised. He's already poisoned the well with that by criticizing Gretchen Whitmer for endorsing his opponent, a popular governor. But Keith, I have to say, having a primary when you have an incumbent president who hasn't done a second term is not normal at all. Like, historically, you do not challenge the president who's running for re-election. You get behind it. And if Biden had hit a single in that debate and done just fine, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Got two people who won debates now, apparently. Well.
conversation. So for you to be upset about we didn't really have a primary, I feel like you're playing into MAGA's concern trolling about our democracy is not really being held up by Democrats. So how dare you challenge Trump with his saying the election's rigged? You guys rigged the election. I mean, I think we have to be careful with that.
I think we're just going to agree to disagree on that because I think it's fundamentally one of the worst. I think it's like historically we'll look back and like that's one of the worst decisions that our party ever made was not challenging Joe Biden
it wasn't
to run again when it
That's
wasn't
one of the worst decisions. Also, 1 minute on the goal, guys. Holy shit, we got one more to go. Can we do it? Can we do a 9 out of 10? Can we do a 10 out of 10? Shit, it's possible. That was the worst decision. That's crazy.
And there's no one here. There's no one here on this live stream or anyone watching that could have made the decision for him. But there are probably about 5 people who were very important, very well paid, that saw what was going on, saw how bad he was getting, and decided that it was worth their proximity to power and their ability to make money that he continue a campaign that they knew he could not win, versus letting go of that power, telling him the truth that it was not going to be able to happen.
There were a couple
and
such
letting
advisors,
an actual primary unfold.
There was a couple such advisors, but here's the problem I have to IRI's point. There's this narrative that there was.
Hey, look at you guys go.
Wink.
Dan Backslide, thanks for the $5. Dwayne for the 10, the very generous 10. Catchy Electro Music for the $4.99, and Hedonic Samuel, thanks for the $2. Thank you so much, guys. Wow. You saturated. Catchy Electro Music with a Twitch tip. That's crazy. Video game controller poses triumphantly in between the words critical hit. Interesting. Thank you.
There's a broader conspiracy among the Democratic elites, among the Democratic Party, even to be like a party to that conversation and to do the actions that you're attributing to a couple of people more broadly. But that's just not true.
Boom.
And if you look at how the decision was made and how it's reported on, it was almost like there wasn't even an inflection point at all. There wasn't a decision point at all. And behind the scenes, many of the quote unquote elites were highly critical of this decision. And some of the people who were like, think about Pelosi coming out and being like, it's up to Biden to make his decision after Biden had already made his decision to stay in the race. They were just attacking him constantly to do the thing that you think was probably in the best interest of the country, which is for Biden to step down from the race. That's the Democratic elites.
I don't think
it's just one of those things where people just will never, ever factor in the fact that there was that there were two sides to this risk. That the risk of dropping your incumbent advantage that late is also something that you have to contend with. But it's okay. Like they never will. They'll just pretend to not understand that.
It's like I don't think it's really courageous in June of 2024 to say that Joe Biden should rethink his decision to run. I think it would have been brave in December of like 2022.
Asking a guy in a campaign to step down as the incumbent is going to be brave no matter what.
The president
tell the president to stop running in the middle of a campaign. This is like completely unprecedented.
It just doesn't happen. The reason why incumbents have such an advantage is because they're incumbents. And so we did have a primary. You can say that, like, I don't know what you're suggesting. Like the DNC should have gotten involved in what, like elevated who, like Marianne Williamson, like who, like nobody wanted to challenge Biden because he had enough.
If you imagine if Biden had just appointed Bernie, would they have any issue with that? Would they give any fucks? No.
Support from primary voters to easily coast to.
Well, that's not
like a second.
But I guess if I'm remembering correctly, polling always said, even after the November midterms in 2022, that the Democratic Party wanted someone else, and that they thought Joe Biden was too old.
Not true. That's not well. They had concerns about his age, but he had the support.
I think that there was, he had the support, Hutch, but I think there was polling that Democrats would have preferred someone else and someone younger, etc.
So
at that time,
I could be wrong about that.
You and I weren't like behind closed doors, but the people closest to him knew that he was starting to age rapidly, and that was just never disclosed to us. And I think that's. Well, I mean, that's true.
Well, I mean, we all saw it with our own eyes,
in June 2024.
But we saw it with our own eyes. I don't know what they would disclose. Yeah. Like Pelosi's going to hold a press conference and be like, guys, Joe Biden's lost.
No, I know, but yeah, they could have went on record and say, Joe Biden is losing his step, and I think he can serve out it. There are things you can do it would probably have cost them their
I just
careers.
to validate
I think you're-
Keith's position here. I'm using shout out to Rob Noor. I'm using Claude here to find polls here, but there were multiple polls in 2022 with pluralities or majorities of Democratic voters saying that they wanted a different leader in 2024.
I take your word for it. I take your word for it. But I mean, push comes to shove, though. Like the what counts is like the votes, and you know, if people had an opportunity to step forward and
oh come on, man!
and run
So
their own
like,
campaign.
are you
Wait,
really
no,
saying the
come
votes
on,
matter
man. Like,
when
this
it's
is
Marianne Williamson, which by the way I don't hate.
Of course they matter. What do you mean?
Versus Joe Biden, like that's like it's not a real primary.
Well, I don't know what
not a
that
real-
means though. Like what? Like the DNC, who would they have like elevated to challenge Biden?
Nobody wanted to run against him. Too.
That's not
Like,
that.
you have
He doesn't elevate anyone. It's just that's I guess that's like back to my.
Wasn't that the whole problem with Kamala? People were just saying like, yeah, who is the future of the Democratic Party? It just feels like there's no one. This is still a problem. To this day, this is a problem the Democrats have. People are talking about, oh, is it going to be Newsom or Buttigieg or fuck it? Like this is a problem. Yeah, people are really, really stuck with this. There is no Obama 2.0. There is no like clear, charismatic fucking lightning rod that's going to steamroll forward with the next election. We don't know who that is yet. That's still a problem with the party. Just as the Democratic Party platform is a problem as well. Like, what's the official party? Like, was that joke that Brian Tyler Cohen was making? Wasn't that like, well, how could we even be pushing the party line? We don't even know what it is. Like,
my point of like, there's a fundamental sickness in the Democratic Party where there is, and we're seeing it kind of play out in real time where like, you know, they think primaries are offensive, that we're elevating
every
people.
single election with an incumbent has been run for the
Hang on.
entirety of history,
Okay.
pretty much. It's a sickness. It's a sickness that has existed since the dawn of
I know.
America.
That's
like, where's
I know,
this
that is a
talking point
problem.
coming from?
That is it is. I mean, listen. We used to not even have primaries. I think this is good that we have these now, because it used to be that we didn't even have primaries, right? It used to be that like truly party bosses picked the nominee. So it's good that we have this, but I just think that it's just, to me, a sign of something that could be better. That we really should feel that people should be able to challenge the leader of the Democratic Party. No one did.
And they lost really bad.
No one did. No one.
Well,
no
people.
One,
Oh, look at this. The IMF has decided to assist Syria with a technical assistance program. Well, good for them. Let's see how it goes.
More people
really
did,
did.
actually, right?
So Keith,
Palmer won the America Samoa primary.
Yeah, Dean. What was his name? Dean Withers.
Dean Phillips.
Is that-
Yeah.
Dean
No, not Dean Withers. Dean
All right.
Withers is a bit too young.
Guys,
Dean
we're
Withers.
coming up on 2 hours. Do we want to give our endorsement of Said or Stevens before the big election tomorrow? All right,
Said wants to expand. Said wants to expand the Supreme Court, so I am Said all the way.
I'll start.
Keith, are you? By the way, Keith, real quick, are you pro packing the court? Please tell me you're pro packing the court.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Pack it.
All right, I'm pro Said. Money out of politics. I want. He's pro Ukraine.
Pack the court.
He
Say
represents
pack the
a more strong vision. I
say
think
pack
Stevens
the
does.
court. Soy. Say it.
And pack the court.
Thank you.
Hutch, your
what you
turn.
got?
Call
You
me
have to endorse now.
Switzerland. Strategic neutrality. On this
Wow. Okay, Wick.
But you will endorse the nominee, correct?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Sick.
Well,
We got the
I'll
Stevens
say it
guy.
again. If El Sayed wins, I will not vote for him in November. So it's not going to do it. I hope other people vote for him, though. But in all seriousness, I'm in California, so it doesn't matter. I'm joking. But I support Stevens. Based on the polls, she has a better chance against Mike Rogers. I don't agree with Keith that he's got more room. I think he's got more people to lose. In fact, I think a lot of those Stevens people are going to go over to Rogers, who could have been one, because he's being put on. There's a show being put on that he's too extreme, and he's associating himself with people like Hassan, who I think it's unnecessary blow to his own campaign to associate with that guy. And I think the polls show he's losing to Rogers, and I don't know how he's going to clean that up, because Gretchen Whitmer's not going to come out heavy hitting for him after he talks shit on her.
Keith, what about you, buddy? I think you're next in line.
Let's stick it to him. Stick it to him.
Ira is a hardcore Zionist. I love that. Hardcore. You just have to throw that adjective in. Hardcore. What does that even mean?
You're going for
Abdul.
Stevens?
With Abdul.
And what about you?
I'll say for sure. I think
For real,
whoever wins, I would plug my nose and support, just regardless. I think that's like the general consensus, right? Like anything but MAGA.
Sure.
Vote blue no matter who.
That's right.
Some people
Vote blue
on this
no
show
matter who.
hadn't been saying this, but I think everyone here agrees.
I do want to say, though, Keith,
Hutch looks scared.
I think we have-
no, it's not you. It's not you. Sorry.
I think we have a bigger problem in the Democratic Party, where we've turned it into a sport to shit on our own leaders and our own party. And it's like we think we're helping by criticizing, whereas we've got rock stars like Tallarico and John Ossoff, and some people may be unhappy with Chuck Schumer. But
When are we to expect the primary results? Well, if it's like the UK, polls would close at nighttime, which would mean the results would come tomorrow. Let me see. Yeah, polls close at 8 p.m. local time, so a bit earlier than UK. We do it at 10 p.m. They will count ballots quickly after. Probably find out tomorrow, no? Do they do like an exit poll immediately after 8 o'clock? Is this 8? Is this EST or is it's like a central time because it's Michigan? What are the exit polls looking like? Well, you get exit polls later, don't you? You get in the UK, you get exit polls right when polls close. Then you get the projection. It's Eastern time, so that's like 1 o'clock in the morning for me. And you'll probably get the results, what, within a day? If it's in a state, it'd be quick, wouldn't it? Results within a few hours. Ooh. Do you think we should do a late night stream? Should I do an election watch on Kick? Maybe. I'll probably be up. Most primaries don't get exit polls by national news organizations. Oh, okay. California took 2 weeks. What, for primaries? Well, it's California.
But
it's bigger
he's the
than
reason why we
most
have some of
countries,
these
right?
people like Roy
Joe
Cooper,
Manchin.
Mary Patola. He's the reason why we were to achieve so much stuff under Biden with a 50-50 split Senate. And I know a lot of people say it's crumbs and all that, but I was making a point earlier. The
Israel election would be more interesting. Yeah, but isn't that for a few months? That's not for a few months, isn't it? I thought the Israel election was in fucking November or some shit. Wait, hang on. Uh, 27th of October. It's a while. Don't worry.
Inflation Reduction Act and the
We're not
American
in a
Rescue
hurry.
Plan, these got people the ability to afford their health care for 12 million people for 5 years through no help with the Republicans at all. So I want to encourage everybody to be more of a cheerleader for the Democrats. Highlight the positive, because when people out there hear the Republicans shit on the Democrats and then they hear the Democrats shit on the Democrats, it's like, why would I support the Democrats? These people suck.
And wait, to IRI's point, we should just clarify for Keith's benefit, because I don't know how familiar you are with IRI's content. He is equal opportunity. When he says Democrats, he also includes Zoran Mamdani. He is, he'll celebrate Mamdani's successes as well. He's not just talking about establishment Dems. So if progressive Democrats win their primary and then go on to win the general election and they contribute to the Democratic Party's success, he'll cheerlead them too. And I do agree. I think that in addition to criticizing the party, you also have to highlight its victories.
Wait, Pisco, you didn't say who you were endorsing.
I did, but if you didn't hear me, I said El Sayed on issues related to structural reform, court expansion, and yeah, I think he's more likely to vote to do those things. So yeah, now that some polls are coming out showing, again, I think it's still equivocal, and it's in terms of the lead that Stevens has relative to El Sayed over Rogers. But that's the reason why I'm supporting El Sayed. And at this point, there's also polling indicating that I think El Sayed is the overwhelming prohibitive favorite to win the primary. And at this point, I think people just got to start dealing with the reality that we got to support this guy.
All right. Well, sorry we couldn't go for
like
8. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Last thing that I've been meaning to get out. I think there's supposed to be a natural, and a lot of you will probably disagree with me because I'm, of course, further left than probably everyone here. I think there's supposed to be a natural ebb and flow of the party and the ideologies and the people and the members and all of that. I think that there's right now this resistance to that slow progressive change over time. And I think this conversation will look very, very different once we have another Democrat back in office and also have the House and Senate.
I agree.
Hopefully.
And I agree
Crossed.
sooner than that. I think the midterms, if they go well, Democrats back in power with the gavels in the House doing investigations are going to show leadership. People are still sour from the Biden-Kamala loss in 24, but they're about to see a whole new side of the Democrats. So I think it'll boost morale and change the conversation for sure.
Guys, I
Is
need
this
to ask
ending?
Guy, would you consider joining the DSA to alter it from within?
Subversive.
Would you subvert the DSA?
Yes, I have my
What happens when you enter the entry?
I bought a kafia. I'm ready to go to my first DSA
Well, he
meeting.
actually bought a kafia. Look at him go.
You did not.
Liberal entryism. Let's go.
Wait, I have a question for Keith. Keith, in terms of the Democratic primary for president that's going to be shaping up, who do you have eyes on? Who's exciting you? Do you like Ossoff? Do you like?
I really
AOC?
like
What do you
Ossoff. I like Ossoff, but I worked for him, so I feel like that's not fair.
Yeah, you're biased.
I
You're biased.
I forgot about that.
I would like to have worked
dude
for a
can sit on
president,
a mic.
please.
So Ossoff is actually standing off screen with a loaded gun, telling Keith to give that answer right now. Okay, your non-Ossoff selections, like who would be your roster?
Can we just pause? Yeah, I want to go there.
Honestly, I
wait,
don't.
pause. I want to ask about the Ossoff stuff. Ossoff is a moderate. You would agree with that, Keith?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
He didn't even have the balls to run against Biden in 2024 because he was part of the sickness.
True. All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Josiah. My bad.
Okay. So other
This
than
poor fucking guy doesn't even know that. He doesn't even know what just happened there.
And Ossoff, because I think he's
Way
in
over
all of
that
our
tiny little
rosters.
head.
Who else do you like and why? And Anne, I'm curious what your answers are too. But Keith, go ahead first if you don't mind.
I don't really. I mean, I don't like. I like Ro Khanna as an idea, but I'm not sure I want him to be a president. I really like AOC, but I want her to run for Senate. I want her to run against Chuck Schumer if we
Agreed.
can. Here's my hot take. That's gonna sound smart, but I'm sure other people have said it. Is that I really think that whoever it's going to be is probably someone we're not even talking about. Like there's going to be so many, like so much is going to change after the midterms. It's going to be a reset. And I just think that I have to imagine that there's going to be someone, hopefully there's going to be 20 people who run. And like we have a double decker stage where like there's just rows of Democrats trying to be the nominee. I hope for that. And I'm just hoping there's going to be like someone that we're just not considering right now that will rise up, but I just no one really excites me yet, but that's okay because we're not even near it yet.
What are your priorities, just out of curiosity, too, about what they should do?
Bro, I want someone to be like lock them up. I want lock them up. I want someone that's gonna go after Trump. All this fucking
Jack Smith.
Can we swear? All of this fucking insider trading. The grifting, like we have to be a nation of rules and laws. We have to be, and so there has to be my ideal candidate is like we're going after all the crooks.
You should be fully in the tank for Newsom then, right?
Yeah.
What?
You should be fully in the tank for Newsom.
I don't think has he said that. I don't think he said lock him up.
Jack Smith is testifying before Congress. He just agreed to that today. The guy who led the federal investigations into Trump for January 6th.
I think Newsom has for sure. I think Newsom has for sure come out like pretty strongly about accountability, and
I'm all about that.
He has a visceral hatred of Republicans that goes back decades. That guy will be aggressive if he gets the nominee, which I don't hope that he does. But
so
all
right.
Anne, what about you?
True. We talked about this actually, Pisco, a while ago. I don't know if you remember this. You were on TikTok, and I hopped on your TikTok panel.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mentioned. Right.
How can we lock him up without prisons? Just to be clear, these guys want prisons. They just want them for completely different people. Like, not for like organized retail theft or anything like that. They want it for someone who ran a business for a few years. Like, oh God. They want to abolish prisons and bring in gulags. Fuck. Let's go.
Okay.
I forgot about but I run it. Yeah.
I'm just chopped liver, but no, I mentioned then, and I'll reiterate this. I'm very Ossoff pilled. I think if I had to pick a viable candidate, I'm not opposed to Newsom. I think obviously in an ideal world, probably AOC. I'll reiterate, what Keith said there, but I'm still I want somebody who's like vehemently anti-ICE. Same kind of vibe that Keith is on, the lock 'em up kind, I need someone who's gonna come in here and be like, look, these thugs are out in the street arresting your neighbors, causing fucking havoc. We need somebody who has like the fighting rhetoric, we gotta cut this shit out.
What Andy Bashir sneaking in there with his fuck. Did you see his post about Rand Paul? He's like Rand Paul, yes. If he had balls, would be in Donald Trump's hands or something. You're just talking mad shit. I'm like, Andy, the Mr. Rogers of U.S. politics.
I know. I was not expecting that. Yeah.
Because that's my big knock on Andy. I used to live in Kentucky, and I like Andy. I think he's a very competent governor. He's very popular. He has a way about him, but I just don't think as a general proposition he has the ruthlessness necessary for the next Democratic candidate. And if we get another Joe Biden, I'd still maintain Biden was the best president of my lifetime, but we need a departure from Biden when it comes to the whole, we're just moving forward. Oh, no, I want at least the first and second term of the next Democratic administration to be all about punishing corruption and structural reform. So,
I mean, Biden's DOJ did indict Donald Trump in two different jurisdiction.
Here we go. The fucking Merrick Garland fan club right here.
Neither here nor
Fucking Merrick Garland, who had 4 years to resolve the question of whether or not this guy couped the government in 2020 or tried to and failed. Couldn't resolve that issue after 4 years. Let's just let him run again. Fuck it, dude. It's still, I don't know. Is Trump eligible to run? We don't know. Just let him run for office again. Let the court of public opinion decide.
Are there?
Yeah, Merrick Garland really.
Merrick Garland
Thank
should
you
be
for your
20.
service.
Merrick Garland 2028 is what you're saying. That's what you want, Pisco. It's the
Listen,
world
I
that
don't
Pisco
think,
wants.
Let him retire, but I think he gets way too much shit. You should be giving shit to the Supreme Court for Trump versus United States. That horrible decision. By the way, folks, if we're plugging stuff near the end of the show, I have a 10-hour immunity debate starter pack.
Oh my god!
It's already uploaded. But I'm gonna make it go live tomorrow.
That's
And
crazy.
you can watch all those debates that I had about the immunity decision. All the SEAL Team 6 memes. They're all coming up. So yeah,
It's
the
been
debate starter
uploading
pack-
for 3 weeks. It's been
Yes, I'm in Japan right now, and so it was actually slow to fucking upload that shit. But we're good. We're a go, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
All
So
right.
wait, why
well,
are you calling this early? Like, why don't we just hang out? Like, we got.
I gotta go.
People always yell at me when we go too long. I was being responsible, but hey,
Well,
guess who's not in charge of the pod anymore, Josiah?
No,
You
I
gave
know,
up
I
those
know. I'm just
privileges.
saying, I'm here. Fucking Hutch, I want to read a text from you that I got from Hutch, literally as I was turning the lights on. Hutch, fuck you. The text was this. The text was, "Get in here, fucko. We warmed a seat for you."
I don't know.
At 7:30.
I don't remember typing that out.
Hutch, you're like his cocaine dealer. He's trying to quit, and you're like,
I am trying to
I just
quit.
left a little line of this on the table. Who knows who will slurp it up?
I gotta go. Spirited debate. I appreciate
Hutch,
you two
what are you
coming
plugging?
on. Just the stream starting tomorrow at some point and ending at some point.
Normal Hutch streams. And what
That's
you got
crazy.
going on?
Okay, boom, we're done. Fuck that. I'm gonna do a connections, and then we're gonna move on to a different subject. Maybe even have a talk with someone. Who knows? Cigarette, Chevron, sewing machine, subway station, peace sign, unicycle, angle bracket, foam roller. I love a foam roller. Piano, pigeon, pretzel rod, swan boat, taxi cab, pool noodle. I thought they were called swim noodles. Bodega, goose formation. Swan boat? What the fuck? Pigeon. Piano. Unicycle. Is this like stuff from a fucking slapstick sketch? Sketch? Let's see. Taxi cab. Yellow. Oh, triangle stuff like angle bracket. Peace sign. Dude, this is a weird one. Oh, foam roller's like a cylinder, cigarette's a cylinder, pool noodles is like a cylinder. Ooh. What else? I don't know what the fuck a pretzel rod is. But if it's a rod, then it's probably Hey, let's go. Unicycle with one wheel. Oh, the V thing. Peace sign, goose formation, angle bracket. Ooh. I don't actually know the other one. Is it Chevron? I don't even know what the fuck that is, but it... Okay, yeah, sure. I just knew it wasn't any of the other ones. Okay. Bodega, subway station. Pigeon. Why am I thinking of like New York things? Well, actually, I think I want to go with this because it's more like are these not just like slapstick fucking comedy sketch things? Taxi cab, unicycle, piano. Or like those kind of like stupid modern art pieces where everyone's got very skinny arms and legs. But what else? Swan boat. Damn, one away. Oh shit. Subway station. Ooh, it was ooh. Swan boat. Taxi. Oh, is it like a transport thing? I don't know. Oh. I don't know. Is a swan boat not just like those boats that shape like a swan, like the little wooden things? Why pigeon then? What does it have to do with a unicycle and a taxi cab and a swan boat? What the fuck? Ooh. Swan boat definitely was one of the things though, because sewing machines, they do the do thing. Do you want to do a string, thread? What does the sewing machine have to do with a piano? Ugh. Wait, is this 3 out of 4? Oh, it's not. Oh, fuck. Wait, so how is this 3 out of 4? But then this, oh, I've forgotten. I've completely forgotten what I was trying. Oh, well, we're fucked. We're so fucked. There goes the streak, I think. I think the streak's dead. Unicycle, taxi cab, swan boat. But this was, no, it couldn't have been. It must have been. Because maybe it is piano. Did I not try this? I'm afraid to click it now because if I've tried it already, it will show me. But I thought this was 3 out of 4. But then I switched one for subway station. Oh, fuck. I switched swan boat for subway station, then it lost it. So I think it is. How does that make sense? If this was 3 out of 4, swapping this for this made it 2. Swapping this for this. So I think it's piano stays. But then it's not it's one of these is missing. So piano and swan boat go together, I think. It would help if I knew exactly what a bodega is rather than just having a vibe. Ah. Fuck. Something to do with circus shit? No. Maybe? Bod. Pig. No. Uni. Tax. Sub. So. So, sub, uni. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Pig, no. Ooh. I need to understand why this was a thing. I think this was 3 out of 4. So, taxi cab. Why would it say cab there? Cab, a boat, cycle, station? That seems weird. Sewing machine and piano both have strings. Nothing else has strings, though. Is it like finishing off a phrase or something? Pigeon? Why is pigeon there? Pigeonhole? No. Tax, pig, bod, uni, sub, so, no. Taxi cab, I don't know, yellow, nothing to do with the other ones. It should be more simple because it's not the purple ones. There should be an easy one in there. Dude, fuck this fucking game. Oh my god. Cycle. Is there something to do with like the rhythmic thing about like subway station? Oh, and that's not like a food thing. No, subway. No. Nothing else seems to work for that. Subway station. Tube. Transport. But why would subway station and taxi cab go together? That doesn't make sense either. Like, you would think it's taxi cab, unicycle, swan boat, and subway station. But one, that seems really loose. And two, I don't think this got 3 out of 4. Like, this didn't get 3 out of 4. Which makes it so... Which makes it so weird. You know? That's what I don't get. They both have strings. Does anything else here have strings? Pigeon? No. Why did I think New York things earlier? Bodega, taxi cab, subway station. It's just not. Nah. Pigeon. The only thing that makes me think of pigeons in New York is that fucking Home Alone film. Swan boat. I don't know. Why was this 3 out of 4? Fuck me. Let me see. Hang on. Wait. Wait. Pedals. You pedal a piano. Do you pedal a sewing machine? Is there not a thing that you... If it's pedals, it's these... Wait, this was 3 out of 4. Did I do this? Because that would make it 2. And this would make it 2. Is it pedals? They have pedals? What the fuck is bodega pigeons? And I guess that could be a New York thing, I guess. I don't know. Or just something completely different that I haven't thought of. Pianos have pedals, sewing machines have pedals, unicycles have pedals, and taxi cabs have pedals. Subway station, the station doesn't really. Swan boat, pigeon. Does the swan boats have pedals? Oh. Is a swan boat like one of those boats that you sit in and you pedal to make it move? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Manual pedaling is different from like, wait. Am I being really risky here? That does match the 3 out of 4 thing. These all look like New Yorkish things, right? Fuck it. Oh, thank God. Fuck me, man. Jesus. Even though you do have a pedal in a taxi, it's stupid. It's fucking annoying as hell, man. Yeah, New York City. Okay, okay. Jesus. Ooh. Fuck me, man. Reverse engineered the easiest answer. Yeah. Sorry, I just didn't know about the swan boat thing. Jay Blaze, thanks for 499. Apparently, the Beirut port explosion happened 6 years ago today. Is there any news on the investigation? Nope, Hezbollah blocked it. Cooked. What are they going to do? Arrest people who are literally fucking surrounded by armed men all the time? No way. No way. Yeah, I know they're different kinds of pedals, motherfucker. Fuck off. Get out of here. Whew, mad. Okay, what do we have here? Oh my god, only 100 people left for that. Or less than 100. That's crazy. You guys are devoted fans.
The plan
Allahu
in its
Akbar.
current
Yes?
form would
Okay.
see Hamas hand over its
Can Hamas really be disarmed? Is this recent footage of them?
The plan in its current form would see Hamas hand over its heavy weapons, production sites,
Okay.
and a map of the tunnel system that it has built and militarized underneath Gaza. All of this will be transferred to what's called the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, which is a new group of Palestinian technocrats that will eventually rule the enclave.
Okay.
Hamas has said that the weapons will be stored under the committee's watch, which Israel isn't particularly pleased with. Ordinarily, under a full demilitarization process, you might expect the weapons to be destroyed. As for the fighters themselves, they won't be eligible to join law enforcement bodies, such as a new police force that will be run by the committee.
Oh no.
From the very
That's crazy.
beginning, Hamas has said that it will only disarm once Israel withdraws, and Israel has said that it will only withdraw once Hamas is fully disarmed.
Oh
Both
my
of them
god.
have sort of viewed this as all or nothing.
Wonderful.
The United States, which is behind the effort, has been pushing for a more piecemeal approach, where these things can happen in tandem, bit by bit. It looks like what's being called for now is for Israel to stop carrying out attacks in Gaza and withdraw to what's called the Yellow Line. The Yellow Line is a boundary that was established when the ceasefire took effect last year, which basically split the Gaza Strip in two, with Hamas controlling a thin piece of territory along the coast and Israel in control of a large buffer zone all around it. But recently, Israel has been moving the line in some places and gradually expanding the
That's
area
the
of
yellow
its
line,
control.
those little blocks.
That means that the population, about 2 million people, has been squeezed into an even smaller piece of land. After that initial withdrawal back to the original yellow line, it's not entirely clear how a broader withdrawal will take place. This is all happening at a really sensitive time in Israel. They've got elections coming up in October, and this situation really puts Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a bit of a bind. There are members of Netanyahu's ruling coalition that are very opposed to this plan. Some of them would like to see more military action against Hamas, not less, and they definitely don't want to see Israeli troop withdrawal. So there's a risk for Netanyahu if he accepts this, but there's also a risk for him if he doesn't, because President Trump wants this, and the US, of course, is a very important ally for Israel.
They're the most
Will
important.
it go through its ups and downs? It's a very complex situation over there. The
Has
people.
Eisenkot, well, I'm guessing any opposition in Israel is just going to keep their cards really close to their chest. But do we know if Eisenkot's more likely to bring the PA into Gaza and to strengthen their role there so that they can have a joint governance between the West Bank and Gaza? Would they do that, or is that just a completely fucking no-no?
Are very complex. And if you go 4 months ago or 5 months ago, a deal like that would have been impossible. So it's a big step for the Middle East, and people are really impressed by it.
Hamas has been seriously weakened by this war. A lot of their leaders have been killed, and the destruction and suffering felt by the civilian population has really cost them a lot of popular support. So there are some people who believe that Hamas really has no other way out of it.
Check stream chat. The Board of Peace appears to shift terms for IDF withdrawal after a meeting with Netanyahu. Uh-oh. Well, he hadn't said yes to it, had he? The Board of Peace appears to have changed its conditions for the IDF to withdraw from Gaza after its top officials held a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu earlier today. Contrary to inaccurate reports, we note that the withdrawal of the IDF beyond the Yellow Line will take place only once decommissioning is complete, as Hamas committed to the mediators. Oh, yes. This applies to light weapons, heavy weapons, and the tunnels alike. That's all the weapons. Shit. An earlier version of the post included the word full before withdrawal, in what suggested that some IDF pullbacks could take place before the entire disarmament process is complete, as is specified in the proposal published by the Board of Peace last week. But full was removed from the latest Board of Peace statement minutes after it was published. After. So Hamas are obviously going to say, oh, well, you know, the trickery, the Zionist treachery, we need to keep fighting to get a better negotiating position. Both versions appeared to contradict what Mladenov said last week when he asserted that withdrawal must move in lockstep with decommissioning. Yeah. The apparent I did wonder, the first wording I saw of it just looked like, it seemed like there was no actual specification over which one would happen first and to what degree. The apparent shift appeared to be part of the Board of Peace's efforts to get Israel on board with its disarmament plan after officials in Jerusalem insisted that no withdrawal would take place until after the full disarmament of Hamas was complete, taking issue with the plan's envisioning of a phased disarmament and withdrawal process. But the apparent change to the disarmament terms risks losing Hamas, which only agreed to the original sequencing. Moreover, while the latest Board of Peace statement referenced an Israeli withdrawal from the Yellow Line, another Board of Peace official clarified to the Times of Israel last week that the disarmament deal does require Israel to withdraw its troops to the original Yellow Line from the October 2025 Gaza ceasefire deal, which Israel violated by moving to take over 70% of the Strip instead of the agreed upon 53%. Okay, so Israel does have to go back to the original Yellow Line. I see. In its latest statement on the constructive meeting with Netanyahu, the Board of Peace writes, the goal is clear and is not in question. The complete decommissioning of weapons in the Strip and the transition away from rule by the gun to civil governance. Reaching it will be a process, and that process will be set out in the next phase of the work. As Israeli officials continue to reject any halt to military operations in Gaza, the latest board statement stresses that continued progress towards implementation in full depends on each side fulfilling its obligations under the agreed framework. According to the Israel Hayom outlet, Netanyahu told Mladenov during the meeting that Israel will not hold its fire in Gaza and will not withdraw from the Yellow Line due to the ongoing threat posed by Hamas. The report adds that before that, Israel handed the board and US officials a list of reservations regarding the roadmap, protesting the fact that Jerusalem was not a party to it and did not get the opportunity to present its opinion. Whose idea was this? For the Board of Peace to just publish a plan and say it was agreed upon without even asking the... Unbelievable. Like, I know Trump is just desperate to say that he's got progress, even though this is, it's always, how many times did I say this? Since basically since the hostage release, and probably even before, you're always going to get this sticking point. You're going to have Israel saying, we'll withdraw, possibly, if Hamas disarms. We got Hamas saying, we'll disarm, possibly, after Israel withdraws. It's always been the same shit. It's always the same sticking point. An Israeli official familiar with the matter also tells the Times of Israel that Jerusalem also took issue with the Board of Peace's plans to include representatives from Qatar and Turkey in the International Verification Committee tasked with monitoring the implementation of Hamas's disarmament. The official says Israel also objects to the proposal's requirement that Hamas weapons merely be put in storage as opposed to being destroyed. Yeah, that's just another pretty significant schism, isn't it? For his part, Mladenov writes that it was a long day in Jerusalem. Oh. This is the start of the hard phase, and I have never pretended otherwise, he continues on X. Not much of what we do now is dramatic. It is slow, grinding, and technical work. I really just want to... I have so many issues with the Board of Peace, and especially with Netanyahu's red lines around this. I do appreciate that the disarmament is the front and center of the conversation now, because it should have been years ago. I really want to know what the defense is for Hamas retaining their arms. I really want to know, like, if anyone can try and make that make sense. I know they won't and they can't, but I'll just be curious to see what they have to offer.
this, and that this is, in a way, a sort of dignified surrender. The idea is that once Hamas is out of the picture, the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, which is the new Palestinian technocratic body, will come in and they will run a transitional government that will oversee basically all civilian affairs. As for security, the committee will oversee a new police force. A lot of the details are still being worked out. In order to move ahead, Israel needs to stop its attacks in Gaza. Hamas needs to hand over its arms, and Israel needs to withdraw. And after all of that happens, reconstruction can begin in earnest. Momentum is going to depend a lot on what Israel does next, and in particular, we're watching to see whether or not they will stop carrying out strikes in the Gaza Strip. Just this weekend, Israel carried out a number of large strikes that Hamas considered a major violation. We will, of course, be looking for signs that Hamas is serious, and that might come in the form of them not doing some of the things that they have been doing in previous months, such as intimidating the opposition. So moving forward, we'll be looking for signs that both sides are serious.
Both sides. Now allow me to introduce the least serious sides of any both sides this world has ever seen. And here to really settle this issue, to ask the brave questions, of all people, Piers Morgan, peace be upon him, has decided to interview Ghazi Hamad, who is the senior official from Hamas. For those of you who don't know, Hamad is the guy who very notoriously said that Palestine will be free, even if it means we have to do October 7th 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. This was the guy, the Mr. A Million October 7th guy. He is also the guy that clarified to Al Jazeera Arabic that they're not giving up any weapons until Israel leaves Gaza. That was kind of like his thing. And that they were only going to commit to a kind of storage arrangement, that kind of thing. So that's your guy.
I'm not so pleased with the agreement. I don't expect that Israel
I didn't know he spoke English. I've never heard him speak English before.
will fulfill its commitments. Why Israel should exist? This is the question. Israel is a big burden on the shoulder.
Or wait, maybe he said, he might have said if they withdraw to the yellow line, but it was very much like Israel has to move first before we start disarming, which again is like, in any sensible fucking conflict between two states, you would just, between two governments, like you would obviously be thinking like, dude, you guys you're so lost. You are so militarily defeated. Like fighting doesn't help you or anyone around you. Why do you still want to keep on trying to bargain for a better position? But obviously, Hamas is not like any other military. They're not like any other government. They do actually have a bargaining chip, and their bargaining chip is that their own people keep dying in these Israeli strikes, and they can use that as a capital against Israel in the international stage. He got interviewed by CNN. Oh yeah, he did. We watched that. The
war.
All means and methods would include rape, it would include murder, it would include burning down villages, and you want to paint them and say they're not a terrorist entity and the United States should stay out of it. You're a U.S. citizen.
Not Jank. We're not doing the Jank segment. Fuck that. Boring. I just want to see Hamad. Thank you.
This weekend. Well, Ghazi Hamad is the spokesman for Hamas and joins me now. Mr. Hamad, thank you for joining me on Uncensored. In very simple terms, what is this deal?
I think this is an exceptional deal because of the exceptional circumstances, because of the genocide in Gaza, because of the operation in Gaza, because the world is watching Gaza doing nothing. People are killed every day. People are exterminated every day in Gaza. No one succeeded to help our people there. All the people are watching. So I think we did our best in order to save our people, to save our citizens in Gaza Strip from displacement, from mass killing, from massacres, from genocide, from all kinds of tortures. So I think this is a forced necessity in order to save our people in Gaza Strip. I know it is not easy. I'm not so pleased with this deal because I think we are looking for something is more better in order to create a good atmosphere for our people, to end our occupation, to end the occupation, now to build a new future for our people. But as I told you, the situation really is very bad, very hard for us. No one helped us in this, and for 80 years, that all the international community are looking for watching the Palestinian people under oppression, killing, mass killing, settlements in the West Bank, confiscation of lands. So I think we try to do something in order to save our people, to put our cause in the table of the international community. This is an exceptional phase of the Palestinian history, which is full of pain, tears, blood, and suffering. This is maybe someone's most hardest phase in the Palestinian history. I hope that we can succeed to save
our people. By the way, this same guy who was asked by CNN, actually, interestingly, about whether or not he felt like Hamas claimed responsibility for the amount of suffering in Gaza, given that they've insisted on continuing to fight, given that they told their civilians to stay still when Israel was giving them evacuation warnings from particular buildings that were going to get struck. His answer was basically, well, it's boosted the Palestinian cause. It's made our cause more of an international story. This guy is like a completely cynical fucking piece of shit. Like, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck about the amount of people who have died in Gaza or the amount of people who have suffered. He cares about the fact that it's got international attention for his cause. Because I'm pretty sure this guy's not in Gaza, right? This guy's in, is he in Qatar now, or is he, where is he? He was in Lebanon for a period. But yeah, he doesn't have to experience like all that suffering that the people in Gaza are going through. He's just there for the memes.
Our people from this monster. Yesterday we received significant messages.
Oh yeah, he was shown footage of the protests, the anti-Hamas protests, and he was that was funny as fuck. Nah, nothing to see.
2 weeks ago, the Israeli military
from the Israeli after declaration or after Hamas said that we accept this agreement, they killed more than 30 people, citizens, children, and women. And they sent very, very significant message to the United States, to the mediators, to the Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. We are not interested with the deal. We want to continue to kill people in Gaza Strip, to target everywhere. So I think that the world should understand that Israel is a burden. Israel is the core of the problems in the Middle East. They created troubles in Lebanon, in Gaza, in West Bank, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Iran. I hope that the world can open their eyes and see that the problem is not the Palestinians. The problem is Israel, which is a state of occupation, state of extermination, a state of genocide, a state of racism, apartheid. I hope that they can understand.
Let me put a question to you. Okay, so you obviously do not trust the Israelis, and I would put to you that there's very good reason why they would not trust Hamas, and you in particular, when you make any kind of pledges, because of course after October the 7th, one of the worst terrorist attacks of modern times.
He's also explicitly said no to two states. He's also explicitly said that they're never going to stand down on the goal to make all of Israel back into Palestine. Like it's so, but apparently you're going to do it without arms. Okay, it's so transparent.
You went on camera publicly and said, we will do this again and again and again, and said you were wedded to annihilating Israel. Why should the Israelis trust somebody who said that?
You are a professional journalist. What do you expect from Palestinian people under occupation for 80 years? I am Ghazi. I know nothing about West Bank. I know nothing about my people in Jerusalem. I know nothing about my people inside the Green Line. 80 years of suffering, oppression, and suffering from the Palestinian. The Palestinian people, Palestinian organization, PLO, they try to find a solution, peace process with Israel, but Israel destroyed the peace process. And instead of this, they started to take lands, now to destroy the Palestinian Authority.
The peace process that Hamas were openly trying to destroy at the time with suicide bombings, just so you know. Okay.
Well, I understand, but with respect, Mr. Hamad, if I may just interject, with respect, if I may just ask you a question. If I may just ask you,
I just want to
ask you to. I want you to respond to my Mr. Hamed. Respectfully, if I could just ask you to answer the question, which is, given that you yourself said publicly that you wanted Hamas to keep doing an October the 7th style attack again and again and again, why should the Israelis trust you?
You know that they don't trust anyone. They don't listen to anyone. They don't listen to the mediators. They should not trust anyone, because I think that this is an occupation. You know, Hamas as liberation organization, we never commit crimes. We never kill civilians. We try all the time to liberate our home from the occupation.
Well, that's complete nonsense, Mr. Hamed. Sorry, I have to interrupt there. When you say you don't commit crimes and you don't kill innocent civilians, we all saw what happened on October the 7th in 2023. You had 3,000 members of your organization, Hamas, pour over the Israeli border and commit a series of despicable crimes in which you massacred innocent civilians all over Israel. You then captured over 250 of them, including Holocaust survivors and a baby. So the idea you've not committed crimes is ridiculous.
No. I say 100%. I'm confident that 100%. We never commit crimes against civilians. Maybe some mistake happened, but it is not the policy of Hamas. It is not the
well, there weren't mistakes.
From Hamas.
People also forget that the second Intifada, that was mostly, those suicide bombings was mostly Hamas, right? Like that was mostly Hamas doing. They've done this for 20 years. The rockets, where are they aimed at? It's so fucking dumb, man. People fall for this shit. Yeah.
You gunned down innocent people. Sorry, again, Mr. Hamed, I'm sorry. I can't let you get away with saying that. Hamas deliberately massacred people at a music festival. Hundreds of young people enjoying a music festival. That is a war crime.
Very well. There was no commands to kill civilians or to kill women or to kill children. I think maybe some mistakes happened, but I think that Hamas has no any
there
kind
weren't mistakes. You burned people alive in their homes.
Instruction to kill civilians. In spite, you know that how many people, how many civilians, how hundred thousands of Palestinians since 1948, civilians, women, and children were killed by the Israel forces. What they are doing to Palestinian people, it is not something that you can imagine.
Just to be clear, I have said repeatedly on my show that I believe that the scale of Israel's response to October the 7th has been way over the top. They've killed far too many Palestinian civilians in their response to what happened that day. But given that you are the Hamas spokesman, for you to come on this program and say to me with a straight face that nobody in Hamas committed any crimes on October the 7th is just a brazen lie. Your people, your terrorists, poured over the border and slaughtered hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of innocent civilians and captured many more.
PIERS, I'm leaders of Hamas, I understand. We believe in humanity, we believe in law, we believe in ethics and morality. We understand this is very well. We never use...
I mean, that is true. He's just not saying which law and which morality and which ethics. That's not untrue. It's fucking... This guy's a straight shooter.
Violence again. Maybe there's some...
Straighter than the Hamas rockets. Super Snake, thanks for the Tiers 2 sub. Thank you so much.
Mistake by individuals, but it is not the policy of Hamas. It is not our thinking. It is not our mentality to kill civilians. But maybe some people, there's some mistakes happen. Yes, I don't deny this. But you have to understand. We are. You look to the hostages, or the Israeli hostages who were kept for a long time. I think we deal him very, very, very kind with them. We feed them. We give him all kinds of protection and shelter. But our prisoners now, more than 7,000 or 9,000. Now, every day they are exposed to the tortures and exposed to the humiliation on all kinds of bad behavior. So I think now we believe that we follow the Islam principles who instruct us now to deal with even with any. But look now to Gaza. You know, since the signature of the Sharm el-Sheikh agreement, about 1,400 people were killed. but you can see 80% of them are civilians, women and children. Before that, in this war of genocide, more than 80, according to our statistics and the statistics of the international organization, more than 90% of people are civilians. So I think as Hamas, we believe to fight against occupation. This is our duty to fight against them again and again and again, because I think we are looking to build our future, to free our homeland.
But if you're going to, all right, but Mr. Hamad, let me again interrupt you because I can't just let you talk without being challenged. When you accuse Israel of committing crimes, I think you have perfectly legitimate claims against some of the actions of this Israeli government, and a proper investigation will need to happen about exactly what has happened in Gaza and how many civilians have been killed. I think the reaction from the Israeli government has been way, way, way over the top, and they've killed far too many civilians. They say they've only gone after Hamas terrorists, and that in the process, civilians have been killed. I think that's a very questionable position of them. I also think the fact that 75–80% of Gaza is pretty well uninhabitable is a disgrace, and I think the actions of some members of the Israeli government, Ben-Gvir...
I think this was him saying it. The thing he's referring to, Pierce.
الدولة لابد أن نزيلها لأنه بالفعل هي تعتبر كارثة أمنية وعسكرية وسياسية للأمة العربية والإسلامية، يجب أن تنتهي. لذلك احنا لا نخجل من نقول ذلك بكل قوة، انه إسرائيل لازم نأدبها، وحنأدبها مرة ثانية وثالثة، ومش هذا حتكون طوفان الأقصى أول مرة، لا حتكون ثاني وثالث ورابع. لأنه احنا لدينا إصرار ولدينا قرار ولدينا إمكانيات أن نقاتل وأن نحارب، لكن كما قلت لك بدنا ندفع ثمن. نعم احنا
ready to pay the price. Yeah, okay.
معلش بدي أقول لك بشكل
واضح.
واضح.
The price being obviously the lives of people in Gaza, because he's even quite clear, we're a nation of martyrs, proud to sacrifice martyrs. It's like, and again, every Hamas leader from Sinwar to Khalid Mishal to their current leader, Khalil al-Hayya, even just last week was giving a speech saying that they affirmed the right of armed resistance and the goal of turning all of Palestine back into a pure Arab state. It's like the resistance by any means necessary. It's our international legal right. Like they're all still committed to this idea. It's so
احنا اسمنا شعب الشهداء. وبنفخر أن نقدم شهداء.
It's the fact that they say it so openly.
لا نريد أن نمس لا بالمدنيين ولا أن نلحق الأذى بهم، لكن أوقات لأنه في تعقيدات في الميدان صارت في منطقة موجودة، وكان هناك في احتفال وكان في سكان وفي منطقة واسعة ليست سهلة على امتداد تقريبا 40 كيلومتر. يجب أن ننتهي.
أن ينتهي وين؟ بقطاع غزة؟
ينتهي إلى لا بتكلم عن كل أراضي فلسطين.
كل الأراضي الفلسطينية، يعني زوال إسرائيل؟
طبعا. وجود إسرائيل غير منطقي. وجود إسرائيل هو اللي بخلق كل هذه الآلام والعذابات والدموع والدماء. هي إسرائيل مش إحنا ضحية الاحتلال، نقطة آخر السطر. لذلك ما
Smodrich and others, and their words are borderline, certainly ethnic cleansing and possibly genocidal. I think their plan and intention is to take the West Bank and Gaza. So, I've tried to be very fair in my coverage of this since October the 7th, and I'm very aware of the history going back to 1948. However, if you're going to come on here and you're going to accuse Israel of committing crimes, but in the same breath try and tell me that no Hamas terrorists on October the 7th committed crimes, everybody watching this interview will think you're a liar. Why would you want them to think you're a liar?
Is not a terrorist action. I think we are acting against occupation. We never, as Hamas, we never use our power and our capability against Europeans, against Christians, against Jews, against Western people. We are fighting against occupation, and it is our legitimate right. According to United Nations resolution, according to the international community, according to all kinds of regulations and laws, it is our fight against to end this monster, this occupation. We want to end it. No one help us to do that. So I think we have to use everything, but we never cross the lines of morality and humanity.
It's our right to end occupation by any means, as per international law. Where have we heard that before?
All
kinds of resistance are legal for people or nation that is under occupation. So we can't say to someone that.
No, but this is your opinion. Do you think it's okay for a 15-year-old?
Here, sorry. This is October 8th, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it must be emphasized that armed struggle by Palestinian resistance against the occupier is legal under international law. This is from the UN General Assembly, Resolution 3743, adopted in 1982. There is no ambiguity about it. It reaffirms the legitimacy of the struggle of peoples for independence, territorial integrity, national unity, and liberation from colonial and foreign domination and foreign occupation by all available means.
By all available means. Remember, it's just they're so open. It's so open. It's the same language. Like, he's borrowing from the same playbook as Ghazi Hamad. Like, they'll be referencing the same thing. This 82 resolution, which was mostly passed by dictatorships, mind you. Most of the countries that voted for that are dictatorships, and also it's a General Assembly resolution. It's not international law. General Assembly passes all kinds of crazy shit. How many of those chatters are still around? Probably not many, eh? It's been quite a journey, but that's okay. Not everyone's brave enough to go where we go. Wasn't it a non-binding? It's a General Assembly resolution. It doesn't, like, you can make a General Assembly resolution into international law, but on its own, no. It's literally just a bunch of fucking dictatorships agreeing on something, like having an opinion.
And laws
Goldstone, thanks for the $5. You don't understand, even though Hamad is a billionaire, he's oppressed and thus is unable to speak for himself. His vocabulary is colonized. Wow, good one.
Our conflict against occupation. But if you look to the other side,
I'm sorry, but again, Mr. Hamad, I'm sorry, listen, I'm sorry, but you crossed every line of humanity and morality.
This is not true.
Every line. On October the 7th, the actions of Hamas on October the 7th crossed every single moral, ethical, and humanity line.
This is not
Your
true.
people committed acts of utter barbarism against innocent Israelis. You did.
No, this is.
We saw it with our own eyes. Your people, your Hamas terrorists, just to be clear, your Hamas terrorists, your people, they deliberately posted videos of themselves committing their atrocities in real time.
Yeah, but PIERS, why you describe Hamas as this organization? Why? Please answer me this question.
Because I think what happened. I'm going to tell you. If you let me answer, I'll tell you.
But just answer me.
On October the 7th, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Hamas is
I will tell
fighting
you. I
against
understand your
occupation.
position.
Yes.
I understand your position, and I understand that you believe you're fighting an occupation. You believe you're therefore freedom fighters. I understand Hamas position.
How many of Hamas leadership are still alive and how? A lot of them are still alive because they're not in Gaza. A lot of the Hamas leaders of the Politburo are either in Turkey or Qatar. I think they were in Qatar until the Doha strikes, and then they moved to Turkey. So they're protected. Ghazi Hamad, Khalil al-Haya, Hania is dead. Who else were there? Osama Hamdan is still alive. I think Marzouk is still alive. Who's the other one that was named by the protesters a lot? Khalid Mashal is still alive. A lot of them got killed in Qatar. No, they didn't. Barely any. I don't think any of them got killed in that strike in Qatar, didn't they? The only people who died in that strike were it was a Qatari police officer, wasn't it? Hania was killed in Iran. Yeah. The other leaders within Gaza, that was all. Yahya Sinwar is dead. Mohammed Daif is dead. Mohammed Sinwar is dead.
Glad the me primary is over. But I'm sure IP will still be over-focused on for the next 3 months.
Hey, thanks for the $20. That's so generous of you. My God. Wow. Thank you very much. Why did Sinwar not leg it to Qatar? What, before the attacks? Or Sinwar's a fucking lunatic, man. Sinwar was one of the craziest military political leaders in living memory. Well, first of all, how could he? How could he, even before October 7th, it would have been hard for him to smuggle his way out of the Gaza Strip. But also, he was the Hamas leader in Gaza. He was their Gazan leader. So probably not the best look for him to run away. And obviously, after October 7th, he's not boosting there, is he? It's not like they don't have fucking planes. What the fuck was he going to do? He just went in the tunnels. He just tunneled away and tried to lay low for a bit.
Position. However, I brand Hamas terrorists because the actions on October the 7th were the actions of a terrorist organization that committed a series of despicable crimes against the Israeli people. Now, there is no justification.
You are not fair.
Well,
you are not fair in this situation.
To be clear, let me ask you one simple question. One simple question. Why would you take hostage a baby? What possible justification? Never mind all the other crimes.
Oh, well, that wasn't Hamas, was it? It was Mujahideen brigades that kidnapped that baby. The Bibas kids.
That day. Why would you kidnap a baby?
I told again and again and again. We have no instruction to do that. We never planned to take civilians.
So why did they do it?
No. I want to tell you something. This is a fact that in the beginning of this war, that I think we told some international organization we are ready to free all civilians in the beginning of the war, but Israel refused that. You know, I was in this negotiation table. We proposed to release all the civilians, but Israel, they refused that. Our goal in this war, or
oh yeah, they said civilian soldiers, I think, because they were considering even reservists or anyone who did military training ever was like even as teenagers. Yeah. Has the US not done anything to Qatar to do something about Hamas leaders? Well, not that I'm aware of. They might have done, but Qatar got a plane for Trump. Also, the Israelis at one point, up until October 7th, were okay with Qatar hosting Hamas leaders, mostly because of for pragmatic political reasons, because they didn't want there to be a total internal meltdown in Gaza if Hamas were to lose control. Like they thought that things might get worse, because at least, remember, up until 2023, the consensus amongst the Israeli government and the military and the intelligence agencies was that Hamas were pragmatic, that they were not interested in a large-scale conflict, and that they were only ever going to try to harass Israel slowly and over time in a way that Israel could handle. That was the only thing they had protocols for up to October 7th, was at most an infiltration of 70 people. That was like their fucking nuclear situation, was if 70 people crossed the border and breached it less than, like, I think it was up to like 5 times maybe. Not like whatever 150 breaches that there were on the day.
In 7 October is to what's called to...
Did they bomb a negotiator in Qatar? They tried to bomb the leadership in Qatar when they were discussing negotiations and failed. They killed a security officer, a Qatari security guard, and Trump convinced the Israelis to apologize to Qatar for killing one of their guys.
To lift the siege on Gaza, to take soldiers, hostages, right, in order to free about 6,000 Palestinians. Some of them, they spent more than 40 or 30 years in the prison under oppression and humiliation. This is our goal. And along the history of Hamas, we never used to rest against anyone. So I think what we are fighting in order to free our people, in order to fight against occupation, in order to free our people, our land from the occupation. There is no one evidence that Hamas is using or committing crimes against civilians. This is prohibited by our religions and our
why in that case why did Hamas terrorists go to a music festival full of young people and massacre hundreds of those young people?
They didn't expect it to be there. They didn't know it was there, which is why when they arrived, they were like, "Whoa, shit! A music, let's go, let's fuck them up." They literally filmed themselves saying that. But
the music festival. Tell me why they did that. If, as you say, there were no instructions to commit crimes.
If you go back to some investigation done by Israeli institution, and
Hannibal
even
Directive.
if you go to Haaretz newspaper, you see that many people killed by the Israeli forces, many Israeli citizens killed by the Israeli forces. Many of them, when Hamas fighters entered inside the Green Line, the Israeli tanks and helicopters and all military weapons they directed their fire to the Israeli citizen. That they try maybe to kill the members of Hamas, but they killed the Israeli citizen. I think you have to.
Oh, he's not even saying Hannibal. He's saying that they accidentally killed their own citizens. He's being more charitable to the IDF than the standard fucking Finkelfuck people are. The Westerners will just say, "Oh yeah, no, they did the Hannibal Directive and killed like hundreds of their own people." That's what Noah Samson was saying. This guy is saying, "Well, you know, they tried to hit Hamas, but they kind of fucked up, you know, with the tanks." He's being more generous to the idea. I love this. It's like one of those. I keep saying like Hamas will just kind of grant quite a lot of factual information to the IDF and to Israel, but people in the West will just kind of ignore it. It's really funny. Yeah, this guy is more pro-IDF than fucking Professor Dave is. This guy is more generous to the IDF than Professor Dave. Many such examples.
To be very acute in decision, if you go back to some Israeli investigation to understand Hamas was not directing its action against the civilians. Our goal is very clear. I don't deny that some mistakes happened at that time, but this is not our policy. This is not our goal. This is not our thinking to do
but
that.
Mr. Hamad, they were not mistakes. These were young Hamas terrorists who were going from home to home, massacring families in their homes, setting fire to them, butchering them with knives, gunning them.
The Qatar and Turkey thing, by the way, this is why every now and then some brave Gazan will talk about how we'll say some aggressive shit about Qatar and Turkey, and the Al Jazeera journalists will just be like, "Whoa, yeah, okay, enough of that, buddy. Fuck you."
يعني لو تحدثنا أكثر عن المجازر اللي بتصير هذه مجازر الناس مدنية أنا أطفال كلهم.
Oh, wait, where's the fucking subtitle? Is this
أطفال وأولاد صغار كلهم أطفال وأولاد صغار حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل على قطر وعلى تركيا وعلى إلا يعني.
So he says Qatar, Turkey, and the guy just kind of.
أنا قضيتنا قضية إنسانية بصراحة. القضية إنسانية ونتابع المشاهد تباعا. الآن الوضع.
This guy just like, all right, I'm get this guy the fuck out of here before someone kills me.
جدا وكثير من الشهداء متواجدون في هذه الأماكن. يعني ما زال المشهد.
I think this happened in a hospital as well. Where is it? Where's the one of the Gazan guy in the hospital who gets shoved away for speaking shit about Hamas? He's angry with Qatar and Turkey for looking after Hamas as a Palestinian. Yep. You need translation type shit. Where is that clip? Where the journalist just kind of like awkwardly walks away as soon as the dude starts shitting on Hamas. Who is this? Oh yeah, this is interesting. From security in Gaza. This is them basically warning citizens that if people from relief organizations or charities try to call you or ask questions, you have to like contact the authorities, don't tell them anything, verify figure out, start asking them questions. Yeah, this is the whole thing about like, this is like a very pro-Hamas journalist giving instructions on how to deal with aid organizations or human rights organizations asking questions. Where the fuck is this guy, man? Was it just a memory clip? Might not find it right now. Yeah, well, we'll get back to it. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away.
Down with guns. They were doing it all over that area when they attacked. They weren't mistakes. This was a coordinated plan of a terrorist attack. And for you to try and deny that is to deny what we all saw with our own eyes. And the reason we saw most of it is because the Hamas terrorists posted what they were doing onto social media platforms in real time because they were so proud of what they were doing.
Do you have any proof for that? Do you have a proof? Do you have proof that Hamas
yes, the proof came
from home to home to kill people?
Yes, there is enormous amounts of proof. What, you don't think Hamas killed any civilians that day?
No, I don't deny that there's some mistakes. I don't deny that. Bro. But as I told you, as
there weren't mistakes. They were killed deliberately.
No. I don't waste time in this because I'm so confident that we as Hamas, that we did October 7th, as I told you, in order to lift the siege on Gaza Strip. That we sent people in order to free Gaza from the siege imposed on Gaza for more than 15 years.
But it didn't work, did it? Okay, let me assume. All right, Mr. Hamad, let me assume that was your plan, right? And just before we get into my point about that, there is a report that you yourself left Gaza before October the 7th and haven't been back. Is that true?
I left Gaza before October 7th, that's right. But this
and you haven't been back?
Something is normal, it's not something exceptional. Yeah. I left Gaza.
No, but you talk a lot. But you have talked. The reason I ask you is you've talked a lot about the heroic martyrs on October the 7th. But where was your heroism? Where were you standing up for your people, given that you fled the country and went to Qatar while they stayed and fight, as you put it, the occupation?
Give me 1 minute. If you go back in October 6th, not October 7th, if you look at the situation in Gaza Strip,
I think it's this one, isn't it? Is it this guy? Yeah, because the guy looked like kind of fucking haggard, didn't he? He looked a bit of a state. Thank you, memory. Da-da-da-da.
الجيش الاسرائيلي بيقول للناس اذهبوا الى جنوب الوادي يعني انه وتتفاجئوا بهذا
القصف. قصف بعدين مش دار مربع بحاله يعني مسح مربع بحاله فوق ال 15 20 دار. هذا منطق، هذا عمل انساني، هذا عمل اجرامي. وبعدين بالنسبه للمقاومه اللي بتيجي بتخبى بين الناس، ليش تخبى بين الناس؟ يروح في جهنم يتخبى.
يعني هذه شهادات من المواطنين بسبب يعني هذا القصف الاسرائيلي العنيف على هذه المنطقه. حقيقه مربع سكني كامل كما ذكر شهود العيان، اكثر من 15 منزل قد دمر بشكل كامل.
It's such a fucking joke, man.
مش دار مربع بحاله يعني مسح مربع بحاله فوق ال 15 20 دار. هذا منطق، هذا عمل انساني، هذا عمل اجرامي. وبعدين بالنسبه للمقاومه اللي بتيجي بتخبى بين الناس، ليش تخبى بين الناس؟ يروح في جهنم يتخبى.
يعني هذه شهادات من المواطنين بسبب يعني هذا
Also this Al Jazeera journalist is looking life flashing before his eyes. As this guy says to broadcast that fucking opinion. Oh no.
القصف الإسرائيلي العنيف على هذه المنطقة. حقيقة مربع سكني كامل كما ذكر شهود العيان، أكثر من 15 منزل قد دمر بشكل كامل.
To ask yourself why Hamas did that. Before October 7, that all Palestinians under occupation, Ben Gvir all the time and the Smotrich and this what's called the crazy gang in Israel. They try first of all to destroy the Palestinian identity, killing Palestinians, taking their lands, building more settlements, expanding settlements. There is no time. They destroy the peace process. They destroy everything, and the world is watching. Look at Israel, spoiled boy. Israel is very beautiful. We have to protect Israel and the Palestinian for 8 years under oppression. What do you expect the Palestinian to do? We have two options. Either we keep ourselves as slaves under the occupation and be very polite and throw flowers in the Israeli occupation, or to fight them, or to go in the other way. Either we go to the direction of peace or direction of violence. You don't give the Palestinians any option. The war, they keep the Palestinians under oppression all the time, doing nothing. So I think October 7th is justified. Justifies because when you see that the Palestinians are killed every day and their lands are taken by these crazy gangs.
Then what we do is we get more of them killed. We get tens of thousands more of them killed. Yeah, good idea.
And everything is destroyed, and we have no homeland, no identity, no flag, no spirit. Even they destroy the Palestinian Authority. They destroy the peace of Israel. What do you expect from the Palestinian people to do that? You want to keep silence? To keep silence for 80 years? To do nothing? No one helped them?
My response to you. Listen, Mr. Hamad, I believe that Palestinians should have the exact same human rights as Israelis and anybody else. I believe in a two-state solution. I believe there should be a full state of Palestine.
Why should Israel exist?
Why should
Israel should exist? Why?
No, let me make my...
Why?
Well, God, the same way that you should exist.
To kill people?
I believe Israel has a right to... I believe Israel... I believe, Mr. Hamad, I believe that Israel and... let me finish. I believe that Israel and Palestine both have a right to exist as independent states. There should be a two-state solution. I've always believed that. However, I would ask you this more difficult question. If what happened on October the 7th, as you put it, was justified, which I think is a grotesque defense of a terrorist attack, but let's assume for one moment that you think that what you did that day was essential for getting what you wanted for the people of Gaza, then it's been a spectacular failure, hasn't it? Because
No, people are talking about Palestine, bro. You seen how many keffirs we've sold on the international market? They're fucking everywhere.
80,000 people at least, probably many more, have been slaughtered by the IDF in response. 75-80% of Gaza has been flattened. The people that have been left in a tiny area of Gaza are living in the most appalling conditions. And you've now got Israeli ministers openly talking about an ethnic cleansing of both Gaza and the West Bank. So from a strategic point of view, whether you defend what you did on October the 7th or not, and I think it's indefensible. My question, Mr. Hamad, let me finish. Let me ask you the question. Do you accept that your strategy that day has been a spectacular failure?
Look, you look just to one side. I know you are a professional journalist, and I think you have to look with your two eyes. I know that we paid a big price. That's right. But it is not a tune. Since 1948, we paid more than 100,000 of people murdered by Israelis, 100,000 of prisoners, 100,000 of injured.
Has Hamas's popularity gone up or down since October 7th in Palestine? It's gone down in Gaza. I don't actually know if it's moved. They're still the most popular ones in the West Bank, but... What's the most recent PSR poll? They usually compare it to previous years. Not the fucking index. Fuck off. What we got now? Their latest poll is 2025? Wait, really? They haven't done one this year? Surely they have. Yeah, they got more popular in Columbia University, that's for sure. But that's not important right now. May, what in the actual fuck? Where's my... Would they still win an election? Yeah, they would. This is from 2007. Why would you give me that in the top Google search? What the fuck? All right. Has PSR not done a poll in 2026? They must have. Oh, they published it through the Arab Barometer. How do you poll in Gaza? Same as you do anywhere else. You call people or you ask them questions. People in Gaza still have their phones, or at least some of them do. They have people on the ground as well to do these kinds of things. Sometimes they visit you, right? They go to your house and ask you questions, or they find you somewhere. June 2028. Okay, this is an October poll, but published in June for some reason. Does this ask about the standard Hamas questions? I just have to look at 2024 polls, don't I? Or 25. Yeah, that's not helping. Okay, let's see. Actually, okay, press release. I see. Summary. Where is Hamas's popularity? Abbas, you get so much more resolve when they ask if Abbas should resign. Political party. So the West Bank went from supporting Hamas, massive, big, Jesus Christ, I didn't even know about this. The Hamas got this big boost from October 7th. Look at the West Bank. 12% support Hamas in September 2023. In December, 44. So they actually still have gained in the West Bank to this day, since October 7th. They're at 32 now. In the Gaza Strip, they've gained and then dropped and then gained again. Interesting. Oh. That's quite sad. They've bounced back in the Gaza. I wonder if that's because of Hamas consolidating their say, because armed struggle is still historically less popular in Gaza now. And it has, because this is the real question, is it armed resistance or popular, peaceful, or negotiations? West Bank support for armed resistance is roughly the same. It went up since 2022. Hello? Wait, hang on. Hello?
Hello. Hamas's like dip and then them regaining popularity might be attributed to the fact that some European countries acknowledged or like recognized Palestine.
Yeah, potentially. They survived, haven't they? They survived the war.
Yeah, I mean, they survived the war and they fucking got. It's fucking stupid to say this because what they actually did in the West Bank was the reasoning for the recognizing Palestine, like what Israel's doing in the West Bank. But a lot of Palestinians don't view it that way because they view both Palestine and Gaza as one struggle.
Mm-hmm.
So they might have attributed that recognition to Hamas because they started the whole fucking shit. But obviously, fucking Gaza don't give a fuck when all their family members are dead about fucking recognition.
Yeah, well, it's also the fact that the violence in the West Bank has just been increasingly worse since October 7th.
It's still increasing.
Yeah,
it's actually gotten super bad. Recently, I don't know if you've seen the story. There was a lot of people said soldier, but it looked like a guy in civilian clothing. Maybe I'm misremembering the video. He had an AR on him, and one of the Palestinians wrestled the AR out of him, away from him, and he had the AR in his hands. And it looked like in the video, the guy that had his gun taken away tried to pull a pistol and then was shot and killed. And then him and his other buddy they're there to harass Palestinians, and they were both shot and killed.
Who had a gun? The settler had a gun, or a
settler.
Soldier? Oh, okay.
So they said they're soldiers, but I remember the video them not being in uniform.
Well, you can usually tell if it's a settler because even if they're dressed as a soldier, they might still have like sandals on. It's like they'll be in soldier.
I don't remember the video of them having a uniform on, but it was like, so basically they were harassing Palestinians, and one of the settlers had his gun wrestled away from him, and this Palestinian had his gun, and then I believe in the video it showcases the guy pulling out a pistol, and then the Palestinian shooting him and his buddy, and then soldiers executed the 2 Palestinians.
And they were in Area A when this happened.
I believe so, because it was in one of those villages you don't normally hear about.
Yeah, that sounds like a goofy idea.
Very
Where the
goofy
fuck would
idea,
you go
but
there? Ashley Babbitt. Jesus.
it's in Area A. What settlement is in Area A? I don't remember. I think Zimmer was the name of the place. No, that's not in the West Bank. What the fuck was the name of the fucking place? But no, it was a very fucking like.
There are no settlements in Area A, are there?
There were legal ones. Well, like maybe on the fucking edge, like there'd be Area B, but half like a fucking neighborhood is in Area A. Do you know those kinds?
Well,
or Area C,
I know there's like
neighborhood
Hebron, but that's a very special case because it's kind of.
Yeah, Hebron is special. Yeah, I wouldn't count Hebron, but no, they would have basically on the literal line where Area B and C, and obviously because when you're going there between the West Bank, it doesn't say magically say now you're in Area C, now you're in Area B, now you're Area A, right?
Yeah, but if you're on the road, there's a sign that says you're going into Area A. Turn back if you're.
Yeah.
Don't go here if you're.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the areas where they set up their fucking tents and shit, where they set up their fucking outposts.
Oh,
and
like on
shit.
the hills,
So
yeah.
On the hills, they wouldn't have fucking signs and shit.
Yeah.
So they would have outposts that like are majority in Area B, but they're like on the cusp of being Area A.
Yeah.
And even then, there shouldn't have an outpost in Area B either.
Or C for that matter. Yeah.
Or C, but here we've gotten over C at this point because, yeah, what can you fucking do? But yeah, that's that's also something that caused an uproar for Israel, where the violence is increasing. It was a security guy, not a soldier. A security? What's a security guy?
Like settler security. You know, those guys who are like the armed fucking. So the settlers basically like acknowledge that their village or their settlement has like a security.
Okay, so it's like a private citizen
it's
with
private
a gun.
security
That
for the
guy
settlement.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's not really. I don't know what security he's doing by going into Area A. Like that sounds like you're just looking for trouble. I don't know.
There's no single place in the entire West Bank where Palestinians control fully. Not in reality. On paper, yes, Area A.
Okay. Right,
yeah, that is the truth, no?
What? That they don't have
there's
full
no
yeah, obviously not. They're not like a sovereign. The Area A is not a sovereign state. Yeah, the IDF can still go in there and do things and fuck around. Yeah.
This was a hill down from a village, a Palestinian village that was getting harassed by settlers. But whatever. All right, finish your dumb interview with this guy that I support any strike on any country to get rid of.
Okay. Take care, buddy.
So yeah.
People, you know, this is a tragedy of the Palestinian tragedy continued for more than 80 years. So I think if you look to the other side, after October 7, now if you look to that, Israel is completely isolated by Iran. How we did that? Without October 7, when the world now they understand the fact and the essence of Israel, that is a state of genocide, a state of mass killing, state of ethnic cleansing, and a prime minister of Israel now is wanted by ICC. Did you expect that?
Hamas was wanted by ICC as well, though, weren't they?
That this will happen without paying a price? Now Israel is completely isolated. No, all the world they hate Israel. All the world now they put the Palestinian cause on the table. They ask now to end the occupation. But before the October 7, we all the time talking to the United Nations Security Council meetings. The European communities releasing leaflets. Nothing is done on the ground. But I think now, okay, there's a big price. Gaza is destroyed. Our people is suffering. That's right. But on the other side, I think there are many strategic achievements happened in the last 3 years. I can, first of all, when the world, they think that now Israel is exhausted, either in Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Iraq, and I think we want to continue to fight against Israel. I think Hamas did not change.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, Mr. Hamad, let me ask you, Mr. Hamad, let me ask you this finally.
Continue, do they?
There's this deal in place. How confident are you that this deal is actually going to happen? Is Hamas genuinely prepared to disarm? And if so, when will you start giving up your weapons?
As I told you, this is an exceptional phase in the Palestinian history because of the forced necessity, because of the hard circumstances in Gaza. We accept this agreement, but I think that as Hamas, I can confirm that we didn't change our mentality, our goal to end the occupation, to continue to end the occupation with the Palestinian faction, because this is our holy mission in order to end the occupation. Maybe with some different tactics, some different tools, some different methods, that's right. But I think this is the end of the history. You know that the Palestinian history, if you read it, passed in many, many painful stages. But I think this is one of them. It is very hard. I'm not so pleased with this agreement, because I think that I'm looking to something is more.
So I guess it does show that they acknowledge that the more they're militarily defeated, the more they'll give up. That's not really sending the best message if they're still not going to budge on pretty important issues.
In order to protect.
Man, Gaza's so fucked. Any prospect of rebuilding or any kind of like new administration there that Palestinians can actually live under, like, fuck me, man, not happening.
Our people, I don't expect that Israel will fulfill its commitments because we know the essence of Israel. We tested Israel for more than 80 years. They will not accept any agreement because the state of arrogance, state of supremacy. They want to control everything by force. But I think, as I told, that Hamas will continue with the Palestinian faction, all of them, in order to fight against occupation until we reach the end of this occupation and freedom for our people.
And do you still believe that Israel should be...
So at this point, under what realistic scenario will Hamas disarm? Two options. One is the less favorable one, which is that Israel just keeps bombing the shit out of Gaza until they get through enough leaders that eventually the next leader to pick up the mantle actually just authorizes a disarmament and a surrender unconditionally of the movement. Like they just do it fucking Japan style. Just, okay, well, they're not surrendering unconditionally. All right, bomb harder. Okay, still not surrendering, bomb harder. Still not surrendering, bomb harder. The second option, which I'd probably prefer, is that the citizens of Gaza disarm Hamas or overthrow them, which is not impossible. I mean, you know, but that would also require a lot of internal dissent. It would probably require a lot of reduced credibility. It would require mutinies. It's just, those are the only two options, I think. The only two ways that Gaza can ever start to get better, I think.
Be annihilated?
Well, the question appears to be fair. Now, the existence of Israel, what they give... what this gives the world something is better. Israel creating troubles with the Palestinians all the time, with Lebanon, with Syria, with everywhere. They drive United States now to open war with Iran. All the time they are creating troubles. Why Israel should exist? This is the question. Israel is a big burden on the shoulder of the world.
Well, no, the question, Mr. Hamad,
no chances of any external forces. The only thing external parties can do is probably rebuild the Israeli side of the yellow line and then open some kind of corridor for civilians in the other side to come through and to have actually like this, again, it's like this kind of very pie in the sky proposal of Hamas free zones across the yellow line, like on the Israeli side of the yellow line, that can be handed over to some third party where the IDF leaves and Hamas can't get in, or at least armed Hamas people can't get in. Like that is obviously the ideal scenario, and that would obviously foment internal dissent in the Hamas side because they would see themselves not getting built up and they would see that life is actually better without Hamas and they might act on that. But that's like, who the fuck is that? That just means which third party is going to go into the Israeli side of the yellow line, start building things, and then who's going to be the security or police force in that area when Palestinians from the Hamas side come over and start living there? Like, and are the IDF going to leave that and just have that out of their hands with this government in place? No. There's just too many reasons for so many different parties there to say no.
Mr. Ahmad, the question was very straightforward and very simple. Do you still believe, as you've said in the past, that Israel should be annihilated? Yes or no?
I think that I'm very honest. I think the world should understand the essence of Israel, and they should understand this is a state of occupation, genocide, apartheid, state of settlements. Every day they're chilling the international community. All the time they're chilling the United Nations resolution. All the time they're chilling the Security Council resolution. I think.
So is the answer yes or no then?
Why there is kind of hypocrisy when they now describe Hamas as terrorist organization?
But I didn't ask you for your view. I didn't ask you to repeat your view. I simply said, Mr. Ahmad, I simply said, do you still think Israel should be annihilated? Yes or no? What's the answer?
I think the world should reconsider the existence of Israel. I think the existence of Israel is very dangerous for the Middle East, for the whole world. If Israel gives some good fruits to people,
for Spain,
tell me what Israel is doing in the Middle East. Well, tell me what they are doing in the Middle East. They are killing, they are apartheid, they are racism, all kinds of bad things that Israel is doing in the Middle East.
You've made your position clear, Mr. Ahmad. You've made your views about Israel clear. People can make their own minds up from the way you answered my question. I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you for your time.
Good discourse.
For reaction to that extraordinary interview and to debate all the latest is Joe Kent, the former director of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, Cenk Uygur, founder and CEO.
Kill me. I would rather... Fuck, mate, no way. I would rather go to bed with a fucking rogue elephant. Jesus Christ. No. No! We listen to the important man, okay? We listen to the man of stature. The man who's held in high regard. Fuck that. Suffer more. No! You can't make me. Okay. I think... I was going to go to the gym. Do I still have time? Maybe? The highly regarded man. What is
Dave,
Pangburn
this
saying?
is nothing fucking like that.
In calling them vermin, parasites, rats.
His audio is very difficult to digest right now. Maybe I'll watch this later. Do you have any research topics for the future? I don't know. I'm kind of stuck between more stuff about contemporary China, because I've done the Chinese history. What we got? Contemporary China, DSA / maybe some Corbyn history for the Labour Party. Because I got, fucking econ. I don't know, dude. But for now, I need to bugger off. I got stuff to do. Woo. Still on slightly shorter streams for a wee while. That's 5 hours 20. Jesus, get over it. It's plenty. Research DSA stuff. We'll see. We'll see how this election goes, eh? The Michigan primary. The polls are open. You're in VC. Sorry, Momo. We'll do tomorrow. Maybe see what... I know that I've got 2 people who want to have conversations, so we'll see what we can squeeze in. The civil war in Ethiopia is restarting. That's exciting. Best not go after Corbyn. I just want to read that ethics inquiry about the anti-Semitism. Are you missing a guitar in the background? It's in the other room. I was playing it. Cope. Get mad. Or something. I don't know. Research if Keynes was based or not. I don't know, man. I'm tired. I'm tired, dude. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Good luck with the Michigan stuff. Behave yourselves. Don't be a fool, etc. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.